Chapter 436 Dark Lighthouse. Karl changed to his royal rank suit as he waited for the chaos in the city to calm, and then turned to Thor. "Well, buddy, I think you've enjoyed enough massage and scale polish for a moment. Why don't we get the little ones set up with someone who can take care of them and get them home?" he informed the Serro. The guards chuckled and helped the little ones down from Thor's back, as he had already put his harness in storage in his space so they could reach the scales underneath. The elves gathered around the city guard, while Thor prepared to follow Hawk's directions to the Darklight Host Guild Hall. It was a large building in the middle of the city, on the edge of the commercial district, and set up much like a hotel from outside appearances. It was a slow walk, as the little ones insisted on walking themselves and not being carried by guards. But the procession brought a smile to the face of everyone who passed by, as the elves' eagerness to actually see civilization again after months of captivity had the guards explaining everything that they saw. "And here we are at the Darklight Host Guild Hall. This is your destination, and with some luck, you will find someone inside who can help you get reunited with your family," the guard captain informed them. That seemed unlikely to Karl, unless they had family at their destination, because the ones they were traveling with had already been sold off in what sounded like another country. Karl led the group into the grounds, and the guards returned to their duties while a young girl in a maid outfit greeted him at the door. "Hello, sir. How can I help you today? Most of our officers are not in today, but we can arrange rooms for Alliance members," she informed them. "I have a group of rescued refugees with me, and they need to be sent to the village of Glatt, but I don't have the time to take them myself." Karl replied. "Destinations. Oh, transport arrangements. All right, I will see if anyone is in. Maybe they will come back after the war declaration is over?" Karl chuckled. "The war is over. It was solved with a duel. Do you have a portal mage stationed here?" The maid nodded happily. "As long as they weren't injured in the fighting, we do have a portal mage on our payroll. It might be costly, as the elven village of Glatt is in a second advancement region, and very remote, but it is in our available." The maid led them to a sitting room with a number of couches, where the children sprawled out to rest somewhere soft. They didn't have to wait long before a number of people came storming into the house looking for answers. "Beth, have you seen a visiting guild member?" one of the new arrivals demanded. "No, sir, but there is a visitor. He came with a group of elven children, and they are waiting in the sitting room for Nathan to come back. The children are on their way to the village of Glatt," she replied. That sounded like what they had heard from the guards, so the group rushed over to where Karl was waiting, and then stopped in confusion as they saw that his status screen information was all messed up. "You're not a guild member. The guards seemed to think that you were an official war champion," the leader of the group insisted. Karl shrugged. "It's a bit of a long story. I arrived here through an anomaly, and I honestly have no idea where here is. I was hoping that you had a proper map, but I ran into some bandits, and they had these children captive. The bandits had intended to sell them as slaves, so I took them, and I would like to arrange to have them sent to their original destination of Glatt." "Wait, back up. Did you say that you're not from here? As in, not from this continent?" the man asked. "I'm not even certain that I am from this world, so naturally, I would not be listed as a member of the local Darklight host." Karl agreed. More people came into the house, talking excitedly as Karl finished his speech. "Hey, did you hear that there is a war champion in town? He defeated the Demon Guild Alliance champion and his entire entourage alone." A young woman yelled as she approached the door. "No need to shout it. He's sitting right here waiting for Nathan to send some elven kids home to Glatt." A blonde girl at the back of the group replied. An older man pushed through the group, and Karl saw a slightly disheveled man in mage robes. Finally, an actual mage. He was beginning to think that this world had opted out of having any. He pulled out a piece of paper and held it up, looking at the kids. "Well, I'll be. It really is them. There is quite the bounty out for their safe return, you know," he explained. "Well, as long as it involves getting them safely home, I'm happy to have helped," Karl replied with a smile as the kids sat silently, watching the new people. "You will have to take them directly home to collect the reward, as it was not set by the guild. We only received a copy. However, there is a more pressing matter. Did you get the notification for the war completion? We can't tell who has control of the city right now. It's still in limbo." Karl nodded. "I have it. I was waiting for them to resurrect at their guild house so they could leave in a group, and then I was going to verify it for the Darklight host." The mage nodded. "That is kind of you. Many would have forced them to respawn at a random church or guild site, instead of letting them come back to their guild house. They're all on their way out of town now, and the guild house is basically empty, so you can complete the process with a clear conscience. Confirm control of Bunga for the Darklight Host Alliance. Control transferred. The opposing guild has 90 minutes to leave the city limits. Reward granted." The group let out a collective sigh of relief. We were worried that it might have given the notice to someone who was revived and didn't return with an active class. They wouldn't be able to activate it, and then it would time out after. A full day, which leaves the whole city in chaos, as the system collects taxes, fees, and duties, as well as paying city employee wages, if you didn't already know that. I heard that not every region does it that way, and some of them are centrally controlled, and not under the control of local guilds. Karl nodded to indicate his limited but functional level of understanding. The fully active system could do wonderful things, and it was a bit of a shame that such a thing didn't exist at home. If it did, so many problems could have been bypassed. Well, it's under guild control now, so things can go back to normal. But tell me, are you, Nathan? Nothing bad happened to the portal mage, did it? The mage pointed behind him toward the other end of the house. He's here, but he's a bit old, and he needed a break and a snack after so much running around today. Chapter 437, City Management. For the next few minutes, everything was chaos in the house as the local branch of the Darklight host began to arrange things to their liking and sent out messages to all of the relevant town employees and authorities. Karl sat mostly forgotten with the children, so he took a moment to examine the reward message that he had received from the system status screen. Reward gained, +2 inventory slots. Karl thought that message was a bit odd. He didn't have inventory, other than a storage bag that was bonded like any other piece of equipment. Only that wasn't true anymore. He did have storage spaces, 2 empty ones, and one that contained his storage bag. In his mind, they appeared as chests, no larger than a backpack, but that tripled his available space to store items. No longer would he have to rely on the beast spaces if he wanted to keep something, or the limited amount of room inside his one storage bag. He could put loads of items in the chests and keep it there until he needed it. The first thing he was going to have to collect was food, other than baked goods. Traveling without a cleric was a massive annoyance, and not an experience that he would recommend to anyone. Eventually, the Darklight host members finished their work in the aftermath of the battle, and the reports from the guards who had watched the duel began to flow in. The younger mage gave Karl an appreciative look, then called Nathan forward from his spot in the kitchen. "All right, we understand that you have a quest to complete, returning these youngsters to their families, so I will open the portal for you and you can meet with the local mayor, who is a friend of mine. He will see to it that everything is taken care of." The elderly man explained. Karl stood to shake his hand, and the mage gave him an odd look. "If you hadn't said that you're not from here, I would think that there is something seriously off about your fashion sense." He sighed, shaking his head. Karl laughed and changed back to his royal rank bestial raiment skill armor. "Better?" The old man nodded. "Now you don't look like you were taking hallucinogens while letting a nature priest make you a noble lord cosplay." In his mind, all of the beasts laughed. The suit was actually quite normal for the Golden Dragon Nation, used for everything from business meetings to politics and news interviews. A few of the younger members were staring at Karl in admiration, or more correctly, at his tabard. "Wow, a gold-trimmed tabard with tassels. Just how many battles have you won?" One of the younger staff members asked. Karl shrugged. "Well, I haven't lost one yet, but mostly I seem to have a knack for pleasing the world dragon." That made everyone in the room laugh. "I have a knack for pleasing the world dragon," he says. Nathan, the portal mage, laughed. The room fell silent as another man walked in, royal rank like Karl. He was shirtless and covered in scars, which was somewhat surprising, as this world clearly had healers and clerics, but his eyes were familiar to Karl. They had the same predatory look of a combat veteran that Karl had gotten used to seeing on the faces of the elites on the hill giant front. He had a Darklight host sash around his waist that looked like Karl's tabard, only the trim and tassels were silver. "Good work with the duel, champion. I am surprised that you let him live, but perhaps that is the tradition where you come from. I am Orthos, leader of this detachment. Where did you come from?" "Not far from Whiten Temple there was an anomaly, a cloud that no senses could see through. I passed through it and ended up here," Karl explained. "Whiten Temple in the great central desert?" he asked, clearly confused. It wasn't a desert anymore, but thousands of years ago that was what the region that was now Chiptonrith Lake was known as. Morgana had covered that in history class, and Karl was now glad that he had been paying attention. "Yes, that is the one. Toward the south of the continent, nearly centered from east to west, sits on top of a large hill." Karl agreed. "Yes, that is Whiten Temple. You shouldn't be here," Orthos announced. "Well, once I deliver these little ones, I intend to find a way back home. I don't suppose that you know how to do that?" Orthos smiled. "Once you finish your quest, you should be returned to your home continent easily enough by the elves. The location and the description of how you arrived here makes sense when you put them together. If you give me a moment, I can ensure that you end up safely back home without doing anything drastic." Now he was just being cryptic for the sake of being cryptic, But if he could really send Karl home, it didn't honestly matter if the description of why and how was satisfactory. Orthos gestured at Nathan, who opened a portal into what looked like a treehouse, with walls covered in bark. "There you go, the mayor's office in Glatt. Good luck." Orthos informed him with a smile. Karl stood and shook his hand, then gathered his diminutive charges. "All right, let's get going. There should be people waiting for you there." He could hear the sound of someone moving about on the other side of the portal, then shouting in surprise as the kids began to move through into the mayor's office. "Eliza Howe?" the voice was asking. "Looks like that's my cue. Thank you all for the assistance." The map said it was a very long walk. Karl walked through the portal to join the kids, and Nathan closed it behind him. "Dark Light host? Did you rescue the children? Were you with the team that went after their parents as well?" the mayor asked as Karl arrived. Karl shook his head. "They were separated before I found the children. I don't know where the parents are now. I brought the little ones from Bunga, and they were last together in Senau, I believe." The small man nodded gravely, understanding what Karl meant. He was well aware of the less savory practices of this place, and he knew that Senau was a slave market. "Can you wait while we contact the rest of their families? I am certain that they will all want to thank you," the mayor asked. "Of course, it's not like I'm in a hurry to go somewhere." The kids laughed at Karl's casual answer. He was lost on the road to Bunga when he found them, and now he was really lost, over 1,000 kilometers to the northeast, and he wasn't even from this continent. The young elves had no idea where Whiten was, but the people in Bunga made it sound like it wasn't anywhere even remotely close. Karl resisted the urge to laugh when the mayor stepped out onto his balcony and began to shout names. No fancy device, just shouting across town for people to come to him. It made Karl wonder how small Glatt was. But his sensitive ears heard people relaying the call, so it wasn't small enough that a shout would be heard all over town. "Give them a minute or two and they will be here." Chapter 438, Elves Reunited. The mayor remained on the balcony as many people could be heard jogging toward his office, not particularly concerned as they didn't sense any emergency. But the moment that the first woman came in the door and saw the children, the screaming and happy tears started. "Livered kom nu hier binnen. De kinderen zijn gevonden ongeurd." She screamed out the door. Karl could only assume that was the Elvish language because the man who came in seconds later was already smiling and crying when he arrived, and he picked up a boy to spin him in circles. That brought a flood of motion outside, as everyone rushed out of the homes and buildings to see what was going on, or to run to the mayor's office to get a first-hand view of the day's newest highlight. When you lived in a small town, new and exciting was rare, so Karl wasn't surprised that they would all want to be involved and not find out second-hand. Fatu began to gather in the office, hurrying to get to the children. Karl retreated to the balcony with the mayor while there were many tearful family reunions, and just watched in silence for a while. Eventually the mayor whispered to him. "One of the merchant groups who trade with us saw the slaver caravan and recognized the locals, so he paid off a mercenary group to recover them. But the children weren't with them, and we feared that they were already lost. It's been months, more than enough time to sell them and have them shipped so far that we would never find them. I didn't want to say anything at first in case you were trying to ransom them back. But I should have known that a war champion wouldn't do that to his own guild members." Karl nodded. "They were taking them to the west coast for a better price, according to the children. They were just waiting on their contact to arrive in port and robbing travelers when I came across their ambush and cleaned them out." "Did you get the entire group of slavers?" the mayor asked hopefully. "Probably not. I got all the ones that were at that camp and all the ones at their ambush further toward the next town, but then we had a portal mage bring us here. There are likely more of them in the port city waiting for their contact, and some that just weren't at the ambush where they were working as bandits." Karl replied in a quiet voice that wouldn't interrupt the reunions. The mayor looked tired, worn down by stress, but hopeful. The mayor looked a bit confused for a few seconds, then his eyes lit up in understanding. "Well, at the very least, you got all the children back. There will be no tearful parents realizing that their baby isn't among the ones who returned." He sighed. "Mission completed, calculating rewards," appeared in Karl's vision. "Well, it looks like my work here is done. They can all go home to their families, who they weren't expecting to see again, especially after the adults were sold off during their journey. We should reward you properly. What sort of class do you have?" "I don't recognize that shade of red," the mayor asked. That was the second time that someone had said that. "My class is Beastmaster. I grow my power by helping my bonded monsters grow theirs," Karl explained. "Oh, you can get skills that aren't part of the skill tree from the monsters. That is a wonderful class. If you want another, you have come to the right spot. There are many rare monsters in the forest with unique skills. Does it matter how powerful they are? Or does the skill adapt to your level?" he asked. "The beasts fight alongside me, so their abilities matter. If they couldn't keep growing, they would end up restricted from coming out in combat. So, like a ranger, You have a limited number of options, and you must choose well for them to accompany you as you level up. That makes sense. There are still suitable options. For example, the blink cats. They are mellow enough to be house animals, but they can reach the second advancement if given enough time, and their ability to teleport makes them a deadly predator. Or the wisp. They might not look like much, or really do much, but if you can bond one to you, their ability to boost magic damage is far beyond what most other species could offer. Many of the elven rangers like to bond wisps for the additional damage to their archery spells and movement abilities. Karl wasn't even certain that a wisp counted as a beast for him to tame, but he could see that the elves were very fond of them. So, the forests here have monsters that are in the second advancement already? Karl asked, instead of pondering the intricacies of wisps. Not many, but there are a few to be wary of. The Moorcats are second advancement, and if you're really unlucky, the Moorcat matriarchs are an evolved version that can reach totem status, or even the mythic rank third advancement. You do not want to mess with a mythic beast, no matter how cute they are. They take a tenth of the damage you expect them to, and they are far stronger than they look. Karl laughed. Well, when they're that far ahead of me, I don't think that the damage reduction will be my greatest concern. I likely couldn't break their basic defenses anyhow. The mayor just shrugged. I just thought that I would warn you because while the Moorcats are 4 meters tall, the Moorcat matriarch is only 1.5 meters tall, and the nature priests often have issues with them. Because they forget that friend-shaped doesn't always mean friend. Karl agreed. The elf gave a low chuckle. You have some experience with them then. They're not all that common outside the elven lands, so most humans have never met an adherent of the Green Dragon. Karl smiled. They're missing out. Not only are the Green Dragon's followers wonderful healers, they're almost all accomplished chefs. When it comes to long months on the road, there is nothing more comforting than having a chef around that can make their own ingredients, even if they do have a penchant for the same rice and beans food creation spell every day. Someone joined in their laughter, and Karl turned to see that a young woman was waiting for them to finish talking. She had a familiar aura of crazy, but in a contained way. That made Karl think that she was one of the nature clerics. That was all but confirmed when she began to speak. Well, we were hoping to introduce you to new foods in gratitude, but you might already know all our tricks. Will you stay for dinner anyhow? She asked. Of course. I never say no to a good meal. As she turned to address someone else in the room, Karl noticed the information above her head. Her name was in plain white, but below it were the words, Darklight Host Guild Officer, Chapter 439, Concerned Parties. Now that he was paying attention, Karl noticed that there were a lot of Darklight Host members among the crowd. Does the Darklight Host control this village then? Karl asked the mayor as the parents and relatives of the children began to make plans for a grand dinner celebration. Not exactly. We're not large enough to have a control stone like the cities do. But they are the only guild in the area. The outreach workers are everywhere, and this spot started as an overnight rest stop along the road for travelers hunting magical beasts used to get a decent night's sleep. Naturally, the elves took it over as soon as they heard about it, and now it's more of an elven village than a waypoint. Karl nodded. I suppose that makes sense with the rural location in the middle of the forest. Still, this place is pretty impressive to have survived so long in the deep woods with the level of threats that I'm hearing about all around you. The mayor laughed. We deliberately don't keep anyone who is too powerful in the village. That way we can deal with the minor threats that attack us, but our presence doesn't threaten the territory of the stronger monsters. In most regions they avoid the roads and villages because of dangerous travelers, but here we don't get many visitors anymore. The nations to our north and east are both in the middle of civil wars right now, and with that level of chaos there is very little trade. Only those with the skills and resources to run military blockades enter there now, and that means not the sort that transport goods down the road. What about the other villages? Karl asked. There used to be one every day's travel for a passenger carriage. Now they're at 1 and 3 days' distance from us, headed northeast. The civil war spilled a bit across the border at the start, and they hunted a fugitive into the village and wiped it out. Now, the other outposts mostly do like we do. They just live off the land. But if we get really desperate, there are edible plants in the stable instance where the children train. We will sometimes send them there to gather food. Right, the elves were all vegan. A small hand tugged at the mayor's pant leg, and he looked down with a smile. The monster man has wonderful purple tubers, even better than the ones from the instance. The mayor looked confused, so Karl took one out, which made the elf laugh. Oh, you have a rare-grade violet root plant. That explains why the kids all like you so much. What do those taste like to humans? Karl shrugged. Slightly sweet potatoes, similar to a yam. The mayor nodded. Our children don't normally eat any refined sugar, but these roots are often used to make spiced cakes. Well, not usually ones this good, the common grade ones from the instance, but they taste the same. The only thing that came to Karl's mind when he said that was spicy mashed potatoes. But if they had a way to make that into a cake, he might have to get his hands on an elven cookbook. Lotus would love him forever if he found her an all-vegan cookbook that could make mashed potatoes into cake. Far away, Lotus sneezed as she sat in the hotel restaurant in Lithium Mine Town. "Oh, someone is thinking about you." Dana laughed. "It's our Karl. The goddess says he's alive and playing with elven children, tiny, cuddly, adorable elves." Lotus replied, sounding a bit like she was going to cry about being left out. Dana briefly wondered if that was the reason that the goddess had seen fit to grant her the vision. It would calm everyone else's mind, so they could continue their work. But it would also torture Lotus to know that there were apparently extra cuddly demi-humans somewhere that she didn't get to play with. She was already going into danger fluff withdrawals without Ray nearby, and the mage was beginning to worry that the bored cleric would start befriending the earth mice that inhabited the town. Ophelia poked Lotus. "You saw a vision. Is he all right?" Lotus nodded. "He had his armor on, but he was indoors and surrounded by tiny elves. I don't know where they are, but it's not anywhere near here. It didn't look like our country, if that makes sense. I think that he's in an instance, one of the sorts that you have to finish a quest to exit." Tessa sighed. "That would explain why my power flared an hour ago. We weren't doing anything, but someone pleased the Red Dragon. If he was finishing a battle-related mission objective, that could explain it." Morgana made notes of their conversation, while Bob Mackenzie smirked at the war cleric. "Better him than us. I don't care, we're all among the top combat talents below royal rank. When it comes down to battle, I can't help but feel like we're the B team, backup for his main team." Doug laughed, then turned serious for a moment. "Do you think that dragon that attacked the helicopter came from the instance? Maybe he's going to come back with some strange and powerful new beast. Things that come from eggs seems to be his theme, so I wouldn't put it past him to bring back a dragon whelp. This is bullying." Lotus complained. She was a green dragon priestess. If anyone should be getting a baby dragon, it was her. But if Karl brought back a dragon, she could ride a spider and a dragon. That would be acceptable as well. Perhaps she should be giving prayers to the goddess for him to bring back good things. Doug gave her a suspicious look, knowing that the little priestess was up to something strange, but a nervous-looking woman caught his attention. "Excuse me, High Priest. Do you happen to know an elite named Karl? He has beasts with him. I thought I heard your team mention him," she asked hesitantly. Doug smiled at her. "Indeed we do. I heard he was born here. Do you know him?" The woman gave him a thin smile that said she was more nervous than she wanted him to know. "I do, actually. Very well. You see, I am his mother." Doug smiled. "You hear that, Dana? We found Prince Karl's beloved mother." Dana laughed and tapped the table across from her. "Why don't you join us, as well as his teammate? We've known each other since the day we arrived at the academy. He has told me a lot about you. However, I only recall him ever calling you Mom." Karl's mom smiled, her face leathery and wrinkled well before its time from a life of hard work and exposure to the elements. "You can just call me Ma. Everyone else here does," she insisted as she took a seat. An aging miner with tobacco-yellowed teeth at the table behind them laughed. "Short for Mary Eleanor, but she's been Ma since she was old enough to work at the mercantile store as a girl." Karl's mom gave him a shooing gesture. "Drink your coffee. My son has told me all about this lovely young lady, but I never thought I would get to meet her before my own son came home again. Nothing bad happened, did it? He's not hurt, is he? They didn't send a letter or white robe like they did for Owen's family." She clearly cared quite a bit about Karl, and the contrast to Dana's own family was a painful memory. The mage smiled gently and flipped her curls back out of her face. "No, he's fine. The Green Dragon herself saw fit to give us an update. He's just on a solo mission at the moment, and we chose to wait in town for him to return." Chapter 440 to finish a quest. Karl had no idea that his mother and his Dana were getting along so well, or even that they had met. Instead, he was busy with a much more important matter, making sure that a horde of small elven children made it home safely, and that the people who came for them really were their parents. The chances that someone was trying to steal one of the kids seemed pretty low in a village like this, where everyone knew everyone. But the risks were never zero, especially when there were likely to be people who had skills that allowed them to disguise their appearance. The obvious advantages of that sort of skill for persuasion and trickery were obvious, and he didn't want to mess things up at the last minute by passing one of the kids off to the wrong person. So he waited and watched as the elves set up a feast in the forest below the mayor's office, and everyone from town began to gather to welcome the kids back. It was a touching scene, proof that people here really did care for their little ones, even after they had gathered great power for themselves. Back home, politicians were better known for passing their kids to a nanny to raise, so they would rarely actually see each other, unless it was for a social event. But here, the kids were part of everything. and there were elves from every age group present. From the ones that could barely walk, all the way to ones that could barely walk anymore. "Sir, if you would like to come down, the food is ready. I know how your people feel about all vegetable dinners, but I promise it will be good." The mayor insisted. "I have no doubts about that. If I wanted meat, I could cook it myself. The beasts have a plentiful supply stored, but personally I have gotten quite familiar with the food creation abilities of my green dragon cleric companions back home." Karl explained. "Rice and beans," one of the kids shouted before the rest burst into laughter. "Exactly, but she also has the advanced spells, so she can make other forms of food products with her magic. That gives us a wide variety of options, and we're never wanting for flavor." The elves all seemed to be delighted with those answers, and they had prepared a veritable feast to celebrate the return of the kids. Some were even still in mourning clothes, which they were hastily changing out of when they were reunited. They did it the same way that Karl did, just with a swap from their bonded items, so the system must have been a very common thing here, not exclusive like it was in the Golden Dragon Nation with the elites. The presence of so many people with combat skills would make for a well-defended village, even if they only had lower ranks available. Karl knew full well that one war cleric who could buff the group was worth dozens of soldiers when the monsters attacked, and the elves had more than a few clerics with them, though they all appeared to worship elven gods, not the dragons. Not that it made all that much difference to Karl. The elven gods seemed to have a gentle nature, as the clerics were all treated like parents among the village. They also had a number of tamed beasts in the town limits, including a small blink cat, who was keenly interested in Karl from the moment that their eyes met. The version of blink cat that Karl was familiar with didn't get powerful, so it wouldn't be much of a combat pet, but seconds later it was on Karl's shoulder, snuggled against his neck and purring happily. Hawk mentally rolled his eyes at the cat's lack of self-preservation instinct, but Thor thought it made sense. Karl was the biggest predator around, and he looked vaguely like the elves. So, cuddling up to him and making friends was the smartest idea that a small creature like the blink cat could have. They survived by being able to escape, not by being able to fight. Karl was just taking his seat when he got a message from the system. "Mission complete, reward calculating, class quest reward triggered the perfect pet. Using the coordinates provided, find the perfect pet for your level and skill combination." Karl stared at that for a few seconds as he tried to make sense of the reward he had gotten. It was a reward, but also a class-exclusive quest. Couldn't it just give him the pet instead of making him hunt it down? Or was there a reason that he had to go look for it? There might be additional requirements along the way that he hadn't encountered yet. Or perhaps the hunt itself was part of the requirement. He had found all of the others legitimately, they hadn't been given to him. Well, Hawk nearly was, as his egg was among the monster resources that had been prepared for the newly injected elites and their guards. But he had still picked it up himself, and nobody handed it to him with clear instructions. Perhaps that stage was vital to the development of the mental bond between partners. That made sense to the beasts. If it was already born, and not coming from an egg in his space, wouldn't he need to make friends before he kidnapped it? You couldn't just steal people, they would never forgive you, and your team needed to be on your side and loyal. The thought made Karl smile. Loyal, like not running off with my team members. He sent to Ray. Thor snorted in amusement at the spider, but Remy laughed at them both. Thor isn't innocent this time. How many times did he ignore deployment orders so that he could go charging through enemy lines with Tessa? She asked rhetorically. 3, Hawk added. Not more than 2. One of those times was after I got permission, Thor countered. Karl shook his head. I'm glad you understand the issue. Ray gets a bit more leeway since she can shadow step and return instantly, but Thor has buffs centered on him, so he needs to be in position, or other team members could be unexpectedly without circle of protection. Karl sat at the table of honor with the mayor and a few elderly clerics while the children of the village ran around and played. Hey, I'm almost grown now, you're only 18, just a little kid. One of the young teens was shouting at another. Karl couldn't resist laughing, and the mayor politely hid his laughter behind his hand, while the old woman to Karl's left just smirked. Don't feel too bad about being youthful, son. I can't even argue that I'm middle-aged anymore. I've been alive 100 years for every one that you have. She whispered. Karl turned to face her. I didn't know that elves lived that long. The old woman laughed. That depends on how powerful they are. Now doesn't it? As powerful as I am, I have bought myself an extra 1,000 years. Elves get more extra time than humans do as they get more powerful. So when you've reached even my level, you get 3 times the lifespan instead of double. I would imagine that you'll live a good long time if you aren't cut down in your prime like so many of the violent humans are. Karl chuckled. That was a very real possibility. Chapter 41, Quest Objective. Karl took a moment to check the location of the quest objective, hoping that the system would give him some sort of hint. But it only gave a direction, with no distance. That wasn't going to help much. All he could do was follow the general direction and hope that. It wasn't too far. There was no time limit on the quest, he just had to find the perfect pet. Karl wasn't even certain that such a thing existed, but if it did, he would certainly go looking for it. Not just for the power, but because he wanted to know what the system thought was the absolute peak pet for him. It was likely something so impressive that he had never considered it on his own, but the method of taming it was unlikely to be an easy one. He was imagining what it would take to tame a dragon when the kids began to surround him, demanding that he bring Thor back out to be a climbing obstacle for them. The older elves had no idea what a Thor was, but when Karl called him out, they seemed enthralled with the strange Cero. "I have never seen anything like that before," the mayor noted. "He has been evolving as he grows in power. A normal lightning Cero where I'm from doesn't get this powerful. It's my class that is helping him grow. But he came across a holy resource, and it helped him learn new skills. A lightning Cero that can use a circle of protection is unheard of, at least in my homeland. So, he's one of a kind. Now that he's begun to change, I think that he's got even more advancement potential ahead of him, and he won't get stuck at this level. Some of the others had more potential from the start, so I'm not too worried about them, but I've got a Naga spirit snake who is about to hit the advancement bottleneck." The mayor nodded. "So, she will have to decide if she's going to stunt her powers and remain a snake, or if she will evolve in a different direction. What is her class now?" "Naga spirit, snake shaman princess." A number of the elves turned to stare at him. "Did you say that you have a Naga princess with you? A shaman princess?" one of them asked. "Remy, come out and say hello." She appeared on Karl's shoulders, so nobody attacked her, and bobbed her head happily as the elves smiled at her. "She's beautiful. I've never seen one so young that they hadn't evolved yet. How did you get her?" In Karl's mind, Hawk laughed, while beside him Remy turned to headbutt his cheek. "Don't embarrass me. They think I'm cute," Remy insisted. Karl smiled at the elves. "I got her as an egg from a dungeon. There was a Naga shaman and a Naga king boss, and the egg was among the items piled around the boss platform. One of my other beasts rescued the egg, and shortly after Remy hatched. She's got a real gift for elemental magic." "So, she's been with you her whole life? That explains her tame personality," one of the women realized. "No, Remy is just a friendly small snake. She has always wanted to make friends who know new and interesting things as opposed to Thor, who wants friends to play with. The class doesn't change their personality. They all still have their own minds, but they have someone who understands them and can translate, so they're no longer left alone and misunderstood." The elves had some doubts about the friendly small snake part of the explanation, as she was clearly a 3-meter-long venomous spirit snake, and there were no truly friendly venomous species. But the rest they would accept as a quirk of the system. An aging elven woman with bright silver hair stared at Remy and cradled her fingers under her chin. The two stared at each other, both trying to learn something about the other. The proximity was making the others nervous, but the kids weren't scared of Remy, as she had been on Thor's back early in their trip. Well, she could go the storm snake route, but she would lose most of the powers she has now. Storm snakes can't be shamans after all. But if she goes the Naga shaman route, she won't have as easy of a time doing the adorable act. Naga shamans are considerably larger than average humans, and it is hard for them to act cutesy, she explained. Remy's sad expression made a number of the elves coo at her, like you would with a sad child. They understood her much better than humans did. Most humans didn't even understand her basic mood, much less what she needed to feel better. There is one more option. She could try to focus on her royal lineage. She could become a Naga queen. They have many powers as well, and they're slightly smaller than shamans. But more importantly, a Naga queen can change back into a spirit snake when she wants. They usually use it as an ambush technique, but if she wants to use it to be cute, that's an option as well. Now all of the beasts were laughing at Remy's expense. You couldn't choose your progression path just because it let you be cute. The whole point of evolving was to become more powerful, so that you could defeat the enemies that would come your way. Remy was already behind the rest, due to her youth and slow growth. Karl thought about the options. I take it that the queens are the most powerful, on a raw power level, but not among the usual group of combatants. The elf nodded. Most of them remain home with their broods, as they are the only ones that can make the whole variety of Naga eggs that a clutch will need. The others can only make baby versions of themselves. But does it come with a new hat? Remy asked. She hadn't made a new crown in a while, but she had good materials in her swamp for one. I think it can come with a new hat, or I can get you one. You seem distracted. The mayor noted. Remy was wondering if the queen position comes with a new hat. She doesn't always come out decorated, since it's hard to make anything stay on a snake's body, but she's a big fan of bling. Karl explained. The nearby elves chuckled at the explanation, and the eager look that Remy was giving them. Well, I don't know if a crown is part of their skills, as Naga queens usually wear many gold necklaces instead, but if anyone had the right to wear a crown, it would be them. That settled it. Remy had to look into becoming a Naga queen. It would be the best of everything. New powers, still being a cute snake, and a crown. What more could a girl ask for? I suppose that we just need to find her some information on the topic. She's been with me her whole life, so we don't have all the information that a regular Naga queen would have grown up with. Karl sighed. Why not ask the nature gods, not the green dragon, the storm gods? They govern shamans, so they should know how to get a shaman princess to evolve. One of the priests suggested. Oh, that is a wonderful idea. There is a temple nearby. You can go pray there and ask them in person. They shouldn't ignore a devoted royal adherent, especially as they are beast gods. Chapter 442. The Lives of Elves. The meal was more conversation than it was actually eating, but that worked for everyone present. Karl was learning all about the beasts and the political situation in the region. The elves were intimately familiar with both, as most of them had been watching them for hundreds of years already, all while living in this village. The remote location made a lot of sense for the species. A city like the Golden Dragon capital changed far too much for them to adapt to, and only 1 or 2 buildings in the entire city would outlive them. In a place like that, there was no sense of permanence. Everything would feel like it was in a constant state of flux. Karl knew the feeling from living in a camp during the war, and a life like that was no life at all in the long term. You needed somewhere to go home and relax, a familiar place to center yourself. What is your next goal? Will you be going back to where you came from now that you have finished your quest here? The mayor asked. Karl shook his head. No, I have one more quest left here. I need to find a new pet. It's a quest reward, but it only gave me a general direction and no actual details. The mayor laughed and patted Karl on the shoulder. Welcome to the club. All the best quest rewards are just the gods looking for amusement, so they're never easy, but they're always worth it in the end. Just put in the work, and you'll find that what they give you will be one of the greatest finds that you could have managed. At your power level, it could be anything from a baby dragon or phoenix to an extra-planar creature like a reaper or an oathbreaker. Though that one might not count as a beast, they're more of a demi-human type demon. But if they rewarded you with a tree of life sapling or a vorpal bunny, that could be just as good. Can you even count a tree sapling as a beast-type pet? Karl asked. I don't see why not. The tree of life can walk until it sets permanent roots. It has rudimentary intelligence, and it is from the wilderness. I think that the vorpal bunny would be the best option behind your own dragon, though. They have the most ridiculous attack ever. It's not much to look at, but their bite attack has barrier bypass, armor ignore, and the instant death debuff. They can just kill anything that offends them. Karl's eyes went wide at the mayor's comment. He gained the core ability of his pets. If he could add instant death to his attacks, it wouldn't even matter what they put him up against. If he could hit it, he was also significantly more durable than the average bunny. The question was, how did you catch a creature that ignored barriers and killed with a single hit? One of the young mothers rolled her eyes at the mayor. You know that isn't realistic. The reward is always something that is matched to the recipient's personality. If he was the sort that wanted to make an entire blizzard spell a one-hit kill, the gods wouldn't have favored him to start with. No, that sounded both horrific and incredibly useful. Perhaps she could revisit that topic. He wouldn't mind that sort of skill. More likely it would be something that smoothly pairs with his existing beasts. If he's lacking in an area, he will likely get something that will fill that gap. Quite often these rewards give a holy beast of some sort, but he already has one. So if he doesn't need a circle of protection, or healing, or burst damage, I would think that he's being led to some sort of unique support skill. If he's favored enough, he might even get an aspect reward from the world dragon or the old gods, she suggested. An aspect reward? I'm not familiar with the phrase. Karl asked, wondering if it was an odd translation from Elvish. Oh, it means a skill that is similar to the ones that they are known for, a bargain bin version of a divine skill. You could get something like armament from the war god that lets you just create weapons on demand, or you might get one of the food creation skills from a nature god. You might get something truly wild as well. I heard that a few thousand years ago there was an elf that got the companion skill from the world dragon. Karl tried to recall something about that from his history classes, but came up blank. It might be his nation's patron deity, but he had no idea what the skill was. The elf didn't seem to notice and just assumed that everyone knew what that skill did. The name was fairly self-explanatory, but Karl couldn't see why it would be so special when there were golems everywhere. One of the older elves nodded. If it gives you a skill, it's guaranteed to be at least at the epic rank, and if it's for a particularly difficult or deity-aligned quest, it's not unheard of for the reward to be a legendary skill. Karl's epic ranked beast armor was already a massively overpowered skill. His armor was many times better than anything that he could buy at home. So what would a legendary rank skill be like? Or even more importantly, what would a beast that was obtained from a legendary rank quest reward be like? If it was a beast that had a legendary rank skill, it was certain to be an insanely powerful beast to begin with. But what sort of form would such a creature take? The school curriculum didn't cover beasts with legendary skills, just divine beasts and legendary threats to humanity. For all he knew, it could be something as cute and non-threatening as Remy. Well, maybe I will get lucky and receive a legendary reward from the quest. With the lack of details and just a direction to go by, they're keeping me in suspense. But it is a beast, so perhaps the best one is relative, and it can't be so easily defined. One of the younger elves laughed. Have you tried befriending Aspen? She's a forest dragon. That should be a pretty good pet. There was a growling from the edge of the gathering, and the boy went pale. A good pet, you say? The young female voice roared before a shaggy green dragon covered in leaves leapt into the sky. Karl patted the boy on the shoulder. I suggest you run. The boy nodded and sprinted for the opening to what looked like a cellar, but far too slowly to escape the wrath of a dragon that felt slighted. The boy's mother looked panicked, but Karl sat her down with a gentle pressure. Relax, she's not going to seriously injure him. If she were actually mad, she wouldn't have roared or flown up where he could see her. The woman didn't look like she believed him, but a few seconds later the dragon came back out with a puppy in her arms. See, no harm done. She just turned him into a pet for a few minutes so he knew what it was like. Apparently. The elves in the area were laughing as the dragon berated the puppy, who she had tied a string collar to before placing him on the table so he couldn't run away. The mother went to rescue her boy, and the mayor sighed. You say that now, but she holds a grudge like the trees hold the scars of the past. She likely wouldn't turn him back at all if his mother didn't plead his case. Karl laughed and shrugged. He's an elf. He's got a long time for her to get over it. But can we take Miss Remy to the Storm God's temple quickly? Perhaps she will get some insight. The mayor smiled. It's right there, that cave. Just let Remy go say hello, and the Storm God will answer eventually. Like good thunderstorms, their answers take a few days to brew. Remy excitedly slithered off to check out the temple cave, and Karl turned to make sure that the kids weren't taking advantage of Thor. The Serra was too kind to say if they were being annoying. Chapter 443, Nice Scales Lady. Thor was mostly ignoring the kids using him as a piece of play equipment as he watched the forest dragon berate the puppy. Shaggy scales are pretty good too, Thor noted, as the elf's mother worked to calm down the dragon so she would turn the boy back to his natural form. Now you're aiming for dragons? Karl asked. All scales are good scales, plus those wings. Scales and wings are a good combination, Thor agreed. The dragon turned in their direction, and Karl felt a nudge at his mind. He focused on letting it in, and a gentle female voice entered his mind. Remind your friend that I am a forest dragon, and I can hear him, she demanded. Thor perked up. I have grasses here that are very good for supple scales. The dragon glared at Karl, and he patted the eager Serra on the head. Sorry, buddy. You had your shot, but she's not interested. You'll have to try again another day on a different dragon. Thor was a bit sad that his chance at romance wasn't coming to him from the dragon with the shaggy scales, but he understood. You couldn't get every female that you found attractive, or there would be no available females to find attractive in the first place. The dragon smirked a little as she heard Thor's thoughts, and dismissed him as a horny teenager who still saw his best chances at finding love to be simply trying for every single female he met. At least, every one of them with scales, because Thor had standards. The kids were still climbing all over him, and that included the other elven children from the village now. So, it was clear to Karl that they wouldn't be going anywhere soon, and he should likely start looking for a space to spend a night, as it would be rude to let Ray just make a random fort on the edge of an established town. Well, it looks like we're not in a hurry to leave. Do you still have the rooms for travelers that the waypoint was designed for, or a hotel of some sort? Karl asked. Of course. I doubt that they will take your money as you brought back the children, but there will definitely be a spot for you to stay the night. What direction is your quest sending you from here? West into the forests? The mayor replied. East-southeast. I'm not sure what is in that direction, but that's where it says that I will find what I'm looking for. The mayor looked concerned. I hope that it's not sending you too far. That region is dangerous, and it's all controlled by wild beasts and the monstrous tribes. It's technically part of the Miviascan Empire's territory, but you won't find a civilized village in that direction all the way across the empire. Even southeast you would be hard-pressed to find civilization. That's why the road runs northeast of here before going east again. But you are searching for the perfect magical beast, so that might be precisely the sort of region that you're looking for, no matter how dangerous it is. Just remember that it is their home territory, and try not to pick fights, or it will draw in every ally and every potential challenger in the region. It won't matter who wins, they will want to attack when the victor is weakened. Karl nodded. I hope it's not too far as well. Being lost in the wilderness without my teammates to make dinner and help keep watch sounds like it won't be much fun. The elf nodded. Karl had said the same thing before, and it was clear that he was used to traveling with a group, and not solo. Perhaps this was the reason that the gods had deemed that he needed to go on a quest for his reward, instead of just receiving it. They liked independent champions, not ones who relied on the powers of others to support them. So, a nice long trip to get used to being alone and self-sufficient might be just the thing that he needed. The actual quest reward would be secondary to their goals. But the mayor had seen many things in his centuries, and he wasn't going to spoil it for the young human, who might actually have fewer years under his belt than the children that he had returned. The elves of their tribe aged at half the rate that humans did in their youth, and then their appearance paused when they were grown. So it was possible this young human would only have been a child himself by their estimation if someone had been rude enough to ask and remind him of how very mortal he was. How about I show you to a room at the inn for the evening? Is it safe to leave your beast unattended? He asked instead. In a way, yes. He's not hostile, and he doesn't eat any form of meat, but he's liable to flirt with the dragon if he thinks she might reconsider, and that could end in disaster. The mayor's laughter drew the attention of half the village. She's already in a bad mood. Perhaps we should send the kids away and let him rest. I assume that your class grants him a separate space with the others. Karl nodded, and the mayor began to chase off the kids. Once they were off, Karl called Thor back into his space, and the forest dragon briefly looked confused before she realized that the Sero had disappeared. She could sense that he was an actual beast, not a summoned illusion or false creature. So, normally, his thoughts would only vanish if he died, but she quickly realized that it was just in a separate space, so that the children would sleep at some point. If that friendly beast was left with them, they would still be playing in the morning after sneaking out of their homes the moment their parents went to bed. She didn't say it out loud, but Karl was thinking the same thing. Elves and Lotus had too much in common. It was not safe to leave unattended beasts around them if they needed to be ready to do things later. The room actually turned out to be quite luxurious, despite the back-to-nature rustic look of the village. It had been maintained at the standards that the Darklight host kept for all its waypoints, and hadn't been renovated to match the rest of the village. It was also among the only buildings that were at ground level. There were a few workshops down here, but most of the town lived further up the trees, presumably as a defense against wandering beasts who couldn't or didn't climb trees. We will see you in the morning, if you are staying around long enough for breakfast. I am usually here at the inn for morning tea, and many of the villagers like to drop in. We also have provisions if you need to stock for a trip. We have access to the Darklight Host Guild Bank, so we can get you all the essentials. A guild bank? There was some sort of magical bank that had supplies in it, accessible from here. Now Karl was beginning to envy the luxuries that these people enjoyed. Thanks. I will arrange supplies for an extended trip in the morning. Sleep well, Mayor. Chapter 444, Lacking Common Sense. Karl woke up with the dawn the next day, not because he set an alarm or had anything urgent to do, but just out of habit. That was when the giants usually started to scout for attacks, so that was when he needed to be ready, and he didn't want to lose that routine when he might be finished this quest in a few days and back home to the rest of the team. He briefly wondered what they were up to, and if they had gotten to stop in at the lithium mines, where he was certain that they would be the stars of the town. Even the less famous and military elites were like idols to the small-town youth, especially the ones not yet old enough to have gone through the serum injection. As he sat down for a morning tea, as they didn't have any coffee in the dispensers set up along one wall for the hotel guests, Karl noticed that he was still the center of attention. He looked up at a man who was trying to subtly observe him, enough to let the man know that he was caught, and that Karl was willing to talk to him. With that, the elf seats to join him at the table. You're going east into monster territory for a quest, right? Now, I know it's a quest and it's giving you directions, but that's still a terrible idea. There isn't anything in that direction that is weaker than you are. Even if you tag-team them with your lightning Sero, it's not going to be an easy fight. I'm a woodcutter by trade, and even I don't go east of town, much less across the border. Karl nodded. I agree that it might be a terrible idea, but I am a beastmaster. Monsters are part of the deal. The woodcutter chuckled. Well, do you at least have a portal scroll with you for an emergency escape? Karl didn't even know that was a thing, so he shook his head. Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't know where you came from, but your common sense certainly didn't grow up here. I will get you the supplies that you're going to need. How much room do you have in your inventory? 2 slots. The man looked confused. You only have room for 2 more items. Now it was Karl's turn to be confused. Perhaps there is something off with my inventory arrangement. Each slot is a meter cubed roughly. I can just load them with stuff until they're full. Karl explained. The woodcutter gestured out the window at someone, and the dragon came inside, looking suspiciously at Karl, as if he was going to try to make her and Thor first thing in the morning. Can you tell me about his system? There's something wrong with it. All his inventory space has merged into 2 slots the size of Guild Bank vault cubes. The dragon stared deeply at Karl, then shrugged. Yup, it's broken, but I don't know what to do about it. Maybe it's supposed to be that way. It looks like it works just fine, and I can see his class just fine. It might be a quirk of his class, giving him bulk space for raw materials. You know, like how the crafter classes get a bag for reagents and materials. The woodcutter snapped his fingers. All right, now it all makes sense. The Beastmaster must be some sort of hybrid crafting and combat class. I will go get the travel supplies ready with the space limitations in mind. Then he left the room, leaving the dragon and Karl sitting at a table together. Tea? Karl asked, prepared to get up and pour another cup. No, thank you. I already ate. That they already warned you that your path would be dangerous, but I think that you might be all right. You don't smell like a human, like a strange beast. As long as the ruler of the territory doesn't see you as a threat, you should be able to pass through with only minimal competition. Just keep moving and try not to go snooping around nests or dens, unless you're absolutely certain it's the one you want. Got it. That should be easy enough in theory, but we both know things never work out that way once you're actually in the woods. The dragon laughed at Karl's joke. The woods were her element. Even if the beasts were much more powerful than she was, they wouldn't attack a forest dragon in their nature. The mayor sat down to join them, and then a few men dressed as rangers, one of which was holding a tiny blink cat. Your bonded partner? Karl asked. Actually, no, my wife's new best friend, but he insisted on coming with me today to see you. They're wicked smart, the blink cats are. My bonded partner is a timber wolf to grant me the increased eyesight and sense of smell that canines are famous for. He's currently napping on my front porch. Bonded animals might not age and die like their unbonded counterparts, but they get just as lazy in their old age. Karl could only imagine how lazy and grumpy a 100-year-old wolf would be, so that's how rangers pick their partners. I gained the same from my first partner, a windspeed hawk. My eyesight is incredible for a human, Karl explained. Lucky bugger. The rare classes always get all the good stuff for themselves, and the rest of us just get left feeling inferior. The second ranger complained. Rangers do have some benefits, though. My only class skills are for enhancing the damage that my beasts do. The attack skills I had to train separately or gain from my beasts. All 4 at the table laughed that time, and the dragon smirked at Karl. You're not making him feel better. Being able to gain skills from a whole group of magical beasts is practically a ranger's wet dream. I suspect that your class might actually be an advanced version of their class, or perhaps the druid or shaman class. Sometimes it takes a crossover between them to come up with something new. But if it let a ranger bond and gain skills from beasts in addition to their archery and woodcraft skills, it would be completely worth it, she explained. Do rangers not get sword skills? Karl asked. Superb ones, actually, but their attitude is that if they have to draw their sword, things have already gone wrong. Karl chuckled. I am the opposite. I start with the blade if things are going right. If I have to use my bow, it's normally because I was caught too early by something that can fight back. While they joked, the woodcutter gathered the items that Karl would need, and came back with 2 large bags, nearly the size of the inventory spaces, along with an itemized receipt. Now, this might be overkill, so I can return some of it if you'd like. Here is the list, and the total is 17 gold pieces, 4 silver, 8 copper. Karl focused on his status screen and had it withdraw 18 gold pieces. He could get used to that ability. There you go, keep the rest for your assistants. There was food, as predicted, but not in the way Karl expected. The bag contained a magical lunchbox that could be activated to create a meal once a day. Most of the rest was filled with various potions, tinctures, lotions, and scent blockers that will help him through the wilderness without drawing too much attention to himself, along with an enchanted water bottle and a few enchanted repair kits for weapons and armor. Karl had never seen anything like them before, but they weren't all that expensive, and he definitely wanted to bring them home with him. I know that this might sound odd, but do you have a skill book library available? Karl asked. The mayor shook his head. We can get skill books, but they need to be custom-made and sent to us. It takes a week or two. Yeah, I suspected that might be the answer, but it was worth a shot. Perhaps the next time I'm in a real city, I will have time to visit the library. I wanted to get a proper shaman healing spell for my partner, to go with her healing totems and splash heal. Karl explained. If they didn't have a full-time healer, that role was on regeneration, eternal lightning, and Remy. Having a proper healing spell would have been nice. But come to think of it, if he had more points, he could get Trollish Regeneration, the upgraded version of Bestial Regeneration. Chapter 445, Miviaskan Wilderness. Once they were finished with breakfast and Karl's inventory was loaded with as much stuff as he could possibly hold, which appeared to be a normal situation for the locals when they headed out on an extended trip, he prepared to get on his way. He would be headed away from the road, following the directions from the quest reward. The fact that there were supposed to be no villages at all for the entire northern region of the nation next to them seemed very odd to Karl. Perhaps they meant no elven or human villages, but the complete absence just didn't seem like the sort of thing that would normally happen. There wasn't anything that Karl could do about that, though. The supposedly perfect beast was in that direction, and he wasn't about to pass that up. He had a space ready, and they were just waiting on Remy to pick an evolution direction so she could break through to the royal rank. Then they would be able to continue progressing, hopefully with a powerful new friend. Everyone in the group was excited about that. They had become a close family, and the process of adopting a new family member was the greatest group activity that they could think of right now. They were all present. There was no particular pressure, and no restrictions on what they could look for. There might never be a better chance to find a new friend. The first few hours in the forest were calm ones. There weren't many strong monsters near the village. The dragon chased them away or convinced them not to bother her, but as Karl got further from civilization, he began to see signs that there were monsters in the area. The most obvious were the claw marks 5 meters up the bark of a tree. It might have been a full-grown dire bear or something the same shape, or it might have been a shorter creature that normally stood upright. Karl didn't want to call anyone out and risk attracting more attention, so he just focused on not being ambushed with his aura turned inward, the way he had seen others do it to hide their power level. Thor would be ready instantly with the barriers, and Karl had royal rank armor on, so he wasn't exactly vulnerable, but it was an extreme change from his usual always ready travel method. Watch your step and protect your neck, Ray sang in his mind as they passed through a dark section of the forest where Karl could feel that something was watching them, waiting for an opportunity to strike. You're in a good mood today, Karl noted. Ray nodded happily as she swung in a hammock in her space. This place feels like home. This is where a bloodbath spider belongs, not in those wimpy forests back home. These forests are ancient, and they're just leaking power. It just feels like home. Remy looked around. It isn't bad, but it's too dry. These trees, though, I like the trees. As they continued, the sense that they were being stalked became undeniable. Does anyone have eyes on the target? Karl asked, knowing they could look out of their spaces directly and not just through his eyes. Whatever it is hidden too well, Ray complained. Then Karl saw a shimmer headed their way through the trees and turned to face it, hoping that just proving he could see it would scare it off. The creature seemed to pause for a few seconds. Then Karl realized that it wasn't alone. There were other shimmers in his peripheral vision. One of them launched itself at him, and Karl sidestepped, bringing up eternal lightning. The moment that he used a skill, the shimmer scattered, running off into the woods, but he could feel a tension from something stronger in the distance. As a precaution, he stopped using the barrier and returned to as close to stealth as he could manage. That stopped the stronger creature from caring that he was nearby. The beasts here feel strange. They're not particularly powerful, not more powerful than me, but they don't feel the same, Ray explained. They would have to wait on that, as the arrow that led them towards their new partner hadn't changed directions at all, so it probably wasn't close yet. They could all feel when they passed between the territories of two powerful beasts, and the team began to realize what the difference in feeling was. Certain portions of the woods were claimed by the beasts. They had imbued their power and essence all through them for years, and that gave the beasts' territories a distinctive feeling. But now that they knew what it was, they could also use that feeling to skirt along the edges of a monster's claimed territory. That made things a little easier for Karl. The monsters that avoided the territories of other beasts were generally not strong, and would avoid him as that, while thinking he was a wandering predator. That allowed him to make decent progress during the daylight hours, but as the sky began to darken, Karl had to make a decision. Where would they sleep for the evening? The obvious answer was in a fort that Ray made, but the issue was finding a spot where they could put it that would actually be safe enough to let him sleep, and not attract monsters to his location. The best that Karl could come up with was further up in the trees, but even that was a risk, as there were monsters that lived above the ground as well as on it. "Do we think it's safer up high or down low?" Karl asked, hoping for useful input. "High is always better," Hawk replied. Ray made an agreeable noise. "Smaller branches support smaller predators." "Yeah, the good snack-sized things should be in the small branches," Remy added. That settled it. They would go all the way up a tree and deal with whatever they found up there, which hopefully wouldn't be a whole flock of flying monsters. "There, that tree looks good. There is some noise, but no sense of strong monsters, so there shouldn't be anything hiding in it. It's outside a major territory, so we should be safe to settle in for the night," Ray suggested. "All right, lead the way. You can keep watch from in the fort, or in your space, if it is less likely to cause trouble. We will fight if we have to, but I don't want to start something big." Hawk and Ray both happily agreed to those terms. They wouldn't start anything big, but there were new types of monsters in the area, ones that were much weaker than they were, and they might be tasty. It wasn't much, but they hadn't gotten a chance to properly hunt in quite a while, so they were looking forward to taking the chances that they could get and replenish their supplies. Even Remy sensed some possibilities, but it would be better if she had Hawk or Ray get the food for her. Biting and squishing it might ruin the flavor and texture. Being a snake had serious downfalls. All the best food was ruined when you had to catch it yourself. Chapter 446, Unconcerned Beast. Ray made a small fort at the top of a suitable tree, and Karl climbed up top to see what she had provided. It was just an enclosed hammock, little more than a cocoon of the sort she would create for prey, but it was enclosed, and there was sticky royal rank silk all around it to catch the unwary intruders. That would do the job. Most of what Karl wanted out of the sleeping arrangement was just to not be detected by monsters, and this would work wonderfully for the task, as it would hide his scent, keeping the wind from revealing his location, and it would keep enemies away for long enough that Karl could prepare himself and Ray could come out. It was going to be a long trip through the wilderness, Karl was certain. Even with the beasts watching for threats, there was no way to safely get a deep sleep, so he would be mostly meditating and resting, which was good for a while, but he might have a significant distance to cover, and eventually he would have to find a better solution or a safer area. Not everywhere was going to be heavily populated with monsters. That just wouldn't be feasible with the available food, but when Karl woke up in the morning, he was already looking forward to it. There were 3 small creatures on the web when Karl got up. They were common-grade monsters, not a threat, and not worth keeping for snacks, so Karl simply freed them once he was out of bed and settled on a branch for a breakfast of hard-travel biscuits and soup. A light meal was all he needed, and Karl dunked his biscuit in the soup as he watched the squirrel that he freed last run away in terror, afraid that it would be on the menu if it remained. This morning, the area felt more relaxed and natural than it had when he arrived, and Karl gently dropped to the ground to continue following the directions that were given to find the quest reward. That meant a casual walk through the woods all morning, as moving faster just attracted inordinate amounts of attention. Wild beasts didn't run without a good reason, so Karl didn't run either. At noon, he came to a large grassland area that extended as far as he could see. That was a nice change, as he could actually see threats from a distance now, and make a bit better time without causing himself trouble. Karl moved up to a jog as the open plains extended in front of him, keeping to a pace that eternal lightning could regenerate his stamina for. That wasn't quite a run, but it was definitely a fast pace, which would cover over 20 kilometers an hour with his strength lengthening his strides. "I want to stretch my wings," Hawk complained. "Go ahead. I don't sense anything nearby. It should be safe to come outside." Everyone but Remy took that invitation, and then after a few seconds Remy also came out, settling onto Thor's back to bask in the sun. Hawk soared high in the sky, looking for snacks, threats, and signs of civilization. By the time that it got dark, there was nothing. They saw a few herds of buffalo-sized. Commander-rank herbivores, and Ray claimed 2 of them, just in case they tasted good, but the day was deceptively calm. When Karl decided to call it a night at midnight, Hawk and Ray had both been in bed for a few hours already, but there were no signs of life larger than mice visible to Karl's borrowed version of Ray's thermal vision. This time he didn't wake her up. He just found a small stand of trees that didn't have anything sleeping in it, and slung his hammock before waking Ray to keep watch. The next morning, Hawk took to the air again, scouting for any sign that they might be close to their target, but it was just grass, hundreds of kilometers of open plains. Karl was jogging along late that evening when suddenly the arrow made a hard right, recalibrating. "Target lost," the system reported. "What in the world does that mean?" Karl muttered. "Do you think that something ate our potential cute little sister?" Remy asked. Karl frowned. That seemed far too likely. Ray nodded. You may have a point. The best possible option should have been a monarch, rank infant, so it might have been eaten, or perhaps it advanced and became an overlord, before we could get there to claim it. Then it wouldn't be the best anymore because it was too strong to be safely bonded. Oh, the new arrow is moving. I think that it is close, Thor noted. It wasn't much, but the arrow had moved just a fraction of a centimeter, and then another. Karl turned to face the new direction and hoped that this time he would be able to reach his target before something happened to it. There is something in the distance. Big green people are attacking something black, Hawk reported. Do you think it might be our target? Karl asked as the bird raced away into the distance. I'm pretty sure it is. I don't know what it is yet, though. It's surrounded in black. He sent a mental image of what he was seeing, and Karl couldn't figure it out either. The Orcish children were just attacking a ball of black energy that Hawk was unable to see through. It was slowly moving along, as if it was sluggish or unconcerned. No matter what they did, it kept moving. Then they swapped out the commander rank adolescents with one of their high royal rank warriors. Karl could see him coming, then Hawk got distracted by something moving in the grass. It turned out to be no threat, but when he looked back, the warrior was simply gone, and there was black ash floating on the wind. Did it just one-shot a royal rank Orcish warrior? Karl asked himself, possibly. Maybe it teleported him, though. He's definitely gone, Hawk reported. Now that was interesting. If there was something that could one-shot a royal rank orc, it was definitely powerful. But whether or not it was going to be something that Karl could bond with was another matter. They hadn't tried to pull a living thing other than Dana into the space, and that hadn't worked. There wasn't an extra space for her at the time, but Karl suspected that it was more that she wasn't classified as a valid beast to be brought into the system's link. It took nearly an hour of fast jogging to get to the point where Hawk had tracked the black ball to after the orcs gave up on it. Or maybe the orcs had chased it away, though it didn't seem to have cared all that much about their efforts, as it never changed course. It didn't seem to care much about him. Karl made his way a few hundred meters ahead of the small black half-orb trundling along through the grass, and tried to see what was inside. The arrow from the quest log was tracking it, pointing down at the top of its head, but Karl had no idea how to get it into the space. He certainly wasn't going to try to pick it up, at least not until he knew what it was, and if that was safe. But for the moment it wasn't reacting to his presence at all. Should we just follow it? Ray suggested. We might as well. But why don't we try feeding it? Maybe it will drop the barrier if we give it something to eat, chapped Kara. Karl set a bit of commander-rank monster meat on the ground in front of the beast, but slightly off to one side so he could see if it was going to adjust course. For the first time since Hawk had spotted it, the beast paused, as if sniffing at the food, then continued along its way. But Karl had many tricks to lure beasts to him. He extended flaming body and roasted the piece of meat to let the wind waft the scent toward the slowly moving creature. It immediately doubled back, leaping into the air to show that the barrier extended below it to make a full sphere, then opened slightly to allow the food to safely enter without being destroyed. Karl cut and roasted another piece and tossed it between the beast and himself. This time it didn't jump, but ran to the spot. It must be a new friend for Hawk, the way it loves to eat, Thor joked. Karl chuckled and prepared a few more pieces, tossing them progressively closer, but holding the last one in his hand. The creature accelerated as it snapped up the food, then stopped right in front of Karl. It bounced a few times as if demanding the last bite, before he dropped it toward what he assumed was a waiting mouth. The black barrier dissipated as the food fell, revealing what looked like an average honey badger. That was not at all what Karl was expecting. But when he roasted another bit of meat in his hand, thin wings, a fleshy membrane like bat. Wings extended from under the protective fur on its back, and with a flap, it was snagging the food from Karl's hand so fast it wasn't even finished cooking yet. The beast gave a strange expression as it landed with the half-roasted meat in its mouth, then swallowed and looked up at Karl. Meat? He heard a gentle girlish voice ask in his mind. Karl nodded. You have to be patient. It takes a few seconds to cook. What is a cook? Meat, it pleaded. Karl roasted the meat and handed a much larger piece to the badger, which it promptly used its black energy skill to cut into small cubes that it ate with a dainty claw, now that there was enough food that it wasn't worried about starvation. That must have been why it was unconcerned and sluggish before. It was just hungry and stumbling along looking for something to eat, or lost in daydreams of food. Orcs didn't look tasty, and the creature seemed to prefer roasted meat to raw, but didn't appear to have any fire skills of its own, as it didn't know what cooked was. Once the food was finished, it established a large black dome over both itself and Karl, and promptly went to sleep. Karl had the food, so he couldn't be allowed to escape. Karl shook his head at the logic of the small creature and stroked the top of her head before focusing on the spare space and transferring her in. Quest complete, the perfect pet. Calculating. Calculating what? Karl had no idea. He had finished the quest. He had his reward sleeping soundly in his newest beast space, and she was powerful. Name: Kara. Species: winged void badger. Juvenile. Royal rank. Skills: disintegration. Monarch rank. Creates an area of pure destructive energy. Nullify. A disintegration-based counterattack. May completely cancel skills of equal or lesser energy. Rapid flight. The winged void badger is an agile flyer, even when fully grown. Limited invulnerability. The winged void badger ignores all attacks that deal under 10% of its total health, and an equivalent amount of all attacks stronger than 10% of its total health. Karl read the stats of his new partner with a sense of awe. It was no wonder that it didn't care about anyone attacking it. Not only did it have a protective dome spell, it could simply ignore any weak attacks that were sent against it. Karl's new bracelet was good, but not that good. Maybe that was a normal skill for this place, and the invulnerability isn't the part that makes her a good partner, Ray suggested, seeing a pattern in the loot they had gained. I suppose it's possible. The disintegration did seem to be powerful, the way it eliminated that orc. Karl waited patiently inside the dome for Kara to wake up. He could likely walk through it now that they were partners, but it did allow him to rest while she slept. From what he could tell, only the orcs would dare to attack the dome, and that was just the kids who might not have known better. In a region where monarch rank was among the strongest residents, this impervious black dome of nonchalance was a menace to society. It was only 3 hours later when Kara woke up in the mental space and began to look around in confusion. "Hey, where did everyone go? I swear I put the food vendor right here," she mumbled to herself. "I moved you into a mental space for safety while you rested. We're going to be very good friends," Karl insisted. "Friends with the food vendor? That sounds all right. Oh, there are more people. Hello, Spider Lady and Snake and Bird and Giant Puppy." Karl laughed at her description. Then Hawk roasted an entire ascended rank boar and moved it to Kara's space. "We're having a pig for lunch. You know, you guys aren't half bad." The barrier over Karl vanished and he rose to his feet. There was nothing in the immediate area, but in the distance Karl could see that there was a large dust cloud coming his way. That sort of cloud meant either huge and fast-moving, or a large group kicking up dust like an army on the move. It was too wide to be from just one truck, even if there was a dirt road in the region, but there was no realistic way to hide and wait for the threat to pass by. "Should I go scout?" Hawk asked. "No, wait here for a moment. I don't know if they're even trying to find us, but I don't want to be easy to spot. I will just walk away from their path." Karl began to jog, putting the current path of the dust cloud to his right side, and watched as it came close enough that he could begin to make out the cause of the dust cloud. It was a cavalry charge, but the riders were on some sort of two-legged giant lizards. Thor recognized them as a predator, but not one that he was familiar with, and not one that was native to the Golden Dragon Nation. The fact that someone was riding them was surprising enough, but when Karl saw that it was actually orcs riding the giant lizards, he was momentarily stunned. Since when did orcs have a civilization that advanced? From what he recalled, they were barely considered sentient, much less civilized enough to be taming monsters. Whatever was going on in this place, it was beginning to feel like Karl had missed some critical historical information about the world. It couldn't even be that he was lied to this time, because he had met orcs before, and they were definitely primitive compared to these ones in quality armor and riding mounts with complex saddles. Chapter 448, Orcish Army. Just when Karl was getting his hopes up that the orcs were going to bypass him entirely and head to the village, the whole column turned in his direction. "Everyone ready, but don't come out until I give the signal," he informed his partners. Ray was busily whispering details of their usual strategy to Kara, so the new team member knew what they would be doing. However, the Void Badger was not the least bit concerned about these cavalry fighters, or perhaps she was simply born without a sense of fear. Karl stopped trying to hide his presence and brought up Flaming Body and Eternal Lightning, while Thor cast a Circle of Protection over him. None of the skills were threatening ones, and he had no weapon in his hands, but it would alert the incoming cavalry that he wasn't a target they could just run through. The charge stopped 50 meters away, and one lone orc dismounted and came jogging towards Karl with a sword in his hand. The orc stopped 5 paces away, and Karl waited to see if he was going to say something, or if he could even speak the human common language as the elves had. "Human, declare your allegiance. Your kind has no part in this war." The orc spoke in a surprisingly refined accent that hinted at higher education. I have not come to fight. I was sent here on a quest to find a particular beast. Now that I have, I will be returning to the west to get a portal home. Karl explained. The Orcish general snorted in amusement. I suppose that you would, but that does not answer the question of your allegiance. What side are you on? Karl sighed. I don't even know who is fighting. That single statement caused the entire Orcish army to burst into vicious laughter. The Orcish tribes against the Miviascan slavers, of course. The champion chuckled. Well, I just finished returning a group of elven children taken by slavers, so I must say, when it comes to orcs versus slavers, I will side with the orcs. The orcs laughed even louder, and Karl waited for them to get over whatever was so amusing. You hear that? The teeny-tiny human would stand up to the giants and their allies in order to reclaim the slaves. What do you think, boys? Will he manage to kill one or two before they eat him? The Orcish champion asked. Karl smirked, and Hawk tossed a royal rank hill giant body out on the ground. I would start with at least 2 because I've got more trophies with me. Karl informed him. The air filled with noise as the orcs bashed weapons against metal armor and whooped in pleasure. He got you there, boss. I say we bring him with us. One of the men in the front rank shouted. What do you say, human? Want to raid a village with us? Karl considered the orc champion's question for a few seconds, telling the massive green man, no, didn't seem like it was the sort of answer that would prolong his life. But the champion was a monarch rank fighter, as were some of his officers, so anywhere they were going wouldn't be an easy fight. Plus, he wouldn't be able to bring the team out without risking them getting injured. He had already seen the Orcish children attacking Kara as she looked for something to eat earlier. Karl picked up the giant body, and the Orcish champion smiled. Good answer. Join the infantry, at the back, and we will keep moving. The raid starts with the night as the giants go blind. That made sense to Karl. The giants never attacked at night because their night vision was terrible, so if you were on the offense, then attacking them at dark would be the best time, as you would have all night to fight before they could see properly. Though a few hours after dark would likely be better, when they were already settled into bed. Karl nodded at the champion, who had taken his retrieval of the body as a sign that he was on board with the battle, and then moved to join the back of the line where smaller and younger orcs, along with many of the female warriors, were gathered. There were some women at the front, but these ones were smaller, the size of the juvenile males, and not massively muscular like the female warriors up front riding the giant lizards. No mount? You're an odd one for a human, aren't you? One of the younger Orcish men asked. I have a mount, but running is good for the body. Besides, I was hunting, not in a rush to get somewhere. Karl explained. What would you possibly be hunting here? This isn't a place for humans. Karl laughed. You're the second one to tell me that in the last 5 minutes. But I was looking for a winged void badger. Well, then we showed up at just the right time. If you had found one, you wouldn't be here to join us on this adventure. The young man laughed. Kara rolled her eyes. Stupid orcs. It still hasn't occurred to them that if they would stop poking people with sticks, they would stop getting killed for being annoying. Ray laughed, and the little badger rolled on her back to stretch out in the grass. Is that how it works? You can just kill the annoying ones? Remy asked. I'm pretty sure. At least some of them. Some of them are dangerous and annoying, but also have food. I would have to ask the elder how that works, Kara replied. By elder she meant Thor. Karl fell under the category of friendly person with food, but the others all seemed a bit young and unreliable to be called elders. You only kill the ones that need killing. Otherwise you end up wasting all your energy starting fights, Thor informed them. Kara kind of liked starting fights, though. It was great entertainment when you were bored. Karl ran along with the orcs, whose longer legs were still strained to keep up the pace behind the beasts, but that didn't slow the meet-and-greet session between the beasts. If you have wings, why do you walk everywhere? Hawk asked. Flying was obviously the superior method of transport. Oh, those! Wings are for getting high enough to punch things in the face and chase flying food. You can't relax while you're flying, you have to keep beating your wings. Walking is much more relaxing. So, you like to just relax? Thor asked hopefully. He liked floating in his pond. Yep, relaxing is good when there is nothing to eat or fight. But now there is food right here all the time, and it doesn't even smell like it's going bad. Ray rubbed her mandibles happily. Good, I'd worried that you were the lazy sort and we're always doing fun things. I don't think that we're going to get to go out and play tonight with all the strangers around, but you can attack things from inside here. It's hilarious, and I like to send my golems out while I watch from my nest. Oh, I did that one time with Nullify. Some silly shaman kept trying to make a rain spell while I was enjoying the sun, so I cancelled it every time he got close to finishing. Kara replied excitedly. That's the spirit. You're going to fit in very well here. Chapter 449 Village Raid. The orcs had impeccable timing. The sun had just gone beneath the horizon when the village full of giants came in sight to Karl's enhanced vision. Is there a challenge or a goal to the raid other than just killing the giants? Karl asked the man running next to him. For you, there are 3. First, try to kill a giant. Second, try to free at least 1 slave. Third, and most challenging, try to do better than at least 1 of the women. The woman beside him laughed and smacked him on the head. Shouldn't that one be for you as well, because already crushing you in the kill count this campaign? Then she turned to Karl. and the giants. I have Bone Crusher and a big hammer, Karl offered. The orc laughed. I don't know if you mean that as a combat appraisal or a pickup line, but I like it. Karl laughed along with her. Could be either. But we can save the pickup lines for after the fight. The front ranks spurred their mounts forward, roaring into the darkening skies as the giants prepared their defenses. Oh, I see a good spot, just to the left of the front lines. See that tower with only 1 giant in it? Ray suggested. Take me there, Karl agreed. It was dark out now, meaning that there were few limits on shadow step, but Ray dropped Karl 5 meters above the tower, where the torchlight didn't properly reach. As he fell, Karl drew his maul and put 5 stacks of Bone Crusher on it as he slammed it on the head of the guard. It was a glorious direct hit, and the giant had never seen it coming. But he had overdone it. The guard was only low commander rank, and the maul carried on through the head to hit the wooden tower, which crumbled under the force. Karl twisted to land on his feet as Kara laughed in his mind. You guys were right. Watching from in here is hilarious. Oh, watch this. Poof, no more champion barrier. The giant's leader had a split second to be confused before the Orcish champion's spear buried itself through his chest. Even the orc looked baffled, unable to comprehend what had just happened, but he hopped down from his mount, which moved up to fight beside him as the giant choked to death on his own blood with a spear completely through his chest. Karl turned to the village as Ray sent out her golems, and Kara cheered. Chaos! Karl shook his head in dismay, then slammed another giant in the chest, tossing it back against the wall, spitting blood for a second, before an orc cut its head off. The orc grunted in dismay as he realized that the giant was already dying. That one is yours. Good kill, human. Karl followed him and the golems inside, quickly scaling the wooden wall to attack the defenders. There was a second wall between them and the village itself. The golems were currently occupied fighting with a monarch-ranked giant, and the fight was brutal enough that nothing wanted to get close to them. That gave Kara a chance to cast disintegration over the golem's legs, increasing their damage. A spear bounced off Karl's armor, hurled by a commander-ranked giant. The return strike with chain lightning by Remy staggered the warrior, and Karl leapt forward with flaming body layered on his maul. The smell of burnt flesh filled the air as the giant collapsed, giving Karl an open path to the golems and their target as he buffed himself. He got big. How did he get big? Kara asked. A skill called brutality. He has others too, ones that make us hit harder. The sharpness one should even work with your disintegration attack. You will be much more powerful with him around. Ray informed her new friend. The monarch-ranked giant swung both clubs, knocking the golems to the ground. Ray called forth a fresh pair, attacking it from behind and turning the giant away from Karl, who was waiting for his moment. Karl charged forward between a burly orc and a royal-ranked giant, using them as a distraction so he could get close, and aimed them all for the monarch's back. Instinct made the warrior turn and raise a barrier as Karl's strike was about to land, but Karl was prepared for that. 5 stacks of flaming body got through most barriers. However, today he had Kara putting her all into nullify, and the barrier shattered like glass under the combined attack. The giant's armor dented with a shriek of abused steel, and the leather straps holding it in place tore and popped, letting it drop to the ground. There was a deep purple bruise on the giant's chest, but more importantly, it was now unarmored at the torso and facing attacks from 3 directions. Karl saw a blade coming at his left as one came down at him from above. There wasn't time to evade both, so Karl went for a compromise and parried the first with his maul, letting the momentum throw him out of the way of the giant's other hand. He rolled through the dirt and skidded to a stop on his knees, then rushed forward again as the golems attacked. The giant turned to defend itself, but took a spiked leg to the shoulder right before Karl smashed his maul into its knee, sending the giant to the ground on its stomach. Others came to rescue their fallen comrade, and the golems moved to intercept while Karl went for the kill. A stacked strike aimed at the back of the neck nearly took it out, before the giant rolled over and parried. It was large enough to finish the fight from a sitting position, and it intended to do exactly that. More giants rushed towards Karl and the beast sprung into action. Rending fireballs, chain lightning and black disintegration spheres rushed out to intercept the reinforcements, and the golems glowed a little brighter as Thor activated Circle of Protection. A small stone fired with earth magic bounced off Karl's armor, and Kara laughed. The Karl is invulnerable too. Oh, this will be funny. Low-powered stone attacks weren't doing anything at all to Karl, but limited invulnerability didn't fully negate the side effects of their momentum. So Karl was fighting to move forward as repeated stone attacks hit him and turned him back and forth. They didn't last long, with the orcs rushing in to claim glory and the beasts casting constant spells from their spaces, while Karl focused on using chain lightning to keep the monarch-rank giant on the ground and injured while the golems fought. It was beginning to smoke from the scorched areas where the lightning was landing, and the reinforcements no longer dared to come near their champion. The lightning arcs were too dangerous. Karl approached as the ranged attacks faded and the monarch's eyes narrowed in hatred. "One kill the ugly thing," Kara cheered, leading the attack. Karl laughed and struck the ground with his maul, sending all 5 chain lightning charges into the monarch as a barrage of spells slammed into it from the others. Then the golems were on its back, stabbing and tearing chunks out of its flesh. "That thing just doesn't die," Ray noted, impressed at its durability. "Its leg has already healed." "It thinks we can't tell," Kara agreed. Sure enough, when Karl moved a bit closer, it launched forward, intending to choke the life out of him. But Karl was the faster of the two, and his maul slipped between the giant's hands, smashing into its face while eternal lightning kept the massive hands from crushing his body. The monarch collapsed, with a rattling wheeze through its broken face as the golems finished their work, but one last spasm sent Karl flying through the air. "I'll catch you." Ray laughed as Karl felt himself floating. He had been thrown nearly straight up, and now he was motionless in the air for a moment as he began to fall. "Don't bother. Let's use this time to find a path to the inner wall. We will see if we can free some slaves as well. Straight ahead is best. The orcs are everywhere now, and they outnumber the giants by a lot," Hawk informed him. But there was one strange sight as Karl fell. One orc was not fighting. The scarred warrior was standing on the wall with a clipboard, taking notes. Orcs certainly took their score-keeping seriously. The golems jumped to slow Karl's descent, though Kara's shared skill would have prevented him from taking any injury, and the trio began to look for targets. Karl and the golems began to run for the inner wall, slashing at anything that came close enough to reach, but deliberately not killing targets that were already engaged, only tipping the balance in favor of the orcs. There was a defensive line on the inner wall, using boulder toss to knock the orcs away from the vulnerable members of the village. But that was where Karl needed to be. He didn't care at all about the elderly and children of the giant village. He was there for the slaves that he could smell, and that he had seen locked in cages along this side of the wall. The giants seemed to know that as well, and they didn't really care about the slaves. They were just free labor until they were food, but they could always get more, and they had crops stockpiled. As long as they didn't lose the village entirely, they wouldn't miss the slaves. If the orcs were willing to waste warriors to steal them, the giants would only put up a token fight. So, when Karl swung at the wall, breaking logs and opening the back of the cage that held the prisoners, none of the giants tried to stop him or even kill the escaping slaves. They would only slow down the orcish attack and keep powerful warriors distracted during the fight. If the orcs wanted them, they should have taken them at the end of the battle if they could actually win it. Some kid looked at the battered and downtrodden people inside the cage. They came from at least 4 different species, none of which were human. They were orcs, looking deliberately starved. They were elves, a blue-skinned species with hoofed feet and horns on their heads, and some sort of plant people whose skin had vines growing up it. Those ones were nearly stationary, only glancing around a little. Karl realized that they had put down roots to gain nutrition from the soil, and the late-night attack had come during their sleeping hours. It would take them a bit before they could move again, but the others were moving away from Karl, worried that the blood-covered warrior might not care about their species or their status. With the smooth metal helmet covering his face, the slaves had no idea what species Karl was, only that he was built like a male and too slender to be an orc. His skills increased his size proportionally, and orcish men were much more muscular than humans were. Karl flipped his visor up so they could see that he was a human, and gestured to the hole in the wall. "If you will kindly follow me out of the city limits, we require this space for the ongoing battle. Once you are outside, you are free to go," he explained. One of the orcish women, nearly starved with her ribs showing clearly through her skin, laughed at his explanation. "You heard him. Time for us to move. We can't be underfoot when the masters need this space to be slaughtered in," she declared. The other slaves gave weak cheers and jokes as they picked themselves up and helped the ones who were rooted to the ground become mobile again. That was when the giants inside the wall decided to take action to prevent Karl from stealing their slaves. The door of the cage was opened, and 3 teenage giants ran inside with clubs, swatting people aside to get to Karl. Most of them managed to dodge, but of the horned blue people had his head crushed. Pathetic. The boy snarled as he advanced on Karl. That word seemed to trigger something in Kara, and suddenly she was outside, attacking the boy's face while Ray called her golems to deal with the others, so Karl could hold the opening in the wall to secure their exit. "You like that? Huh? I'll show you, pathetic." The enraged Void Badger was shouting. Karl looked back and saw that she had the giant's shirt in one front paw, while the other fed disintegration, coated punches into his rapidly evaporating face. When the young giant collapsed, Kara didn't stop. She just opened her wings and started tearing apart the weaker giants who were hiding in the city. "Everyone go help her out. We can't have our new friend injured," Karl instructed. "I like this one. She's pretty stabby." Ray laughed as Remy began to form a thunderstorm over the inner city. "Not onto the slave cages," Karl reminded her. "Got it, boss." As the storm started, a number of the Orcish infantry raced through the gap Karl had made. "Is that you?" they asked, gesturing upwards. "Yeah, that's my team. The beasts are with me." They looked around, and then paused at the black ball of rage tearing apart a building that had offended her for being in the way. "You really did find a Void Badger. The others were laughing about it, and I thought you were joking with them." Then he turned to the slaves. "All right, let's go. There are more giants coming from the other villages. It's time to leave. Gather as many slaves as you can and get moving." Karl passed on the instructions, and Thor put his freedom plan in motion. It was a simple plan. Cages were made of smashing poles, so he just had to charge through them, and everyone could follow him out of the city. Once Thor had broken the cages all the way back to the breach in the walls, Karl called everyone back to their spaces. Kara and Ray were laughing, and the Void Badger was rolling happily in the grass, celebrating a lot like Thor did when he was happy. "Oh, you're like that," Ray joked with their new sister as she laughed and mimicked a punching motion. "She's got a real temper," Hawk laughed as he recalled the scene. "I don't like bullies," Kara replied, rolling around on her back to scratch an itch she couldn't reach. "You know, if you're itchy, you can just have Karl groom you." "He lets people polish Thor's scales all the time," Remy suggested, after the fight. "There are still stupid giants around. Besides, I can see more from in here." While they were talking, Remy was deep in thought. "What has you so distracted?" Thor asked quietly, so he didn't derail her train of thought. "If I had arms, I could grab people too. Just wrap them up and punch their face, or pat their head, or spin them in circles. Or maybe eat them," Remy replied. "Don't let them make you another violent sister," Thor pouted. Remy giggled and waggled her head. "No, not like that. I just don't get to eat enough random creatures. I have no idea what most of them feel like in the mouth, but I have noticed that some of them are really annoying. Nobody would mind if I eat the annoying ones, right? But why are there always giants? Nobody can eat them in one piece." Now she was just ranting, but Thor could tell that she was actually thinking about all the things she could do with arms, and the rest was just her mind getting sidetracked. "Think how envious Lotus would be if you got to cuddle elves before she did," Thor suggested, doing his best to keep one non-violent sister. "Oh, that is great. It would even make being big worth it. They could ride my back like they ride yours, and we could go on adventures." Chapter 4:51. Raid successful. The Orcs assisted Karl with escorting the varied assortment of slaves out of the inner city and through the nearly finished battle in the outer city, then past the gates to freedom. The elder Orcs looked impressed at the performance as they held off the remainder of the giants so that the younger fighters could make their retreat. The battle was a success by any measure, and though they hadn't completely eliminated the defenders, they had inflicted severe injuries on them, including their most defended members, and they were going to have time to retreat from the battle before the other giants could arrive to support them. That was the goal of the night raid, and the giants' terrible night vision was working in the Orcs' favor, as the massive warriors wouldn't be able to even see where the Orcs went. At best, they could follow the dust cloud, but Karl suspected that they were going to separate to create a massive dust cloud in multiple directions that would throw off pursuit. They'd run close to 5 kilometers, with the freed slaves loaded on the attack beasts as they were too weak to keep up with the pace, when the Orcish champion jogged over to Karl, who was pacing the same pair that he had approached the battle with. "Human, you fight like a true orc. We kept records of the battle and you earned a distinction. Take this for your reward and turn off in that direction. It will take you west to the village of Babok, just across the border. It is the closest village outside the battle zone, but close to 300 kilometers south of the elves that sent you east." Karl shook his hand and smiled. "It was a pleasure picking on the giants again. If we cross paths in the future, I look forward to having time to tell battle stories over drink." The orc laughed. You are pretty good for a human. Your name will be remembered, and not just because your mother named you after the human god of magic. They parted ways and Karl began to jog towards the southwest, headed for the border. Now he just needed to find a way back home and his mission should be completed. The problem was that he didn't know how he got here, and there was no sign of the anomaly when he arrived, so he couldn't even go back to where he started to try to leave. If it was out of sight, thousands of meters in the sky above a lake, going home was going to be a nearly impossible task. Karl ran for the rest of the evening and began to look for a good spot to sleep as the sun came up. That looks like a good spot, Kara suggested. The target was a large sunny rock in the middle of the grasslands next to a larger pile of rocks. Karl adjusted his path towards Kara's targeted sleeping location and found that the rock was actually part of a destroyed temple. There were still paintings visible on some of the other stones and part of a doorway intact, forming a cave that would put him out of sight. Kara wasn't sold on sleeping in the dark. She liked to sleep on a warm stone in the sun, but both Ray and Remy were fans of dark caves for naps. Thor liked sunny spots as well, and Hawk preferred trees, so it was always going to be a split decision. I am going to check the inside and see if it's safe to sleep there. If it is, we can nap for a while, then finish the trip back to Babuga, Karl explained. Once Karl stepped through the collapsed entryway, he found that it was a side door leading to a basement level of some sort that appeared to be intact. It was cavernous and empty, as well as fortunately bone dry. If it had been full of stagnant water, they would definitely have been sunning themselves on a large rock. Hey, this place feels comfortable. I think it was an animal-friendly temple, Remy noted as she exited her space to explore. The space certainly did feel like it was inviting, and not hostile or filled with angry spirits of a maligned and forgotten god. The rest of the team came out and relaxed in the forgotten temple, while Remy explored the ruins to see what she could find. There were a number of side rooms, all empty, but no fun stuff left behind, not even a new statue for her altar. The last one was pretty good, and she still got inspiration from holding it, but 2 copies would be better than 1. It worked that way with golems, so it should be the same for statues. But when she settled in to rest on the floor of the old temple, she could feel the energy of the patron deity imbued into every surface. Remy curled up on the old altar to contemplate the nature of her existence as a shaman. Princess, and the rest of the team left her to it. This was a sacred place to the beast gods. There was no better spot to understand what she had learned from the storm god's temple. Karl sensed that something was moving outside, but couldn't sense a power signature, so he brought up his barriers and motioned for the team to remain in place. You should be safe inside. Just stay here for a bit while I go see what's going on, he informed them before using silent movement to creep up the stairs. Whatever was there would sense the barrier ability active, but it was safer than waiting until he'd walked into an ambush predator's trap to activate his defenses. Karl searched the area for whatever he had felt moving, but there didn't seem to be anything. There was no sense of threat to him, no paw prints or claw marks, and the long grass was still upright, so there shouldn't have been anything large in the area. Karl was certain that there had been something here, though. He just couldn't find it. In the distance, perhaps 50 kilometers away, he could sense 2 beasts at the monarch or overlord rank fighting. In the grass closer to the temple, he could see a number of rodents at the ascended rank popping out of their burrows, but none of them would have made the sounds of movement that he had heard. Karl crouched, so he wasn't visible above the ruins, and waited. Some creatures could turn invisible, but very few creatures who could be invisible were patient hunters. They didn't have to be. If he just waited here while Remy did Remy things, he would find out soon enough what was hiding from him. He would much rather be sleeping, but that wasn't an option until he was certain that the area was secure. Karl closed his eyes and whistled softly, using echolocation to try to find anything that might be hidden from his eyes. What he found was nothing like he had expected. It was ethereal, as if only half present, but Karl could sense the outline of the temple still standing, with beasts moving through it as naturally as if they lived there. But perhaps they did. No gathering of beasts would contain that many species. Even with the intelligence of the higher species, they didn't get along all that well. However, these ones were working together, and even changing in and out of human form to take down books from the shelves, so their claws didn't damage them. Haunted. The temple was haunted, and what he had been hearing were the echoes of the former clerics who populated the location when it was still standing. Ray, do you see what I see? Karl asked. There's nothing down here. Maybe only the broken parts of the temple are weird, but Remy is doing strange stuff, and Hawk is getting mad at her. Did she surround herself in a water shell? Karl asked, guessing what might have been going on during his absence. Oh, you got it on the first try. I made it too easy. It's nice down here. We will let you know when she's finished. Did he just get evicted from the basement while he was upstairs looking for intruders? This was a temple by beasts and for beasts, so whatever Remy was doing might work better when there were no humans inside. But he could also keep watch so that nothing interrupted Remy if she was really going to evolve today. Chapter 452, Patient Hunters. Karl sat at the top of the steps and watched the spectral images of the beast clerics going about their daily business as if the temple was still operating, and not thousands of years destroyed. At first, he had thought it was some sort of playback, a spectral image of their last day that they were forced to relive over and over, but when the acolyte that was headed for the field accidentally brushed against him, the feline beastkin paused, looked around, then shuddered and continued about their day. Karl wondered if that meant that there was a duplicate of the temple somewhere else, that was supposed to be linked to this location, but couldn't be because the temple itself was destroyed. Karl had been watching them for over an hour by the time that he realized that this was a form of closed anomaly. He could see the beast temple and its occupants, but it wasn't actually this temple, and they were not haunted. At least not in the conventional sense. The temple layout didn't quite match the floor plan of the ruins here, though they were so close that it took him a while to figure it out. How they ended up connected by an anomaly was a mystery, but it didn't seem to be harming anything, and neither Karl nor his beasts had any issues with it. Perhaps that meant the anomaly was on the other side, and that it couldn't be accessed from these ruins, but if they could pass through, there was no sign of it. However, there was a sign of power. A sign of a magical beast undergoing an advancement. Remy's whatever she was doing downstairs was noticeably growing in power, and if she kept it up a little longer, Karl was fairly certain that the last of his teammates was finally going to make it to the royal rank. This was a momentous occasion, but he got the feeling that he should remain outside the temple for the process to finish as smoothly as possible. But more importantly than that, the amount of power that was radiating from the basement of the ruins was going to be noticeable to beasts from dozens of kilometers away. Most of them wouldn't mess with a royal rank monster, even during their advancement. But there might be some close enough that had enough power of their own that they wouldn't fear a freshly advanced royal rank beast, and they might be willing to eliminate the competition before Remy could finish her advancement. Of course, with the others in the basement with her, that wouldn't be an easy concept. Even the average monarch-rank beast would not survive a full minute in the tender, loving care of Ray and Kara, while Thor wouldn't let anyone hurt his sister. Karl settled in to meditate, trying to keep as fresh as he could for the inevitable moment when things went wrong. He could sense the powerful residents in the distance, but he didn't sense them coming closer yet, so there was hope that this could all end peacefully, but even thinking that gave Karl a sense that a flag had been raised. That moment came as he felt the energy in the basement beginning to change. It was royal rank, and felt like Remy, but more. It should be the evolved energy of the spirit snake, in whatever form she had decided upon. That was when a portal opened roughly a kilometer away, and directly in Karl's line of sight. Stupid beasts, they still think that their gods can protect them as they advance. Let's see what we've found. Karl heard the deep voice laughing, but the portal was blocking the view, and they'd stepped out the other side of it. "Do you need help?" Ray asked. "No, I've got this. Take care of our small snake as she advances." Karl stood and put his blade tip down in the dirt so he could rest easy without having to carry the weapon. A large group of what might have been ogres, though they were more stone-grey than fleshy-looking, moved away from the portal and turned to face Karl. They began to laugh as they saw Karl. "Well, look what we have here. Some idiot nature cleric thinks that he can keep us from taking our prize while it's incapacitated while it's weak." Karl smiled over the distance separating them. Dozens more grey ogres along with a dozen other demi-humans that Karl didn't have names for, left the portal with 3 huge cages on cart bases. They had come prepared to take prisoners, and they weren't going to miss out, even if there was more than one beast trying to advance at the ruined temple today. They were almost all commanders, but with a pair of monarch rank leaders. That seemed like something that Karl could handle, as long as he could take out the 2 leaders. When they got to 100 meters from Karl, they began to spread out, leaving a few of their members at the back with the wagons. The wind shifted, and Karl smelled blood, as well as unwashed ogres. His sharp vision picked out the mostly dried blood on the wagons, as well as the smell of humans and elves. Neither species was here, so they must have been the last occupants of the cages. "He looks like a capable enough fighter. Boss will pay good money for that one, so don't kill him," one of the monarchs instructed. They were not in the front rank, they were both planning to send their minions forward first. It was a simple strategy. Weaken and exhaust him, then they could bind him and claim the beast downstairs in the middle of its advancement when it was utterly helpless. "Is this all that you could muster? You might as well turn around and go home," Karl informed them. The leaders laughed, and 2 commander-rank demi-humans in the back, ones with deep mahogany skin and glowing violet eyes that matched the glowing horns at their temples, cast a barrier over the ogres in the front. Karl shook his head in dismay. A low commander rank mage armor spell was not going to last long once this got started. "Well, trusty blade, are we ready?" he joked, but the blade actually pulsed red in anticipation. "I asked the sword, and it says you all die here today," Karl joked. The ogres in the front laughed, but Karl raced forward with chain lightning arcing from his fingertips. The first hit shattered their barriers, and Karl followed it up with a wide sweep of rend as his blade arced through the sky. The ogres in front hit the ground to get under it, but the ones behind them had no idea what was coming for them until the skill bisected them. Tip breath as his blade flooded him with stolen life energy. That attack at full output and over such a large area took a lot out of him, but half the enemy force was gone already, and the mages were beginning to panic. 3 more long steps brought him into melee range of the front row of ogres. Karl ignored them, using them as a stepping stone to spread chain lightning as he went for the mages. Hastily erected barriers shattered like glass under the flames as the blade descended, and the first mage fell. "Go for the beast, we will deal with the human," the monarch who had spoken earlier instructed his slavers. The back swing of Karl's blade eliminated the other mage in an arc of black blood, leaving Karl free to face his real targets. "I warned you, didn't I? You can still run away and live," he warned them. "Oh, a feisty human. The slave market will have a field day with you once we lock away your system skills." The ogre laughed. Karl spared a bit of attention for the entry of the cave to see if Ray was ready for the attack, but none of the ogres had gotten up. Nothing had survived the lightning. "I think you might have misjudged your situation. You don't have a team left." Karl laughed as he felt Remy's exultant cheering in his mind. She was finished with her advancement, and they were almost ready to start moving. She just had to get used to the changes in her body. Chapter 453, Ogre Overreached. Karl's blade twirled, creating a field of fire from flaming body that acted as a shield as the ogres launched their first attacks. 2 rapid steps to the side, and Karl used Shred to launch an attack at the flank of his closest opponent. The skill only cut a shallow line in the thick hide of the ogre, but it stretched across its back, which would make every swing ache. The other ogre hurled a spear at Karl too fast for him to dodge, but the obsidian head of the weapon slammed into his armor with a clang, while the outer shell of flaming body was pierced, but under that, eternal lightning was only vibrating, and then the spear was tossed to the ground. Stomped on the spearhead, shattering the fragile stone so it couldn't be reused, and let a cruel laugh escape the confines of his helmet, not because he was feeling enthusiastic. If they kept up those attacks, he was in real trouble and he knew it, but to taunt the ogre and make the dim-witted creature do something stupid. A stone blade came crashing down where Karl had been standing as he charged his target, and the tip of his blade met ogre flesh, burning and searing it, as the monarch-rank monster's defensive abilities kept it from being run clean through. Then Karl kicked at the back of the beast's legs as hard as he could manage. The unexpected strike caught the ogre off guard and threw it to the ground, where it rolled backwards across the grass to avoid a follow-up strike. The remaining ogres snarled something in their language as it summoned another spear to throw at Karl. The wounded member went running for the basement, so Karl stopped focusing on it. If that was where it really wanted to be, it was welcome to try. But before either of them could make another attack, a deep blue bolt of lightning struck the monarch-rank ogre in front of Karl, killing it instantly. Next to the temple, a pair of griffons stepped out of nowhere, their elegant white feathered wings flaring in rage as they threw their heads to the sky. The final ogre turned and fled, leaving the cages and closing the portal behind it as it left the battle was over. The look that the 2 monsters were giving Karl was enough to encourage him not to take even a single step closer. They were, at the very minimum. He was reasonably sure that even Thor's formidable protection would not take one of those lightning bolts. Fortunately for Karl, he didn't have to find out. From the basement steps, a gigantic serpentine form emerged. The hooded head of a naga was decorated with a veil of shining rocks woven into a black silk veil that nearly blended in with the patterns on Remy's blue scales. As she stretched her newly evolved body upright, Karl saw that she now had a nearly humanoid but serpentine-scaled upper body. She kept the head of a snake, but had gained 4 arms that now all held blades and had enchanted jewelry on their wrists, while her chest was hidden by a golden armor plate covered in black chains. That was a familiar-feeling outfit, Karl decided. Remy had learned how to use bestial raiment, his armor spell, and she had used it to make her queenly attire. 3 smaller Naga warriors appeared around her, spears in hand. It was an innate skill of the Naga queens to summon bodyguards, and Remy's had taken on her coloration, but with all black armor. Congratulations, Naga queen. It has been a long time since an adherent of the old gods has advanced here. I see you brought many friends with you, the griffin's voice boomed in Karl's mind. Remy smiled happily. Thank you for coming to my assistance. I love this new body, but it took some time to get used to, and we were delayed in coming to help our final pack member." The Griffons gave Karl suspicious looks, then seemed to shrug. "If you say that a human is trustworthy, we will believe you. The others will be excited to hear that a new shaman queen has been born today, and they will be certain to reward you in their own ways." The Griffons looked upward at something that Karl couldn't see, then spread their wings. "Your time here is done for today, but we will see you again soon enough." Karl wasn't certain what they meant until the impenetrable white fog began to descend over them. The beasts were forced into their spaces, and the bodyguards were dismissed along with Ray's golems. It was a shame that they hadn't gotten a chance to fight. Karl was interested to see how Remy's bodyguards stacked up against Ray's golems. "I wonder if we're going skydiving again." Ray pondered as the world seemed to vanish around them. "Skydiving sounds fun." "What is it?" Kara asked. The two started on a profound discussion of the benefits of dropping indestructible objects from the sky on your opponents. But the world was already coming back into focus. Only Karl still had no idea where he was. They were in a room made of white marble with a well-worn wooden floor, and they were surrounded by clerics. But it wasn't the capital cathedral, and Karl could have sworn that he could see tails swishing out of many of the robes and horns on heads. Strange unison, the chatter in the room faded, and everyone turned to face Karl, who was covered in black ogre blood and still holding a massive flaming sword. "Sorry," he muttered as he put the blade away, but everyone was still staring at him. "Sir, do you need assistance? Where are you injured?" One of the clerics stammered. "Oh, sorry, thank you for the healing, but I'm not injured. This isn't my blood. I was trying to return home through an anomaly, and for some reason it brought me here. Wherever here is." The clerics were still staring at him, unsure if they were supposed to answer, run away in terror, possibly fight him, or douse him with holy water. A familiar voice came from Karl's left. "Prince Karl of the Golden Dragon Nation?" Karl turned and nodded. "I am. Might I ask again where I happened to end up?" The priest smiled, and his eyes went fully bronze and slotted like a dragon's eyes. There were bronze horns on his head, and he was almost guaranteed to be in charge here, with his overlord rank power. "I suppose you don't recognize me like this, as I have changed appearances since we last met. I'm Orthos, formerly the town champion of the Darklight host in Bunga, and a purebred. Bronze dragon, welcome to Bru's Temple. Well, fancy that. I didn't think I would be seeing you again this week. I was on my way back to Barbug after a quest sent me east out of Glatt. The last of my beasts reached royal rank, and it sent me here. I am impressed that you could hide your power that well. I could have sworn that I was the stronger of the two of us when we last met." Karl laughed. The dragon threw his head back and gave a full-throated draconic laugh that shook the walls of the temple. "You might have been close back then. But that was well over 10,000 years ago. However, a bronze dragon remembers every moment of their life as clearly as if it were yesterday, and I have not forgotten the Beastmaster war champion who accepts duels over his rank." "Wait, so Bunga is somewhere nearby?" Karl asked. "No, it's on another continent. I'm not certain how much it has changed. I haven't been there in thousands of years. Not since the last of the system collapsed, and I moved to the Divine Beast Nation to be with my kinfolk. It seems that we have a lot to talk about, or at least, I have many questions for you. But first, where is Bru's Temple?" "In the Floquar River region of the Divine Beast Nation. I do hope that you weren't in a hurry to leave, human Beastmaster. That could be problematic." Well, that did explain the room full of beastkin giving him strange looks. Chapter 454, Bru's Temple. Karl sighed. The Divine Beast Nation had always sounded like an area that was just a monster wilderness. But it should have occurred to Karl that dragons and most other powerful divine beasts could shapeshift. It also made sense that they would welcome the beastkin in the nation, as those species were at least half beast anyhow. Most of the ones here were fully furred, despite being humanoid. Not like Overlord Ahmad, who just had cat ears. Most of these had animal-shaped heads and fur or scales everywhere. They were actually rather adorable when they were nervous. From beside Karl there was a soft chuckle, and an elderly werbear woman smiled down at him. "You can all relax, the human isn't going to attack, though with the way that he looks at. Swishing tails, he might be dangerous in an entirely different way," she declared. The werbear laughed at her own joke, and most of the clerics gave Karl a strange look, but he could see that a few of them were walking with extra sway in their hips. One of the male priests, a man with small round ears and black streaks in the light brown fur on his head, frowned at Karl. "Are we sure that it's safe to have a foreign predator here? This place is a safe spot for the clerics of the beast gods, not for hosting international guests," he suggested quietly. "Would it help if I brought out a friend who recently advanced with the help of the beast gods? She even did so in the old temple northeast of Barbug. It might have been in ruins, But the link to the gods was still there, as they sent a pair of griffons to defend her when the Miviascan slavers attacked. Orthos the dragon looked skeptical. You needed help to defend against a group of slavers? Karl shook his head. No, but it's the thought that counts. But that temple was an interesting one. I could sense the anomaly there that linked it to another temple, one that was very similar but not quite the same layout. If you go there and check with echolocation, you should find it. Orthos looked excited. The temple was still linked after its destruction. That is wonderful news. I will have a team sent there immediately with at least one bat. They should find your anomaly if it's still active. The squirrel cleric with the striped head frowned at the excited dragon. You can't think that there is a chance to link directly with the old gods again? Orthos shrugged, as if he didn't care either way, but Karl had questions. Why wouldn't that be possible? I could swear that I have heard the gods speak more than once. The most recent time was a warning that the people in Orthos town were real, and not just instance mobs that I could slaughter for loot and food. But the time before that, they were mocking me for making an odd choice inside a trial instance. Instead of trying to walk up or down the stairs, I jumped straight in the air to see what would happen. What did happen? Orthos asked. I landed on the same step I jumped from and got laughed at, but I would like to think that it positively influenced their decision when it came time for the instance rewards. The squirrel man did not look convinced. Can you bring out this favored beast for us to meet? Remy want to come and meet people. Remy perked up and cast her armor spell, getting prepared in her finery for meeting new people. But Karl was much more excited. Can I come out and meet people too? I have never gotten to meet new people. Once they've gotten used to Remy, you can come out. This is a divine beast nation. I would say that you're likely more welcome here than I am. Remy exited her space once she was happy with the appearance of her armor and the crown on her head. Her torso was a good bit larger than Karl's now, nearly as big as Ophelia's in werewolf form, but more slender. Her forearms were slightly offset, with the lower set being behind the upper, so they could all rest comfortably at her side, if she wasn't so excited and waving to the new people. Hello, I am Remy. Good to meet you all. Her voice was a hissing that Karl recognized from the dungeon where she was found. The clerics mostly nodded politely, and her enthusiasm began to fade. She says her name is Remy, and she's happy to meet everyone. I am sorry, young shaman queen. Most of them don't speak Naga. Orthos translated. Some of the clerics called for others, and a few Lamia women came forward to meet Remy. The Naga were considered an uncivilized species, somewhat intelligent, but still instinctive monsters, and even when transformed they were incapable of human speech. A Lamia, on the other hand, had a more human head and upper body, and they could speak the common languages used in the temples, as well as the serpent tongues. Princess Remy, or do we call you Queen Remy because of your species? Either way, welcome to the Temple of the Beast Gods. One of them greeted in the same language Remy used out loud. The two began to talk rapidly enough that the others were having trouble following them. Then they moved forward to hug each other before the Lamia began to give Remy a tour of the temple's highlights. Well, I think they will be busy for a few minutes. Is it all right if the others come out? I know they're not divine beasts with human forms, but they're all eager to see the place with their own eyes. Karl asked. Of course, we would also like to know more about your team. Orthos replied. Karl paused. The dragon made a good point. At this time he was not in a friendly nation, and most likely was not particularly safe. If they tried to do something to mess with the bonds, he could be in trouble. Relax, young beastmaster. We're not going to try to steal your friends. We just want to meet everyone and make a proper report. Many in our nation have been curious about you since the war with the giants broke out. Orthos explained. On one condition. I have a question about how there were so many system users 10,000 years ago, when I was told that the system had faded over 100,000 years earlier. Karl replied, hoping to make a trade. Orthos smiled. That is information that I can give you, and the answer is actually a simple one. You see, 10,000 years ago there was a resurgence in the presence of the dungeons. We don't know for certain what caused it. Perhaps the world dragon testing us to see if we could meet some standard to get a new world dragon scale or set of system stones. But for that 1,000 years or so while the dungeons were active, the continent had nearly as many system users as the old days. Then the dungeons faded, and only a handful of long-lived creatures remained. There were elves that lived a bit longer, and could help their children awaken, but their children lacked that ability. On this continent, it faded nearly as fast as it had appeared. You see, all of the dungeons that appeared here during that time were common grade. Nothing powerful managed to awaken the system by completing a dungeon. They were too far beyond the level for it to reward them. So the resurgence came and went, and the presence of system users became an urban legend, tales of heroes and champions of the churches and armies that faded into the founding myths of the nations that came after. Karl sighed. It would have saved me so much research time if whoever wrote my textbooks had just asked you. The dragon rumbled with laughter. What makes you think I would have told them? I wouldn't have told you, but you were there to see it, and I despise misinformation. Karl nodded in understanding. Once upon a time, the dragon had been aligned with the Darklight host and the largely human population of the area where Karl had landed. But that was a long time ago, and he had no incentive to remind the humans now of the truth about the past. All right, everyone can come out and say hello. Thor, no flirting with the priestesses. Ray, no eating anyone. Kara laughed. You people are way more fun than I expected. I'm going to go poke the dragon. Chapter 455, Poke the Dragon. And poke the dragon is precisely what she did. As soon as she left the space, Kara flapped her wings and extended one black claw to poke Orthos in the nose. Then she flew away across the room, laughing as the clerics tried to at least track the chaos gremlin in badger form as she explored. The ancient dragon simply stared after her in shock, unable to process the fact that he had been booped by a juvenile void badger. That creature is not afraid of anything, is she? I could eat her in one bite. Orthos growled as Kara dove through a slime monster priest as she evaded capture. They were making a valiant effort to capture her, but now that she was covered in slime, even when they could get a hand on her, they couldn't get a grip, and she would just fly off to explore another room, leaving slippery blue footprints everywhere. It was utter chaos, but other than avoiding capture, Kara was pointedly ignoring the clerics. Ray made herself silk socks for the end of her legs so she didn't destroy the floor, and then she also began to wander, but by using her silk to lift herself to the second floor, where the acolytes were watching from. They are under control, right? Orthos asked nervously as he watched the nonsensical scene in his temple. This was a beast god temple, but not all beasts were capable of rational thought. Yeah, they won't hurt anyone, they just want to explore. They spend too much time in their own spaces, and they need to stretch out now and then. Well, most of them. Karl amended. Thor had settled onto the floor so that the clerics could pat him and take measurements. A commander-rank lightning Cero was rare, but a mutated royal-rank lightning Cero that gave off holy energy was a unique find. However, the examination process came with clerics stroking his scales, patting his head, feeding him snacks, and praising him. In short, Thor had no intentions of moving. Does the bloodbath spider enjoy terrifying children? Orthos asked as he looked up at the balcony. Not just children, she just loves terrifying people in general, but I think she's going to make them some sort of playground. At least that's what it looks like. You can take it down later, Karl explained. The dragon smirked up at the balcony as Ray started to make a silk play area for the acolytes. Fortunately for me, I am an elder of the church. It is not my job to take down decorations or clean the upper floors of the temple. However, adding that net just made it a lot more tempting to order them to thoroughly clean the fresco paintings. Orthos joked. Karl looked up and realized that the entire ceiling was covered in ancient murals that portrayed either religious or historical events. As he wasn't familiar with either, it could be both. Damaging one was unthinkable, but every decade or so they would need to be carefully cleaned so that the colors didn't fade, and a fresh coat of clear protectant could be applied to any spots that had flaked. Like Karl, who hadn't realized they were there, the clergy rarely looked up at them. They were more for visitors than the daily residents, but with the acolytes playing up there, someone was bound to notice that there were spots that could use some cleaning. After a few minutes of exploring, Kara was the first to call it quits. People kept bothering her, but now she had the perfect defense mechanism. She could just go back to her space and watch them while they couldn't see her. For the solitude-loving badger, this was possibly the greatest thing that ever happened to her. She could now speak with nobody but family, while still watching everything that happened around her. Did the void badger, Kara, I believe you named her, retreat to her space? One of the clerics asked. Yes, Kara is her name. Unlike the others who I got as infants, she had already picked her name when we met. Karl explained. So, your class lets you capture older beasts as well? Karl shook his head. I can't capture them at all. I brought the others in as eggs, and we bonded when they hatched. Kara stayed for the buffet. That made both the cleric and Kara laugh. The bond was solid now, but when she had first awakened in the space, she could have chosen to leave and fight off the effects of the class ability bonding her. Is that how it works? One of the younger acolytes asked. Karl reached into Kara's space and cut a small strip of meat from the roast pig, then held it out for her. Ooh, meat, thank you. The acolyte gobbled down the snack, and Karl patted her head while the older cleric's face-palmed. All right, I see your point. Sometimes our nature can be used against us. Once she finished eating, the acolyte realized that was precisely how Karl had convinced Kara to stay, and that she had fallen for it as well. You're not going to try to take any of our clerics, are you? An older woman asked suspiciously. I have no idea where the cutoff is, but one of my beasts tried to claim a human for the team, and it didn't work. So I suspect that most or all of these demi-humans would not be considered beasts by the system, even if I wanted to try. Orthos' eyes lit up with excitement. Do you happen to have a piece of equipment that you obtained while you were sent back through time? Did anyone grab any loot while we were there? I don't really want to give him my bracelet for whatever experiment he's got going on, Karl asked. Oh yeah, I've got lots. They're tasty, Kara announced. Karl had thought she was just gathering random bits from the battlefield, but she had been cutting limbs with magical items from the fallen giants. All of the bits in the pile at the edge of her space had a magical item on them. You can eat that? Kara nodded happily. Void badgers have a strong stomach. Magical items are good for growth, but not really worth going to look for. Here, you can have this ring. I've got too many of that flavor. Karl took the giant strength ring and handed it to the dragon. Yes, this is perfect. The system stats are still active on it, he declared, then slid it on his finger. He blinked a few times as a smile grew on his face. Yes, that is perfect. The system interface refreshed. Thank you for this. Do you mind if I hold on to it for a while? Orthos asked. Only if you tell me honestly what you want it for. It's just a giant strength ring. They make new ones every year. Orthos tilted his chin toward where the children were playing with Ray. System-imbued items, like this one, have a chance of awakening the children, the same way that your divine injection does. If the children wear it, there is a chance for them to awaken a class until the effect of the old times fades. Karl nodded. So that is how you kept awakening more systems during the first generation or two after it couldn't happen naturally. Then eventually the system energy must have only brought partial effects or no effects at all. I'm glad you catch on quickly. Your stay here might not be so bad. Karl frowned. I have half a year left on a contract with the Red Dragon that requires me to stay near my teammates and do something that pleases her every few months. We've already been separated for a while during the time that I was gone. Orthos was a dragon, he had to understand. Or so Karl hoped. We will work on something. The beast gods and the dragon clerics don't always get along, but the Red Dragon should understand that you are unavoidably detained and not deliberately leaving them behind. How did you know that was the terms of the contract? Karl asked. Bronze Dragon. It's part of our thing. As an answer for now, because it didn't seem like Orthos was going to give him more answers, or let him just walk out of here and into the Divine Beast Nation's wilderness. Chapter 4, 56 Beast Temple Friends. Their conversation was interrupted when a commotion at the other end of the temple turned into an argument in Serpent. Karl sighed and turned to see what was going on as Orthos hid his laughter behind his sleeve. Remy had a small furry acolyte, and she had raised her body to keep the child out of the reach of the guardian clerics that were trying to take her back to whatever passed for daycare here. What are you doing, Remy? This creature is fascinating. She's half dragon and half catgirl. And why are you keeping her away from the clerics? Because it's funny. Plus, I'm a queen now. Queens get to do what they want, right? Your species is queen, but you're still a princess. You should likely give them the child. Instead of handing the child over, Remy used her lower arms and her elongated body to climb one of the pillars and escape to the upper floor, with a group of clerics chasing after her. I will give her a time out once she puts the child back in bed. Sorry, she had never seen whatever species that is before. The father was a dragonkin from the western regions, and the mother is a Felian, one of the cat women. But a winged beastkin with fur is quite uncommon, especially when they're not bats. The little one gets a lot of attention, and I do fear that we're spoiling her without teaching her about stranger danger. If Remy hadn't been friendly, she could have been injured or abducted by a visiting beast. A few seconds later, the shouting turned to laughing, and Remy came racing back down the hallway and around the spiral staircase, this time holding a full-grown priestess. It was awkward, but with 4 arms, Remy could hold her no problem, and the Naga Queen was surprisingly strong. Karl was used to thinking of her as a small snake, but she wasn't anymore. Well, for another 5 seconds before she put the cleric on the ground and turned back into a small spirit snake to escape up Karl's side, seeking protection on his shoulders. Your Naga friend is insane, the priestess that Remy had been carrying insisted. In her defense, she literally got arms a day ago. If they're not for cuddling small furry creatures, what is the point of having arms? Karl replied. Most of the clerics in the room laughed, and some sort of large beast outside rumbled in amusement. The cleric gave him a skeptical look, and Karl gently stroked Remy's head. Fine, point taken. Sometimes we forget how excited the youngsters are to see new things. The priestess sighed. Pat the head for good luck. Karl didn't question the voice in his mind, as he patted the beastkin woman's soft furred head. Even if it didn't bring good luck, it was totally worth it. The long bunny ears were so soft. "Gah, he got me. I let my guard down because he was human, but he did it," she complained. "Is that some sort of running thing?" "I heard a suggestion that it was good luck," Karl asked. The clerics went silent and Karl turned to Orthos. "Did I say something strange?" The dragon shook his head. "No, but you might have really heard the voice of the gods. They have a particular fondness for messing with rabbit-related beasts and beastkin. Even in the time when you saw me last, there was a superstition that gently touching their ears brought good luck. But you see, their ears are very sensitive, and depending on how you touch them, it can be an erogenous zone." Karl bowed to the priestess. "Sorry, I didn't know it was sexual harassment. Patting as a form of friendly encouragement is pretty common for me. Thor loves it." Some of the other clerics who had been in charge of his measurements smiled at the memory. Thor aggressively loved head pats and most other forms of affection. He was currently outside having his scales polished and scrubbed with sand. Ray returned to her space to let the children play, and the clerics began to relax. Nobody could view Thor as a threat, and the only other outsiders around now were Remy and Karl, and Remy had the favor of the beast gods, even if she was troublesome. "Princess Remy, can you tell us what god favored you when you evolved?" Orthos asked. "Tell them Lucky Statue Lady came to visit me. She has a statue of a pregnant giant that I believe is one of the Titan shaman gods. She says the statue lady was the one." Karl gently removed the statue from her space and took it out to show the dragon. "Fascinating. So a shaman god helped her evolve in a beast god temple. That isn't something that I had expected. But the primordial gods are supporters of both beasts and titans, though they fell from favor when the new pantheons of beast and titan gods were formed. So it's not inconceivable that she would favor who wasn't of the giant tribes, but it is unexpected." "Where did Remy get that statue from? Did she make it herself?" Orthos asked. Karl shook his head and put the statue away, while Remy laughed. "No, it was attached to a spell to summon clones of frost giants along with a large frost stone. We were aiming to break the spell, so we stole the focal object, which was that statue, and it caused the frost stone to shatter," Karl explained. "You didn't stop the spell first?" One of the clerics gasped in shock. Wait, there was an off switch. The clerics looked at him as if he were crazy. "All you had to do was tip over the frost stone. It's the power source, so the spell would have naturally ended when you removed it. I'm surprised that removing the statue or destroying the circle didn't cause a massive explosion." The priest on Karl's right explained. Remy was laughing so hard she almost slid off Karl's shoulder. "Oh, there was an explosion, a rather sizable one," Karl explained. One of the priestesses in the back snapped her fingers. "I know where you got the statue. The spot along the border, just north of where the magma dragon appeared from. There was an explosion that sent a cloud of frost magic high into the sky. Our scouts saw it from Whiten Temple." Karl whistled in appreciation. "Now that's a good range. We didn't get a good view, being as close to the blast as we were." "You were still nearby when it exploded?" the priest asked. "We were still getting clear of the crater that the stone was in when it exploded. Even with commander rank barriers, there were injuries." The priest and Orthos nodded in understanding. The explosion was huge, but not contained, so it was lower damage over a much larger area than if it had been indoors. "Is it true that you challenged a royal rank frost giant at commander rank?" one of the priestesses asked, sliding up beside Karl so he could pet her fluffy cat ears. That was clearly a bribe to trick him into giving away secrets, but it wasn't really a secret that he had taken out a royal rank frost giant. It had been on the news. "Let me regale you with the tale of an investigation gone wrong or successfully failed, as you might say," Karl began. A well-told story was as important as the actual details, and the clerics were all eager to hear all about the war between the Golden Dragon Nation and the Giants. Chapter 457, Story Time. Karl ended up seated on the ground by the altar, with a semicircle of acolytes in front of him, invested in his stories of the battle zones along the border, and of his adventures in the time-regressed instance. That one was their favorite. Not only was there the story of saving elven children, the Grand Priest Orthos could even confirm some parts of it personally, as he had been there for it. What was better than a hero story that you knew was true? "So if you just stand there and don't flinch, the orcs will respect your bravery, not just run you over?" one of the acolytes, a boy about 4 years old, asked. "That's right. If you have the strength, orcs will respect it. Then you just have to prove to them that you're not bluffing. I hear that the clerics of the beast's gods are outstanding fighters, so if you grow up big and strong like Auntie Slith over there, you can make them respect you. Then you can join them to beat up the bad guys and rescue the prisoners." The reptilian clerics laughed, as Slythe, the way Karl had pronounced it, was just the word for Lamia in their language. With a different inflection, it was Naga, and the clerics were surprised that Karl had gotten it right, despite not speaking the language. Karl launched into the story of defeating the giants, and the kids became skeptical. No way, the monarch giants are too strong. They protested. Why don't we go outside and I will show you something amazing? Karl offered. Everyone followed him outside to where Thor was basking in the sun with a number of Dragonkin clerics leaning against him. Karl took out 2 monarch-rank bodies, one from the village and one from the slavers. Ray had saved both of them for blood and personal use. See, these are the bodies of the 2 that I defeated on that trip. Now I will have Miss Ray put them back in storage, and we can put out a blanket to tell stories here in the sun where it is warm. Orthos smiled at the high priest next to him. He's actually a skilled babysitter. He might have made a proper bard if he had different luck with the system. That class of his is dangerous, though. See how the kids are drawn to him? He doesn't feel like a human. They instinctively react to him as if he were a beast himself, even when they're looking at him. The high priest countered. Orthos shrugged. We tend to trust our nose over our eyes, with so many shapeshifters in the church. He smells like a beast, not a human. Can you show us how that skill works? One of the kids was asking. The boy was a fire basilisk, and his species had flaming body as an innate skill, but he was still young, and awakened rank. He hadn't mastered the advanced methods that Karl was describing. All right, pick up that stick. That should do. Now focus on extending the ability over your hands and down the stick. The boy glowed in pride as he showed off that he had already mastered the weapon coating. Now when you spin it, focus on letting the edge of the flame stay right where they are. Karl waved his hand back and forth, leaving a shield of flaming body in the air. A little girl jumped to her feet next to the boy and grabbed another stick from the ground. I've got that skill too. Let me try, she demanded. All right, start it here on my hand. Now move the stick and imagine that I'm holding it in place so you can spread it out. Karl grabbed the edge of the ability as she moved the stick with great effort. Then he did the same for the boy as the cleric stared at him. The high priest turned back to Orthos. There is something wrong with that human. Who grabs an attack skill with their bare hands? Humans aren't immune to fire. Orthos chuckled. I think he has damage reduction on his equipment. Their skills aren't doing enough damage to hurt him. That changed the high priest's estimation of Karl's threat level. He is using a royal rank epic armor spell. Orthos added. What are the gods thinking? The high priest muttered. I think they want him to bring the system back. Everything he has described so far sounds like he's being guided toward a larger fate. An ancient Lamia woman slid up beside the dragon. Do you think that it's possible that we are having another resurgence? Even if it's only 1,000 years, we might be able to make better use of it this time. There is that commander rank dungeon that opened. That sounds like things might be changing for the better. Orthos thought about it as Karl brought more kids with innate barrier skills up and showed them how to make shields with them away from their bodies. The teachers would show them eventually, but the kids were more eager to learn from Karl because he had cool stories about defeating bullies. Motivation was a major factor in beasts and beastkin expanding their skills. Who went to investigate the dungeon? I don't recall getting a report. Bishop Misty went to investigate. You know how she is. She will file a report in her own time. The high priest sighed. Bishop Misty, the temporal dragon, is the one that investigated the dungeon? I don't suppose we've asked Prince Karl where he was before he went missing through time. Orthos sighed. The rest of the clerics paused. That was right. Misty was less reliable than the average nature cleric, and had zero sense of punctuality as she saw time as a fluid function. But the fact that she might have met with an interesting human and interfered in the time flow hadn't occurred to them until now. She hadn't done it in generations, as her kind hated to change the timeline and cause ripples in the natural order. But she was certainly capable. Orthos gestured to one of the Felian clerics who went over to stand beside Karl, who was happily teaching a young griffin to make a better wind barrier. Where did you go between the battlefield and the anomaly? Our scouts saw you leave weeks ago. Did you get to explore more before you were transferred? She asked. Karl smiled and stroked her ears, making the priestess purr. Sorry, that part is confidential. I had to take care of some things away from the battle for a while and then celebrate the birthday of one of my team members. Orthos sighed. That wasn't a confirmation, but enough for them to suspect that he had been the one at the dungeon when it first opened. But in the process, she had told him that they were watching the battlefield from a distance, when officially they didn't have any spies within the Golden Dragon Nation. It wasn't exactly a good trade of intelligence details, but once they found the bishop they would have confirmation of the timeline, even if she hadn't been the one that had been messing with it. Chapter 458. Teaching Skills. The clerics went inside while Karl taught the children. leaving only a few junior priestesses with him, as they were instinctively drawn to Thor, who was currently napping in the sun. So, when Karl went from hands-on training the young beasts to writing, nobody in charge noticed. This will be great. I'm sure I can use Rend. Kara was laughing as Karl finished the second copy of the book. He had been careful to make sure the kids were not paying attention as he worked, and they had thought he was just doing paperwork, so they hadn't realized that he was doing anything special. Karl passed the book into her space, and the book vanished as soon as the Void Badger touched it. All right. Does everyone understand the rules to the Thor challenge? You have to extend your barrier in front of yourself and charge at your training partner. Whoever's shield fails first loses. Then the winners challenge each other. The last one standing gets this skill book. Karl explained. This was likely a terrible idea, giving new skills to citizens of a hostile nation, but they were baby clerics in training, and they were all beasts or beastkin with claws. They should be able to use Rend, or they could trade it with the others for something they needed. Most beasts couldn't innately use it, as they didn't hunt like Hawk did. Instead, they would have claw or shred, sometimes slash. The priestesses looked up when they heard the first collision, but the kids looked like they were playing, so they went back to sunning themselves with Thor. The acolytes were really invested in the game, running full speed at each other, not caring that most of the effect was going to be from the two shields interacting with each other. If they could hit hard enough that their target lost their footing, they would also lose focus on the barrier, and most of them had only just learned to expand it, so they would lose. After a few minutes, the noise drew the elder clerics back outside. They paused for a moment as they saw what looked like the kids' roughhousing, but the organization showed that it was some sort of unorthodox training exercise. There were only 4 left. The young griffin, a half-dragon, the fire basilisk, and a Felian who had learned an earth shield skill. They were all under 6 years old and all awakened, so the contest was a hard-fought one, but they were all exhausted and they were barely stumbling towards each other when the high priests came back out. They weren't known to push themselves this hard in training without a reason, so the elders stopped to watch as the Felian lost to the griffin, and the half-dragon continually clashed with the fire basilisk until he actually passed out from exhaustion. Once they were out, Remy doused them with a healing splash, and Thor put eternal lightning over them to help recover their energy, but the latest few defeated acolytes would still be in no shape to watch the finals. Half-dragon and Gryphon squared off and flapped their wings, crashing barriers together at a remarkable speed that made the clerics flinch. Someone could be seriously injured with this game, and they would have to ban it before the kids tried it unsupervised and someone broke their neck. 4 times they collided and flew apart. Then on the 5th they collided with a shattering of shields and crashed shoulders together. That's a draw. Congratulations to our 2 winners. Now, I only have 1 book for you, but I think that I can come up with another prize. Give them a stone, Thor suggested. He was very pleased with the game, enough that he was willing to part with one of his precious holy stones. All right, I have 2 rewards. Do you know the game of rock, paper, scissors? Karl asked. The 2 laughed, and the half-dragon stood up straighter, smirking at the griffin, who was sitting on its haunches, so its clawed front feet were free to play the game. 1, 2, 3. Go high, win. Scissors beat paper. The half-dragon cheered. Karl held out his hands, the stone in one and the book in the other. You won the show-off, so you pick first. The girl grabbed the book and held it over her head, cheering before she opened it and the book vanished. Then the griffin gave a happy coo and plucked the stone from Karl's hand. The half-lion, half-bird monster promptly ate the stone, leaving Karl staring at it in confusion. It's storing the stone in its gizzard. It won't leave there, and it will be used to grind its food, imbuing everything it eats with a bit of holy energy from now on, Thor explained. Wait! The clerics were shouting as they ran over. It's all right. It's just a holy stone. It won't hurt anyone. Karl shouted back, thinking that they were concerned about him giving candy to the griffin. Not that. The skill book. You let a child use a skill book. The priestess sighed. It's only a Rend book. I can get more when I get home, Karl explained. Still, skill books are incredibly valuable. You don't give them as presents to children. One of the other kids laughed. So are holy stones, and Emma ate one of those. The cleric sighed and glared at Karl while Thor and Remy laughed. Hey, all clerics use that same look. It's not just a dragon cleric thing, Remy noted. I think it's a special Karl thing, Hawk suggested. No, they give the same look to Lotus, Thor reminded him. You really don't understand why we're upset, do you? One of the clerics demanded. Relax, I promised them the Rend skill if they won, and I paid in full. It would be an insult to the gods to cheat their acolytes. How many of your beasts can use that skill? The Felian cat girl who had come to get information from Karl earlier asked. Just Hawk and Kara. The others don't actually have claws, so they're not well suited to it. They have other ways to attack. Oh, I bet I can put disintegration on Rend and throw the skill even further. This is a good skill, Kara realized. Ren flies much better than thrown balls. Hawk agreed. Kara was going to be a menace the next time they got into battle. Disintegrate was dangerous enough on its own as a monarch rank skill. The clerics sighed in frustration, and Ortho smirked at them. Those are all important questions, but you're asking the wrong questions. What you should be asking is how he taught the kids to use such complex applications of their innate skills before they were even old enough for school, the dragon suggested. Karl knew perfectly well what the reason was. Skillmaster didn't require the beasts to be bonded, and the ones that had done the best were all at least half-beast. He had completely forgotten that he had the skill active constantly, as it was an essential for his team. But when he was focusing on teaching a skill, it was even more effective, as it was targeted. Chapter 459 found him. While Karl and the beasts were in the temple playing with children, a certain nature cleric was having horrific visions. I swear I did something to make the goddess mad. How is this fair? Lotus cried. What did you see? Lotus asked. He's playing with a baby griffon. It's not even part of his team. Someone just gave him a baby griffon to play with. Lotus complained, with tears of frustration in the corners of her eyes. When did he get to a temple? Do you know what sort of temple it is? Tessa asked, trying to keep the little cleric focused. Visions were usually intended to give them some sort of valuable information, not just to taunt a single bored priestess. They had been stuck here for an entire week now, waiting for some news or new orders. The issues had been dealt with the first day, and there were no known threats in the region anymore. Doug was at the mine's cafeteria helping them with lunch for the workers. A company provided meal for every shift, but the others were simply lounging around in the courtyard outside the only hotel in town. The sound of a helicopter let them know that something was coming, but there was no announcement over the radio to let them know to be prepared for a pickup. Normally, any pickup flight would give them an advanced warning so that they weren't wasting time. That was the first helicopter they had heard since they had been dropped off, and after a few seconds they saw that it was a Bureau of Elite Development helicopter, so it had to be here for them, even if there was no message. The pilot put it down outside the city limits in a field, and a 10-agent mission team disembarked. That was not what any of them were expecting. Colonel Valerie led the team to the town wall as the helicopter's rotors spun down, suggesting that they were expecting to be here for at least a few hours. Ladies and gentlemen, it's good to see you all rested. Where is High Priest Doug? Cafeteria. Tessa replied with a gesture over her shoulder. Would you mind going to get him? We need to have a discussion about some new intelligence that we have received. Tessa nodded. I think that we have some for you as well. High Priestess Lotus has been having visions all day. Bob ran off to get Doug, while the colonel led them to the mayor's offices, the only soundproofed area in town where secure meetings could be held. In minutes, everyone was gathered, along with the mayor of the lithium mines village. I believe it goes without saying, but nothing said here leaves this room, Valerie began. The others nodded, and she continued. We have confirmation that Prince Karl is alive. He was recently spotted at a beast god temple in the Divine Beast Nation. It is not currently safe to attempt to recover him by force, but we have been in contact with 2 of the dragons at the temple, and we believe that we can arrange to have him safely returned to the border. Lotus let out an annoyed grumble, and the colonel turned her attention to the cleric. I've been having visions all day of him playing with baby monsters. I think that he made a deal with the clerics to let him babysit, or maybe train the youngest acolytes. It's not fair. Colonel Valerie looked confused, so Tessa explained. It's a Lotus thing. She can see the visions as if she's there, only she can't touch anything. First it was visions of Karl with young elves in an elven village, then today it is a vision of him with young monsters. It also appears that he has a new partner, a honey badger, and that Remy has evolved into a Naga shaman, or possibly a Naga queen. The colonel looked shocked. That could complicate things. If he has that much amass power, the divine beasts are not going to want to let him go so easily. He is a high-level threat that might be turned against them in the future, and his class allows him to bond beasts. If the dragons agree to work with us and bring him back, there might be a price to pay for his return, but that is the government's problem. Our team is here to collect you all in preparation to meet with him, so that the contract with the Red Dragon isn't broken. Doug tapped the table as he thought. Do you think it is possible that he might make a break for it through the wilderness? If there is anyone who wouldn't fear the wild areas of the Divine Beast Nation, it is him. In fact, they might not even realize that he's not one of them. If he put his hood up, he could pass as one of the beastskin. Colonel Valerie sighed. That's what we're afraid of. He's at a temple right now, but they might not prevent him from leaving, and that would put him out of reach of both our spies and any sort of safety he might be enjoying. There are 2 dragons there, a bronze dragon overlord, and a commander-rank green dragon who is practicing her healing skills at their temple. Lotus froze for a moment, then frowned. Her linked dragon was a commander-rank juvenile green dragon. If it was not a vision, but an info dump from her patron, who was usually so eager to see new things, it would make all sorts of sense. She never got to see things on her own. So now that she had seen them, she was just sharing everything with Lotus. But when she thought about it, her patron seemed naive and intrigued by the concept of getting to go apprentice at a temple. So, it wasn't her green dragon, just another young one. That was a relief somehow. Colonel Valerie continued her explanation. Tonight we are going to head to the border and make contact with the representatives of the Divine Beast Nation. We are not officially at war with them, but we are not on particularly good terms with them either, so I need everyone to be on their best behavior. I don't know who they will send to meet with us, but be extra respectful and remember that they are the representatives of another nation. A neutral nation that we need to stay neutral in our conflict with the giants. They are known to send a lower-ranking beast as their representative, just to see if we will take it as an insult. That means no trying to treat the representative like a child or a wild animal. No talking down to them, in short. Don't do anything out of line if you want us to get Karl back without months of headaches. Dana laughed. Now that Thor is surrounded by Divine Beast Nation clerics, he might not want to leave. They're extra friendly to beasts, right? So even if they don't want Karl there, the rest of the team should be pretty popular. Ophelia laughed. There is no way that Thor is not popular. Everyone loves Thor. The visiting bureau team members chuckled. They could only imagine the chaos that would happen if the divine beasts refused to assist in returning an elite that had been brought there by an anomaly, because his beasts were too likable. The team smirked at the thought. They could definitely see it happening. But the good news was that they now had reliable intelligence on Karl's safety, and not just vague visions of him interacting with... Chapter 4-60. Making a Deal. 4 hours later, the helicopter landed at the border of the Divine Beast Nation, not far from where the Floquois River headwaters started at a natural spring. Assembled to meet them was an odd assortment of creatures. There was a dire bear, a dragonkin priestess, and a trio of moorcats. Other than the priestess, who was a commander-rank high priestess, the others were all strong monarchs. The colonel had been expecting the Divine Beast Nation to send a weak representative as an insult, but it appeared that they had sent an exceptionally powerful emergency response team to meet them. There was still a portal open behind the beasts, waiting for the meeting to end, and Ophelia began to suspect that this meeting might not go the way they were hoping. So as they got out of the helicopter, she shifted into werebear form, ensuring that there would be at least one beastkin with their contingent. She had some hope that it would help alleviate the hostility she could feel, and unlike her dire bear form, she could still speak as a werebear. The two sides stopped a few meters apart, and the dragonkin high priestess nodded at the newly arrived clerics while ignoring the others. First, as a sign of good faith, she announced, then opened a viewing spell that showed Karl teaching a combat class to a group of 5-year-olds. He was currently showing them the art of the side chokehold, where you could get close enough to a beast's neck that they couldn't bite you as you attacked. Thor was napping in the background, and Colonel Valerie prepared for the worst. Karl was clearly accepted by the beasts if they were letting him be around the kids, and that was going to make it harder to get him back. We should have warned him not to be so friendly to foreign nations, Colonel Valerie's assistant whispered to her. But if he wasn't, what sort of condition would he be in now? She whispered back. The dragonkin gestured for Tessa to come forward and speak with her, but the beasts growled when the colonel tried to join her. High Priestess, I have been informed that your team has a contract with the dragon gods. The dragonkin began. Tessa silently nodded and took out a copy of the contract. So the 4 of you? She asked. Normally we travel as a group of 8. Ophelia is our 5th for most situations, while Morgana, Bob and Doug bolster our numbers for dangerous situations. That was a rather powerful group, with Bob and Doug both at royal rank, and Morgana right at the bottleneck. But the High Priestess had been informed of Karl's combat power with his beasts, and he would still be the designated leader of the team even in the Divine Beast Nation, despite his youth. I have been approved to bring his contracted team members to him. No more. I am willing to make an exception for the werebear, but not the humans. What are the chances that he could be returned to the group here? We do have duties to take care of as well, Tessa asked. The dragonkin high priestess shook her head. The grand priest says his skills are too valuable to let him go before his debt is cleared. What debt? The dragonkin shrugged. I have no idea. It wasn't explained to me, as it was considered non-negotiable. Can you ask? Perhaps we can help settle the debt right now. Her eyes seemed to glaze over as she used a communication spell. He did not clarify, and only said that they are still cleaning slimy footprints off the ceiling. That left Karl's entire team confused. None of the beasts had slime-type abilities, and the ones that could conceivably be on the ceiling were Ray and Hawk, neither of which would leave footprints. Had Karl done something that involved him fighting indoors with slimy feet? Hopefully he hadn't gotten into a fight with the beast god clerics. Tessa turned to Colonel Valerie for answers. Sending more elites into the Divine Beast Nation defeated the purpose of trying to recover one. But they did have a contract that said they wouldn't leave each other behind. He certainly seemed like he was on an adventure, and if they let him go alone now that they had the chance to join him, it might be a violation of the contract. "Can I have a moment to confer with the Bureau agents?" Tessa asked. The High Priestess nodded, and Tessa stepped back to talk to the others. "Where do I go from here?" "It's pretty clear that they're not going to let him go easily. We came here to get an elite back, but with the contract, most of us will have to go to him if he won't be brought to us," she whispered. Colonel Valerie sighed and nodded. "If it comes down to that, try to get terms from them, preferably a condition to return you all home once whatever debt he racked up has been paid. I suspect that it's a made-up charge, an excuse to keep him there. I just wish that I could confidently say that him leaving slimy footprints on the ceiling was a false accusation." Dana smirked. "Yeah, we were all a bit startled at that, but I don't think anyone would say it's impossible or even all that unlikely." In the distance they heard the dire bear's rumbling laughter. "The bear has definitely met him. He wouldn't be laughing that hard if he didn't know Karl," Doug noted. The dire bear nodded in agreement, letting everyone know his hearing was sensitive enough to hear their whispers. "Why are we pretending that any of this is a secret meeting? We can all hear each other," Dana asked. The bear and the moorcats all made huffing, laughing noises at her comment, and even the dragonkin priestess chuckled. Tessa stepped back toward the Divine Beast Nation group. "We would ask to join our partner until such time as we can all leave together. What we ask is that you guarantee our safety and our return together to the Golden Dragon Nation at the soonest opportunity." The High Priestess was silent for a minute as she considered the wording. "We can agree to bring you to him and assist you in fulfilling the terms of the contract with the Red Dragon until such time as you all leave together at our earliest convenience," she suggested. That was not quite the same thing, as there were many exceptions to earliest convenience, but it was not a bad agreement, as they had agreed to allow them to fulfill the terms of the contract. The contract stipulated that they needed to please the Red Dragon, so it would be difficult to keep them there in a secure temple for an extended period, as the divine beasts were not at war with anyone. The Black Dragon who ruled their nation didn't see the need. The deaths on the continent were balancing themselves. Colonel Valerie nodded and handed Tessa a small bag that she put in her storage. She could check the contents later, but it was most likely a method of contacting home from outside of regular radio range. That was all the signal that Tessa needed to know that they would be leaving. Chapter 4, 61. Team reunited. The team said their goodbyes to the Mackenzie brothers and Morgana, then prepared to follow the beasts to their destination. "Before we go, there are a few ground rules you should be aware of. This is not a human nation, so we expect you to be on your best behavior. Your military and government ranks mean nothing to us. Beasts have our own ranking system. The only reason we have agreed to this is that we don't want to offend the gods by refusing. Now, if you understand that, we should get along just fine. If you have abilities that let you travel more quickly, I suggest you use them now. We won't to the destination. Open a portal directly," the High Priestess explained. Dana activated her movement skill, but neither cleric had anything that was going to help them much with that. However, as High Priestesses of the Dragon Gods, they did have some dragon features and solid stamina. However, when Ophelia transformed into her dire bear form, the big monarch-ranked dire rank bear made a rumbling noise that almost sounded friendly. "I think you have an admirer." Dana laughed as Ophelia rolled her eyes at B-Bear. "Calm down, big boy. She's a werebear. Her default form is human, not dire bear. This is a skill she learned." Tessa teased. The High Priestess in the beast group laughed, then winked at her huge, furry friend. Then she led them through the portal, leaving the Bureau team behind. The beastskin on the other side of the portal didn't seem impressed to see the group that had come through, but they should have heard most of the conversation, and they didn't try to stop them from leaving the area, jogging down a well-traveled dirt path. They could hear laughing in the distance, and the dire bear huffed in amusement. "It seems your friends will be waiting for you. They're back out again after dinner, working with the children," the High Priestess explained. "Is this some deal you've made with him?" Tessa asked. "Not exactly. You will understand when you see it." Karl had no idea that anyone was coming for him so soon, so he was overseeing a sparring match between the acolytes and Kara, preparing them for when they might have to deal with a rampaging feral beast. The others were too large to fight without skills, or in Remy's case, too deadly in her smaller form. Remy's only attack in snake form was a venomous bite, and at her rank that would instantly kill the acolytes. Kara, on the other hand, could deactivate her skills and play with the kids as long as they wanted. She puffed up her back like she was angry and let the kids circle her. The older clerics laughed. A void badger rarely got defensive and angry. They weren't afraid of anything, they just attacked when they were angry. But she was fighting kids under 7 years old. Once she was certain the kids were in position, Kara moved, grabbing a boy around the waist and spinning him around to body slam him before nuzzling his belly to simulate a bite attack. "What did we just go over? You can't let her grab you like that. If you do that with a feral beast, they'll eat you," Karl reminded the kids. The one targeted should use their weapon to bash at her paws while the others move in to capture and restrain her, he explained. "Now go again." This time the boy used his training sword to bat away Kara's claw as he retreated, and the void badger began to chase the others around as their plan fell apart. "Gather around. Force her to the ground. You can hit her, it won't hurt her," Karl encouraged. She swatted one a bit harder than intended, and Karl darted forward to catch the little acolyte before they hit the ground. "Keep your guard up. Fighters with shields to the front, keep her occupied." That was how Dana led the group into the training grounds at the temple to find Kara with a werewolf in a headlock, giving him a wet willy. "Karl, what are you teaching the children?" she called. "Dana, how did you get here? I didn't expect to see you until I got back." Meet Kara, the winged void badger, and the newest member of the team. Kara let go of the boy to fly over to Dana and tackle her to the ground, where she could be properly examined. "Your friend is a human mage. They're kind of squishy. Give her the bracelet, or I'm going to break her just trying to say hello. Kindly don't break my team members. There are likely going to be 2 clerics and a berserker coming, all human." Dana looked up at the void badger, who was sniffing at her and pulling at her armor to inspect the equipment. The robes smell like Ray. "That's good, they shouldn't tear." "Oh, more people." Kara spread her wings and launched forwards, only to be intercepted and grabbed by Lotus. "You are adorable. I'm Lotus. Are you one of Karl's friends?" she asked. "This one doesn't listen well." Kara spread her wings and flapped hard, lifting both herself and Lotus into the air so she could deposit the cleric on Ophelia's back. Then she slid down to examine Tessa, leaving Lotus confused. "I swear I had a good grip on her. Badgers are hard to hold on to," Lotus noted. "Even with magic, they mostly do what they like. It's good to see you all again. But how did you end up here? Unless my map-reading skills are exceptionally poor, we're a long way from the border." Tessa chuckled at Karl's question. "They brought us to you because of the contract. Apparently you have things to do before you leave." Karl nodded. "That is true. I'm in the middle of teaching the kids to use their innate skills, and we learned some very interesting new things in the last day or so." "Oh, what did you learn?" Tessa asked, as she realized that Karl had become fully sidetracked in a temple full of beasts. He was as bad as the nature priests, but he was focusing on expanding his system skills, not just on the new experiences. "Well, the first obvious one is that I'm quite good with children, but more importantly, I discovered that I can use skill books in a whole new way. We were just about to start if you want to watch." They were confused, but when Karl called Remy out in her Naga Queen form, they were all shocked. "Oh, right," Remy advanced. "She can only speak serpent so far, but we're working on it." Now, for the part that we were about to test, Orthos came out with a freshly written book in his hands and reluctantly handed it to Karl. If this went wrong, from the dragon's point of view, Karl would use the book, and it would vanish. Their inscriptionists had spent half the day on this. He didn't want to lose it, but Karl was confident that his theory would work. Karl opened the skill book and began to read it to Remy, while focusing on using Skillmaster to transfer the knowledge to Remy. It was a 4-armed combat style, and the chances of Karl being able to use it were very low. But if they gave the book to Remy, should be able to. The dragon wouldn't agree to that, but he had agreed to lend it to Karl, with the condition that he replaced it with something of equal value if this didn't work. It took 15 minutes of chanting the instructions before Karl was done, and Remy began to make her way through the movements of the skill. She still wasn't quite there, but she had the basics, and with practice she was getting better by the minute. "Come back, and I will try again. A second lesson might help," Karl offered. He was right. The second time around, Remy was much better. She still didn't quite have the skill, but she was getting close. Karl closed the book and settled down on the grass. "That took way more energy than expected," he explained. Orthos took the book back before Karl got it dirty, but the ancient dragon was beaming with joy. "It really works. You can teach a beast to use a skill from the book without destroying it. There are so many books that we can't duplicate, but can't afford to not have anyone know." He cheered. "So that is the thing that was so important that you couldn't leave. They want you to teach a beast how to use a rare skill." Dana realized. Orthos nodded. Not just a rare skill, I want him to teach one of our prodigies an epic skill. Chapter 4 to 62, Sharing the Power. What skill did you want him to teach someone? Tessa asked, suspicious of the dragon's intentions. You don't need to be so suspicious, War Cleric. I am a bronze dragon, a disciple of the god of law and order. I dislike disruption and the way things are supposed to be done, and I have little leniency for disrespect. He's totally talking about me. Kara laughed, recalling the way she had booped him on the nose. The newly arrived members were a bit wary of the dragon's temper, but Karl was smiling at Kara's uncaring attitude. Why don't we try that now? It could be fun. I haven't gotten to see an epic skill in a while, not since I learned bestial raiment, Karl suggested. All right, please come inside. We will provide refreshments for your friends, but you might want to restrain the nature priestess. Nature high priestess, Karl corrected, which made the dragon roll his eyes. Nature high priestess, he reluctantly agreed. Tessa took control of Lotus, who was about to wander away following the beastkin children. They had promised to be on their best behavior, but the void badger had vanished and Ray wasn't out to distract her. Plus, the newborn green dragon in her mind wanted to know all the things. Orthos led Karl to a secured room with protective magic cast on everything. There was a large tome open on a desk, open to the first page and locked under glass. The tome is delicate, we can't let you touch it. Can you teach from that? Orthos asked. I should be able to. I can read the tome. So, as long as someone can change the page, I should be able to use my skill to teach it. The question is if anyone is actually compatible with the skill. Rare skills tend to be rare for an excellent reason, Karl reminded him. We have a candidate. Orthos replied simply. He whistled, and a moorcat, larger than any Karl had seen before, and at the peak of monarch rank, came in to sit next to the dragon. All right, you need to be in a relaxed state for this to work as well as possible. Is there anything that would help? He asked. The cat turned to Orthos, and they must have been communing mentally before Orthos shook his head. No, he should be fine. Do you need him to move? You noted with the children that teaching works better with direct physical contact. If you can shift here so I can rest a hand on you while I read, that would be best. The moorcat shifted a little so he could see Karl, but had his tail draped over Karl's shoulders. Yes, that should work wonderfully. Now, Chapter 1, The Essentials of the Ghost Beast Stealth Skill. When they reached the end of a page, Orthos would flip them with magic, and Karl would continue, focusing the recently improved Skillmaster ability on both the moorcat and Ray. She was resting in her space but listening intently. She didn't need to be outside, they were permanently linked, and this sounded like just the sort of skill that she would love. It was also the essential skill for a moorcat at the peak of the monarch rank to evolve into a ghost cat and break through the bottleneck to become an overlord. Ray didn't understand human politics, but she understood beasts, and this was a colossal favor to be asking of Karl. Advancing a beast to the overlord rank added to the nation's top combat power. Even one or two more overlords in a battle could be enough to tilt it in favor of one nation or another. There was no way that Kara leaving footprints all over the ceiling as she ran away from the clerics warranted this. Even teaching the children who would clean the mess should have been enough to pay their debt. But she knew that Karl was doing this as much for her as for the moorcat and the bronze dragon. This was an epic grade skill that was fully capable of taking her to the overlord rank, and it would most likely cause her to evolve instantly when she learned it. What form that evolution would take was unknown, but for her future, she would do her very best to learn every bit of this skill, no matter how long she had to practice. But this skill seemed to be attuned to her. A natural fit in the same way that her own innate skills were, even more natural than Golem's, and she loved her golems. Perhaps this was a skill that she would have also naturally gained as she advanced. When he was finished with the book once, Karl realized that it was a good start, but neither beast had quite mastered the skill yet. The essence of it, that was so completely foreign to a living being that it could not be mastered so easily, even by the beasts that would call it an innate skill in their new form. Ghost Beast did not actually hide you, that was taken care of by other skills. Ghost Beast let you step halfway out of phase with reality to briefly move through an object like a door or wall. According to the text, it was incredibly draining, and few could hope to do it more than once a day. But for an assassin-type beast, being able to step through a door or a solid wall to get to your target was an absolutely brutal advantage. The name fit the skill, and Karl was looking forward to the terror that Ray could cause once she had mastered the ability. The moorcat, now a ghost cat, or well on its way to becoming one, was the first to master the ability, but Karl dutifully continued reading the skill book to let Ray finish learning. The cat wasn't moving yet, but Karl could sense the skill activation, so he was reasonably certain that it had mastered the ability. He briefly considered the fact that a ghost cat didn't actually pose a major threat to most, as they were too large to it in the room unless they were laying down, but out in the wilderness or in the bordering nations belonging to the giants there would be no such restrictions. Before they were through the incredibly long book the second time, Ray had managed to phase through one of the trees in her space. That might not count as they weren't real, but as far as Karl could tell, the skill was active. He finished the reading for the second time and nodded to Orthos. I believe that the task is done. The skill should have been understood and transferred, so if it was the key to advancement, that should come within the next day or two, he explained. The bronze dragon smiled. You have no idea how much you have helped us today. By allowing the Divine Beast Nation to gain a new Overlord rank beast that might be able to instruct others of his species in the skill he has just learned. Oh, I think I have a fairly decent grasp on just what I have done here today. I just hope that I don't regret it later. Chapter 463. Bishop Misty. Orthos smiled at Karl. I do like smart people. But if you already knew what I was planning, why did you go along with it so effectively? You could have given just enough to give him hope every day for a week before anyone got impatient. Karl smiled at the ancient dragon. I think it's better to have powerful friends, don't you? Without this skill, there was no way that our friend was going to become a ghost cat. It's not a skill that can easily be learned on your own, so the chances of a moor cat evolving in that direction are close to zero. The cat rumbled in amusement that vibrated through the tail he still had slung over Karl's shoulder. Perhaps you are right. It is hard to say that you are a threat to the nation when everyone here is beginning to consider you a friend. Even the acolytes are fond of your lessons. They say that you are a more effective teacher than the clerics are, and that is saying something. They walked out of the library section with the rare books, and a white-haired woman with white eyes joined them. Oh, Prince Karl, it is good to see you back in your proper timeline. How was your journey? She asked. Quite productive, actually. If you would like a detailed version, you can ask the young ones. They had me tell the story at least 3 times. They should have it memorized by now. Karl replied politely. Orthos chuckled. 3 times might be an understatement. Bishop Misty, did you have a report for us? The bronze dragon asked. That depends on if the Beastmaster has already told you everything, or if he's still holding out. The Golden Dragon Nation has a stable commander rank dungeon, and I can confirm that it is awakening at least partially complete systems with the ability to let the recipients randomly or directly select their class. What else was there? I saw in a vision that you've already met Kara and Remy, so I don't need to go into that. Did the Cero try to hit on the forest dragon here or before? Don't worry about that. His game is smooth, but not that smooth. Karl stared in shock. He had no idea who this woman was, but she seemed to know an awful lot about him. So it is confirmed to be a resurgence. Do you know what is causing it? The white-eyed woman shook her head. No, they're as random as ever, but this human has excellent luck with being sent to where they appear. Perhaps that means your temple gets the next one, as he was sent here when he returned. Orthos sighed. I hope not. That's far too much trouble. But I'm glad that you managed to find time to come and give a report, Bishop. The woman chuckled. Yes, I found time. That's a good one. Now I have things to see, people to do. I will return later. Then she turned into a thick white mist and simply vanished out the window. Well, she's an interesting one. Is she a form of oracle or prophet? I hear that they see the world in unique ways. Karl asked. Well, I can't say that her way of seeing the world is normal, but I wouldn't call her an oracle or prophet in the usual sense, which meant that she had other ways of finding out obscure information. Karl would have to remember that. Bishop Misty, he would remember that name. He could hear chaos in the next room over, and Karl smiled as he realized that Lotus had met the acolytes unsupervised. She had almost certainly gotten a lecture in advance, but that wouldn't keep her contained for long. As expected, she was sitting cross-legged on the floor, with a small Felian catgirl in her lap, reading a story to the youngest acolytes of the church. Dana came over to give Karl a hug, then blushed as she realized that Orthos was still standing on his far side. I will let you get reacquainted with your team. We can speak tomorrow about other matters. The acolytes will show you all to your rooms after dinner. The ancient dragon walked away, leaving Karl with his team. Curiously, Ophelia was still in werebear form, and wearing armor. In fact, they were all wearing armor. You know, they're not going to attack. You can relax. Karl reminded them. You're too relaxed. We're in a foreign nation with no official treaties with the Golden Dragon Nation or the Church. Armor is just common sense, though I see that you're comfortable. Training children for them and helping their ranking beasts gain new skills. Tessa replied. Karl patted her on the shoulder. It's all under control. Well, almost all under control, but you just got here. There are a few things that I should explain. Kara and Remy, can you come out and say hello? Remy came out first and stole the Felian child from Lotus before the little cleric could react. Both Remy and the young acolyte laughed as Remy lifted the girl in the air and spun her as she coiled herself in the middle of the floor. Remy, you're a naga now. Remy handed the child to Tessa, who seemed more reliable than the others to be holding a child, and nodded happily. Remy pointed to the crown on her head, where it was holding her veil down. A Naga queen, Lotus guessed. Remy nodded again and grabbed Lotus to hug her. When did Remy get so affectionate? Tessa asked. As soon as she got arms. Now that she can hug people without them thinking she's trying to kill them, she has been going all out. She even ran around the temple hugging children the first day. When did you get here? Tessa asked. Last night. You got here much more quickly than I had expected. I might have trained an army of loyal children if you gave me an extra week. A few of the older clerics turned suspicious glares at Karl as they realized that he was only half joking. He was doing very well at training the kids, and the young ones loved him. We have a lot to talk about, but I think that we can do that over dinner. How about we get these little darlings to lead us to the dining hall? Tessa suggested. The young griffin who had gotten the holy stone for his drawer in the final round of the Thor challenge flapped his wings and circled the room before flying out toward the food. Everyone, follow the griffin. There is one more surprise in store for you, and it might be better that you're sitting down for this one. Karl laughed. Lotus smirked. I got a sneak preview. It's a badger. A honey badger. Kara popped out of her space and spread her wings to fly around the room before tackling the nature priestess and licking her face. Close. Kara is a winged void badger, and it looks like she likes you, or at least the honey in the body lotion you use. But that isn't the surprise that I meant. You met her on the way in, remember? Ray, why don't you come out and show off? Chapter 464 Separate Rooms. Ray appeared in the middle of the room, looking very much like she always had. So why she would be a surprise for anyone present was a mystery. However, after a quick check to make certain that nobody else was watching, she stepped forward and threw the table next to them, using Ghost Beast to pass through the solid stone table. Did she just? Tessa asked quietly. She did. Karl agreed, before Ray returned to her nap. She was fairly certain that she still had a ways to go to master that skill, even if she could make it function right now. There was much more to an epic grade skill than simply being able to make it activate. Nobody else said anything about it out loud, as the acolytes were beginning to return with dinner now. But that didn't mean that they were not all silently celebrating. Dana gave Karl a meaningful look, quietly asking him if this is what he had been up to since his arrival. It hadn't been planned, at least not by him, but even a single skill for his beasts was a huge win, and Ray's new skill was an incredible one. So, are we here as substitute teachers for beastkin acolytes? As adorable as they are, I suspect that will not be enough to keep the Red Dragon happy. It's been a while since we fulfilled the terms of the contract now. Ophelia reminded them. Tessa declined to mention that whatever Karl had been up to while he was gone had been counted toward their timer. Anyone listening didn't need to know that they had extra time, but she had an idea. Maybe we can convince them to let us head back to the battlefield. It's not that far from here to the backside of the mountain giant nation. They shouldn't hold it against the beasts if a few humans are let loose on them. From somewhere on Karl's right, a derisive snort of laughter caught his attention. While I don't doubt that the monster man can take on a monarch-ranked giant, you should realize that they send them out 10 at a time in border patrol teams. Not even the Red Dragon would be impressed if you committed suicide, human. Tessa turned to look at the speaker, and saw that it was a large and muscular lion-type beastkin, nearly as large as Ophelia's werbear form. He was on the strong side of Commander, but he lived here, so he would be more of an expert on the situation at their border with the mountain giants than they were. But to think that they put border patrols that strong along the border with the divine beasts, that had to be cutting down on the strength they could put against the humans, even though they were at war. The Golden Dragon Nation didn't have hundreds of monarch-rank elites to throw around, and if the giants were using them as border patrol, they clearly did. Tessa smiled at him. Don't underestimate a war priestess, but you have a point. We're not up to that. I don't suppose you have any suggestion on how to keep the Red Dragon happy while we're waiting for what the representative called their earliest convenience, to make sure we get back home. The beastkin shrugged. No idea, but the border is a bad idea. The group finished their dinner and headed for bed, escorted by the acolytes. We usually have 2 to a room, so Mr. Karl will have to sleep alone, unless you want to share with an acolyte. A small wolfkin boy explained as he led them to the visitor quarters. Or I could share with Dana, and High Priestess Lotus could share with an acolyte. Karl offered. The boy looked horrified. You can't share a room with girls. They might have cooties. Karl did his best not to laugh at the panicked look on the boy's face, while the others tried not to laugh. No offense. I'm sure you don't really have cooties, he stammered when he remembered that everyone could hear him. Karl smiled at the others. Well, ladies, you heard the young acolyte. It looks like you're sharing, and I will have one of the acolytes as a roommate. Lotus stuck out her tongue at Karl, even though he had tried to set her up with an acolyte to bunk with. They probably wouldn't get much sleep. Only Tessa could reliably make Lotus sleep before she wore herself out, but it would have helped the nature cleric's mood. Karl didn't actually expect them to transfer someone into his room, as the acolytes should have all had their own rooms. But when he got inside, one of the beds was already taken by a dragonkin of some sort, with white hair and silver horns. Good evening, Karl said softly as he prepared to climb into bed. The figure turned over and familiar white eyes stared back at him. Bishop Misty? Karl asked. Right on the first try, very good. Now that everyone else is asleep, I do have a few questions for you about what you saw when you were in the past and what you learned. I sent you there, but I didn't have an opportunity to monitor everything that you were doing. Not when that annoying archbishop was hounding me again. You sent me. So it wasn't an anomaly? Karl asked, now on guard against this strange creature. Of course I did. Someone needed to go. Who could be better than you? You have beasts to keep you alive, you have survival skills, the humans will believe what you tell them, and it was easy enough to ensure that you ended up back here where I could talk to you before you left. She announced proudly. So you wanted me to go back and find out something about the past? Karl asked, not understanding. Find out? Nonsense, I can see the past. Plus, Orthos was there. I wanted you to go there and experience it so that you could confirm whether the system version that is being awakened by the new dungeons is the same for humans. Tell me, were there any new functions during that time that you didn't have already after visiting the dungeon? I can borrow one of the newly awakened if we need. That could be a political nightmare. Their inventory system was not the same as mine, and I don't seem to have as much storage. They can see names and classes over everyone's head as well. I couldn't do that before. Or perhaps I didn't know how to activate it until I saw them do it. I can do it now, but I never think to do it, and only a few people actually have a tag. You do, now that I'm looking for it. My group members all do, and Orthos does, but I haven't been looking to see if anyone else does. Other than that, they had a guild function, and I have no idea how that works. Karl explained. Misty nodded. That is understandable. The ability to make new guilds was lost even then. Everyone just joined one of the few surviving ones from the times before. Karl snapped his fingers. The city control function. That might be part of the guild functions, but the city was under control of the guild, and it changed hands with a challenge. Misty smiled. That is also lost. The city control stones were a magical item that was linked to the guilds, not part of the core system functions, but if you maintained some of the upgrades that you gained there, and we now know that at least a few beastkin can be awakened by the item you brought back, it means that both our nation and yours should be able to awaken more by having them equip gear from the dungeon. Karl smiled, and the dragon nodded happily. See, I won't make you work for nothing. This is valuable information, but the important part is the next part. Simply wearing the item isn't enough. You need to equip it. That can only be done if you're already primed for the system. So, either have all the kids who have taken the injection also try to equip the item, or have someone with a fully functional system put the item on them and focus on equipping it to them. That is what Orthos did. Karl nodded and made a physical note to go with the mental note. Why are you telling me all this? Wouldn't it be better for your people if I didn't know? Misty shook her head. No, it is better if everyone knows now, because everyone will figure it out eventually on their own. But Orthos has another treasure for you tomorrow, and the gods will demand that you have it. Now, you look rather warm, so slide over. Karl barely had time to react before the dragon had slid under his blankets and was curling up to go back to sleep. They could talk about this treasure Orthos had for him tomorrow. Chapter 4 to 65, Unfathomable Cheat. Karl didn't notice that Misty had changed into the form of a dog-sized white dragon until the next morning, when he felt a small body trying to insert itself into his bed. The others had come to wake him up, but Lotus was hoping to steal his spot without waking the dragon. Of course, it didn't work, but Misty had no intentions of getting out of bed, and Lotus wore pleasant-smelling body lotion. Karl reached up and settled his fingertips into the stonework of the block wall to lift himself straight up out of bed, then pushed off the wall to land on the floor. As impressive as that feat of physical strength is, you should put pants on before you come to breakfast. Lotus will miss the meal without complaints, but you should eat. Tessa whispered. Karl put his armor on to blend with the rest of the team and made his way to breakfast. Halfway down, the acolytes were holding everyone's hands, acting as their guides. Are you going to be training us again today, Monster Man? A half-dragon girl asked. Most likely. I hear that Grand Priest Orthos has something to tell me first, but there should be time to watch your training after that. Karl agreed. The acolyte tilted their chin toward a corner of the room where a bunch of elders were, gathered. They've been gathering here all night from the other temples in the area. I think that they want to tell you something important. By Karl's guess, it must be a very important topic, given that he could sense at least 3 overlord-ranked beasts, and 2 of them were dragons. Adding in Misty, who was sleeping in this morning, that made 3 powerful dragons in one spot, plus the other elders who had come to visit. Unlike the Golden Dragon Nation, there was a lot of meat at breakfast, served with oatmeal and honey. The elders were kind enough to let them finish eating before they came over to address their concerns. But they appeared much more concerned than Karl had expected after his previous days here. "Prince Karl, Commanders, welcome to Bruce Temple. If you would please accompany us to a meeting room, we have much to discuss," the elder announced. He appeared to be human, but his temperature was off, and he smelled like seawater, so Karl assumed that it was a transformation ability or a disguise spell. The other elders fell in beside them as they made their way to the meeting room, along with Orthos and Misty, who was walking hand in hand with Lotus. The Moorcat on guard at the door closed it behind them, and everyone took seats around a huge circular table. The unfamiliar dragon, a monarch-ranked beast whose human form had void black eyes, started the meeting. "Let us get right to business. It is no secret that the Golden Dragon Nation has opened a commander-ranked dungeon with a stable entrance on their territory. With that, they will be able to awaken new system users up to the commander rank. Even though they will flat-line there without further opportunities, the dungeon has become a source of great envy for the other nations, both human and demi-human. But more importantly, it has become a source of concern for the monster nations, the Giants and Newborn Empire in particular. Now that is primarily a concern for your leaders, but it is also a concern for us and the Beastkin Nation, who is our ally but does not share our border. In this case, we find ourselves in a similar situation to the Golden Dragon Nation, in that we are beset on all sides by enemies. The Giants won't allow the Newborn Empire passage through. They're mountains, so they will have to move armies through the lands of the Beastkin. The humans to our north will have to come through our territory to get to yours. Until there is another stabilized dungeon, the threat of invasion on the intelligent beasts' territories will not abate." Karl listened intently. Their problem made sense, but he didn't see what it was that he could do about it. Karl remained silent, but nodded along, so the dragon knew that he understood the issue. "What we would like for you to do is take an enchanted stone we have created and deposit it in an unstable anomaly that will open soon in the Newborn Empire. The humans would rather attack the monsters using their naval fleets than cross the entirety of 2 nations or more on the ground to send an army. If there is a stable anomaly in the Newborn Empire, the Golden Dragon Nation will become a lower priority target for everyone but the Giants. Safer for you, safer for us. Mutual benefit," the dragon finished. "And why don't you send one of your own teams? You've got plenty of powerful residents just in this room that could do the job," Tessa asked. The red dragon didn't like trickery except for ambushes, and the war dragon certainly didn't approve of sending soldiers on suicide missions. "For one, we cannot open a portal near the anomaly. But more importantly, we lack the ability to be subtle. We have beasts with great stealth skills. But stealth won't be possible on this mission, as many groups will be gathered for the mission. Intelligent beasts do not live in Newborn Empire. However, they do have some monster-blooded demi-humans and small pockets of humans. There are more than a dozen human nations on this continent, and only one with divine beasts. If they suspect you, there is plausible deniability. They cannot pin the blame directly on the Golden Dragon Nation." Karl nodded. "So, we will have to walk in, through territory controlled by monsters, on the vague promise of potential safety for the Golden Dragon Nation, who is not currently at war with Newborn Empire." The dragon smiled, and then walked back out again. "I will give you a writ of protection, so if you make it to our border or the Beastkin Nation, they will escort you safely home, upholding our agreement with your bureau people." Karl's unimpressed look made the dragon smirk, and a few of the elders chuckle. However, Misty had the answer. "I have a mission order for the closest team to investigate the anomaly. You're the closest by over 2,000 kilometers, and it's all signed by the Chief of Staff of the military and the Archbishop himself." Karl turned on the temporal dragon, who was back in her fully human form. "And just how did you get that?" he asked. "Easy. I went there after it was done and requested it, then brought it back. The goddess said it would be fine." Dana and Ophelia stared, overwhelmed by the unfathomable level of cheating that her abilities represented, while Karl sighed and Tessa rubbed her temples. Lotus frowned. "So you went and got an order for us to stabilize the dungeon after we had done it, and then brought it back here so that you could send us to stabilize the dungeon?" Misty patted her head. "Of course not. You didn't go the first time now, did you? Because we weren't here to warn you of the danger, and there was no motivation for you to travel that far on your own when there were acolytes to train with right here." Lotus glared at the dragon. "I am quite sure that has to be against a rule somewhere. You're a temporal dragon. Don't you safeguard time?" Misty shrugged. "Of course I do. But this timeline is stable as well. There is no harm in sending you down it. Chapter 4 through 66, but not for free." Orthos smiled at the elites. I can see that even with the order you are still skeptical. You can check the order and see that it is a valid magical contract created by your archbishop, but we are willing to pay for your assistance to the divine beasts. Karl smiled. Now they might be onto something. The beasts had many good things that would be impossible to get for themselves. To show our sincerity, we prepared 5 tokens of our leader's favor. The magic will fade with use, but you should keep them, as they are also used to secure safe passage through our lands. He opened a chest, exquisitely carved black dragon scales from an overlord-ranked dreth. Oh, those are cool. They tilt the scales of life and death in your favor. Enemies take more damage, friends take less when the token is near, Kara informed Karl in an excited voice. How do you know that? I licked a black dragon one time, and this magic feels the same. It's the good stuff. What sort of circumstance had led to her licking a dragon was unclear, but Karl didn't doubt that she had done it. The Void Badger had no fear of anything in this world or the next. Karl looked to his team for confirmation. Safe passage through the Divine Beast Nation was valuable, and as Misty had said, they did have the agreement of the Archbishop that this was the best course of action, even if he had given it after the fact, and possibly under duress when the other nations invaded to get to the dungeon. There were no objections, so he passed out the tokens and let everyone put them in their storage bags. So do you all have an active inventory, or just a storage bag bonded? Orthos asked. Lotus was practically bursting to answer, but held herself back until Karl spoke first. I have an active inventory, but we all started out with storage bags from an instance reward, he explained. That way, if the others wanted, they could keep their power level a secret, and he wasn't giving them anything that the nosy temporal dragon didn't already know. What Misty knew, she would certainly tell the others if there was a need for them to know. How do I know if I have an active inventory? Lotus asked. Just think the word status with the intention of bringing up system information. Orthos explained. The way Lotus' eyes lit up made it clear that she had found something unexpected. The nature cleric would never be a good poker player, but that was enough of an answer for the beasts. Dana nodded. I have inventory as well, and the storage bag is in one of the spaces. Can you see titles? Orthos asked. Everyone looked confused for a second. Then Ophelia did a double take. Over your head in white, your name is Orthos. Why is it white when Karl is red and Dana is blue? Orthos gestured over her head. You are a very dark red for Berserker. Karl is a blood red for Beastmaster. White is Cleric. Light blue is Mage. When you see warriors with a fully active system, they are brown. Shamans are dark blue. Warlocks are purple, and so on. That is brilliant. To think that we were supposed to know all that about other people. Ophelia replied with an enthusiastic smile on her face. Focus on me, and you can see more details when you have the status view open. It will block much of your vision, so don't try it in combat. But you should be able to see a few things. Orthos added. Orthos, Bronze Dragon, Grand Priest of the Bronze Dragon God, Overlord rank, Abbot of the Bruise Temple, she read. Orthos was obviously making a mental note of how much she could see, as Karl recalled that he used to have a Darklight Host guild tag which he didn't see anymore. The function of the system had faded. The guild must have disbanded, or there was something that he needed to do to bring his position back. Of course, it could be that he just chose to only show certain roles, but Karl didn't know how to do that, or if it was even possible. Orthos took out one more item from his robes, a small bronze scroll case. This is for Karl, a reward from the gods for his previous assistance. Orthos explained. A hand on the scroll tube, expecting Orthos to hand it over, but the dragon kept a hold of it, and information began to flash in Karl's vision. Random class skill acquired. Core skill tree selected. Tier 3 taming ability skill merger. The Beastmaster has a chance to create new skills by combining shared skills. You look like you got something good, Orthos commented as he took the scroll case back and put it in his inventory. Indeed, it upgraded one of my class skills. With some practice, I might be able to adapt some of the skills that I can already use, so they are more effective, Karl explained. That was vague enough that it wouldn't sidetrack the conversation, but it was also true, so they couldn't accuse him of insulting the gift that the beast gods gave him. He already had a few ideas on how skills might be used together to make something truly brutal. Bone Crusher, with its armor bypass, and Chain Lightning, with its stun and spreading. Damage would be great together, but if he could learn to use Kara's disintegration and combine it with Bone Crusher, the result would be nearly unstoppable. Kara laughed in Karl's mind as she thought about the potential of a disintegrate attack that simply ignored armor and barriers. That would be the greatest skill ever. She would call it Slap, and she would use it on every enemy she met. Blend Eternal Lightning and Circle of Protection. That would be way better, Thor suggested. Circle of protection wasn't a shared skill, but Thor thought that there should be a way around that. Maybe Karl just needed to upgrade his new skill merger ability. We need to teach you to use new skills. If you could blend bodyguards with ghost beast, we could just go straight after the good food and shiny stuff, Remy suggested. Or golems with bone crusher, Ray suggested. All right, I get the point. You all want me to learn new skills so that I can make overpowered combinations. I will work on it. Maybe now that Skillmaster upgraded, I will have an easier time learning more of your skills, Karl agreed. Hawk nodded in agreement. If you could combine the extra beasts with all the attack skills, they could be real team members. We could teach Remy's bodyguards to use proper magic, like fireballs. Hawk was getting better at putting flaming body on other people, but he had a point. If the summoned Naga warriors could hurl fireballs or create extra totems, they would be even better. This gift was going to be a lot of work. Chapter 467 Sparring. Orthos cleared his throat to get Karl's attention. We will send you as close as possible to the destination tomorrow morning. There is still time before the anomaly opens, and you won't want to be standing around waiting for it. Is there anything that you need to make your preparations for the trip? Karl still had far too much prepared from the last time he had help preparing for a trip, and most of his inventory was filled with stuff he had gotten from the elves. He had supplies for every conceivable situation already, so Karl shook his head. The others did as well, as they had been prepared at home for an extended mission, in case they were stuck along the border for weeks trying to make a deal. All right, then you have the day to yourselves. Do as you wish, just try not to cause trouble for others. They do have duties to attend to. Orthos clearly considered the conversation to be finished, but some of the other elders were intrigued by Karl's training skills and eager to see what he was going to do next. Why don't we all go help the older students today? I worked with the young children yesterday, but there is still a group about to take up official duties that could use some practice with their skills. And of course Karl was hoping that he might pick up one or two of them if he tried hard enough. That wasn't a possibility with the youngest ones. They barely understood the skills themselves. But the older ones were close to fully grown beasts, so they should have a good understanding of their skills, and they would be trying to advance it to speed their progress through the ranks. Like Thor and Ray, most divine beasts finished growing in body long before they stopped growing in power. The dragons were an exception, as they never stopped growing, and some weaker species reached peak power before adulthood, but those were mostly considered wild beasts or monsters, not divine beasts with intelligence. The older trainees were mostly in beast form today when Karl reached the training field, though there were a few half-breeds whose natural form was demi-human. Transformation was a skill that he would love to teach the team, but he could feel that it was holy magic from their beast-god clerical symbols. Other than Remy, it was unlikely that any of the others would be able to use that right now, if ever, as they weren't exactly devout followers, much less ordained clerics. But there was zero chance that Karl would be able to steal the skill and teach it to them. The bias between beasts and beastkin was eminently clear at this stage. The beastkin had mostly fallen behind in advancement and were relegated to the role of assistants, while the beasts were pushing to improve their power. A winged wolf turned to nod at Karl as he approached, then smirk at Lotus with his tongue out. I thought that we would help you all with your skills today. You have gotten skilled at fighting each other, as you live and train together every day. So today you can train with me and one of my teammates. We will give you pointers on improving your skills, as well any mistakes that you might be making in strategy. Karl explained, then turned to the team. Who wants to volunteer to help? Dana smiled and nodded. I will. I have barriers, so I shouldn't be injured too badly. Karl smiled and patted her on the shoulder, then took off the damage reduction bracelet he had gotten from the bandit leader. Here, wear this. It will make training much safer, he whispered. All of the beasts here were in the late awakened and early ascended ranks, so they shouldn't overcome the base damage reduction of the amulet without going way overboard on their sparring. But learning to fight against a humanoid mage would be a change from a bunch of beast clerics fighting each other. Fighting Karl was more similar to sparring each other, but he could use skills to cheat and keep things interesting. There was a constant buzzing in his mind as Karl prepared to go to the sparring ring to find his first target, and he realized that Remy was meditating and chanting. She was trying to teach him how to use bodyguards. When she said that she wanted to see what they could do with some enhancement, she wasn't joking. Karl focused Skillmaster between them, and he could actually feel the knowledge of how to call bodyguards flowing into his mind. It was a racial ability and one of the easiest to learn to share, at least for Remy. Dana picked her opponent first, a moorcat whose shoulders were the same height as her own. For moorcats, it was still half-grown. But it would be a good matchup as they were both fast-moving combatants. The cleric in charge put a golden barrier over them both for defense and to indicate who was the winner. The first barrier to break lost. Karl focused on learning bodyguards as the fight began, and Dana flipped through the air to avoid a leap by the moorcat. Her blade flashed down, and the beast twisted to avoid having its back slashed open, then leaped straight sideways to avoid a barrage of magic missiles. Dana was holding back on the power to the same low awakened standard that everyone was using, but if the cat didn't figure something out quickly, it would be in trouble. It didn't take long to realize that keeping a mage at a distance was a bad idea, and the moorcat used its species skill of silent predator to vanish from sight and silence its steps. Dana only had a limited amount of detection ability, but she knew how to deal with invisible attackers. She created a field of fog, which would let her see the disturbance as the moorcat moved, even if she couldn't clearly see the beast. Claws raked her, nullification barrier, as she moved too late, but her blade caused a golden flash as she struck true before the moorcat could relocate. The winged wolf transformed into a young man nearly Karl's age, wearing the plain grey robes of the beast clerics. Fighting mages is tricky. Even invisible, they can still find you. Plus, she can fly. I can see that she's not using it as much to make the fight more fair, but she could be holding this entire fight from above and making Nala jump at her. Karl nodded. We're not here to discourage anyone, and flying targets are hard for anyone to deal with. Especially a moorcat cleric who doesn't have ranged attacks. The wolf chuckled. If I had ranged attacks, I would totally abuse them, but the flying species with ranged abilities train separately, and there is a whole class on how to deal with that. If you would like, I can convince Kara the winged void badger to spar with you. If she doesn't use her ranged attacks, it should be a good learning chance. The wolf barked a laugh and shook his head. Thanks, but I don't feel like getting beat up today. I can't fly without magic, and a void badger can nullify that and send me crashing to the ground. Chapter 4, 68. Bodyguards. The outcome of the first match was set from the start. After only a few minutes of fighting in the fog, Dana managed to hit the moorcat with a barrage of magic missiles, breaking its barrier and ending the match. Dana ended her spells and the cat transformed back to human form to pout. Mages are too dangerous in a fair fight, she complained. Another beast, some sort of chimera with a mostly feline body but tentacles on the sides and 6 legs, stepped up to challenge Dana. They started off easy enough, with probing attacks. Then the beast seemed to split into 3, and a surge of understanding flowed through Karl's mind. That skill was a solid illusion, but it was the same as the essence of the bodyguards. Now he understood how they were supposed to be formed, but on the battlefield, Dana was having trouble. The clones seemed to shimmer in and out of existence, vanishing only to reappear, and under the effects of the skill, she couldn't tell which was the real one. Even using wide-area blade attacks wasn't having luck, and the beast had landed multiple hits on her shield already. But Dana wasn't always missing. It only looked like it to her, thanks to the beast's illusion. So when Dana sent a flurry of attacks out at where she predicted the beast to be, then jumped to avoid its retribution, she was as surprised as everyone else when the match was called. The illusions vanished, and the cat was revealed in a different spot than anyone had been seeing it, other than Karl, who could still see it with thermal imaging. Though that might not be right. A few of the other beasts were looking smug, including one young dragon. Not many beasts saw heat, but those who did were much harder to fool with illusions. If the cat was at Karl's level, it might have known how to hide fully, but this one was still young and mastering its skills. "Monster Man, how would you deal with that?" the wolf asked. Karl smiled. "I can see her through the illusion." The cat motioned for Karl to come prove it. She wasn't ready to accept that he could evade her skill. Dana left the sparring ring and Karl stepped in to take her place. He didn't take out a weapon, only nodded at his opponent. There was a split second of lag in her short-range teleport when she attacked, and it telegraphed her movements perfectly. The cat activated the illusion again without waiting for the clerics to bring up the barriers, and Karl smiled as it crept along the ground, looking to ambush him from the side as the 3 illusionary images approached, and Karl remained perfectly still as the cat hadn't moved out of his peripheral vision. The illusions prepared to attack as the cat pounced, and Karl lifted a leg to spin himself horizontally to the ground, over the line of the strike. He caught the cat on the way by, then wrapped her back legs with his own, and put an arm around her neck and forelegs to pet her head while she couldn't escape. It took a second for her to release the illusion. She was so shocked at the turn of events. The problem was that if she transformed to find out how he did it, he would still have her, and that would be even more embarrassing. Karl let her up after a second, and she shook the dust out of her fur before transforming to shout at him. "How did you do that? It shouldn't be possible. You can't see or displace a beast through her illusion." she demanded. When you teleport, your butt wiggles and it gives away both your timing and your target. That's how I knew to move. Also, for some of us with enhanced vision, we can still see you. Your illusion doesn't hide your heat signature. One of the other beasts transformed into a human girl with long fox ears. She still wiggles her butt when she attacks. She totally did that as a kid, like a blink cat preparing to attack. It was adorable. She giggled. Shut up, I do not wiggle my butt. The monster man is messing with me, the displacer beast complained. If we can't beat him with illusions, maybe we can beat him with speed. One of the others suggested, or strength. He is higher rank, but he's still human. Another suggested. Karl motioned them forward. Why don't we test both theories? I should be able to keep track of 2 targets at once. Actually, I have a better idea. You can test against my summons. That way I can give pointers. The 2 beasts transformed, one into an owlbear and one into a massive scorpion nearly the size of Ray. Karl focused on the bodyguard's skill and called forth the summons. They weren't quite what he expected. Remy got blue Naga warriors with black patterns similar to her own. Karl got a pair of lamias with white scales, vibrant red hair, and leather armor. They also only had 2 arms, not 4 as the Naga warriors did. They were also smaller, not muscular warriors with thick chests, but slender females with an assassin's grace. Of course, there was no such thing as a male lamia, but some of them were large and muscular. They were commanders, which was startling to Karl. Remy's was royal rank, but for some reason his was a rank weaker. He was sure he did the skill correctly, but the bodyguards weren't at the same standard. But when the match started, Karl realized that they were an entirely different beast than the warriors. On their own, they activated a royal rank, flaming body, and attacked with rend, though they did cut the power of the attack. You screwed it up, Remy complained. I have no idea how. I was certain that it was right, but it summoned Lamia instead of Naga, Karl replied as he watched them fight the students. Maybe because he's human and it's a Naga skill? He got halfway in between, Hawk suggested. You're just smug because they can use fire, Remy informed him. Very much so, yes. The Lamia swayed on their lower body, enabling them to attack from rapidly changing angles. That mobility was offsetting both the damage of the stronger opponent and the faster one. Get closer. You're giving them too much room to evade. If you're nearly chest to chest, they can't sway far enough before your strikes land, Karl offered. He could sense them rolling their eyes at him. If it were that easy, they would have already done it. The Lamia had swords covered in fire, and almost all beasts were instinctively afraid of fire. It made them want to shy away, not get closer. But after some consideration, the trainees both came to the same conclusion. The body of a Lamia was more vulnerable than the chest. That was how they landed their first strikes, just behind the ground contact point, where most of the bodyguard's weight was balanced. Of course, they didn't make it out unscathed, but they did manage to land a strike, which was better than anyone before them. The teacher stepped into the ring as they were about to retreat. Try again. You've almost understood the concept. Chapter 4. 69. Comparisons. Karl watched the beasts fight with the 2 Lamia bodyguards, while Ray and Remy compared them to the bodyguards and golems that they had. It was hard to tell whose were the most deadly between Karl and Ray, as they both had offensive optimization available, and the Lamia had to hold back against the student beast. But there was some argument over whether 4 arms with swords was better than 8 legs, when only the front 2 were normally used to attack. They wanted to test the theory, but they didn't want to give away their actual power level while they were still being observed by others. The beast clerics weren't bad sorts, at least not in the mind of the beasts, but they weren't part of the team. They told us the first day that you should always have a secret reserve of power that nobody else knows about, Hawk reminded them. Not So Evil Lady had said it very clearly. The students' training against the bodyguards changed, and the pair of white Lamia tested them to their limits, making them improve their strategies in ways that the clerics hadn't thought of before, and use their skills and bodies in the most effective manners. The teacher was impressed that the training could go so smoothly, and with Karl using Skillmaster on both the students and his own beasts, everyone was making progress. Most of the team couldn't use the skills that they were seeing, but there was hope that it would give them inspiration to more easily learn other skills that they were compatible with. It was also valuable training for the team, as they had been fighting giants for a while, and now they had the chance to watch battles with multiple body styles. The bodyguards had some combat skills, but at first they lacked combat instincts. Even after practice, they were still lacking compared to a trained elite, but the same was true of golems, so Karl put the spell on the same general level. Karl let them practice until lunch, when the older students went to their indoor training, which was more private as it was church doctrine, and the humans weren't followers of the beast gods. The cafeteria was busy at lunch, but Dana had many questions for Karl. When did you learn to use bodyguards? Or are those Remy's? Plus, why can they use your skills? I honestly have no idea. Remy has never sent hers into combat yet, so I don't know if they can also use some of her skills. If they can use even one or two of her skills, they will be very dangerous. But mine came out as Lamia, and hers are Naga warriors. It might be the form that determined the abilities. But for the Lamia, their outfit looks more decorative, while for the Naga bodyguards, bestial raiment looks like it's actually making epic-grade armor on them. In his mind, Remy was trying not to laugh, which was making Hawk increasingly suspicious. They can use bestial raiment and tsunami, she laughed. Naga were a water element monster by nature, so it made sense that the warriors would be able to use one of her water-type skills. Hawk sighed in resignation. He knew that was coming, and he was beginning to accept that his little sister didn't fully appreciate the wonder that was fire magic. So, now between you can have 6 summoned constructs. That's a bit unfair. Dana sighed as she did the mental math of his combat power. Karl shrugged. Many things with the elites are simply unfair. Even Morgana, who is incredibly capable now, had to extensively tattoo her own body to get to a point where she felt safe in combat. Speaking of which, I should see if she can help me out with some of those the next time we meet. But I learned something while I was back in time. The class that you start with wasn't always the one you had to stay with. When you gained enough power, you could try to modify your class through advancement. We all went through the first advancement trail, but I don't know if any of us managed to upgrade. We all got some good rewards, but as for actually upgrading our classes, I don't think we can know if it happened is active enough to give you your skill tree or a full status report. The others nodded, and Karl saw them silently trying to bring up both, just to see what they found. They didn't manage to pull up a skill list, but they all had a detailed status that described their abilities. Orthos sent a cleric to join them as they were finishing their meals. I have a map for you and details of the mission. The anomaly will appear 40 kilometers straight north of the town of Holsering. Unfortunately, the monsters monitor for portal openings, in case of invasion. So, we will bring you to the human-controlled port at Lutenade. I suggested Penbeck, which is held by tribal trolls, but it would add hundreds of kilometers to your journey. The issue is that Lutenade is a pirate port, known as a stopover for slave ships headed overseas. It is not a friendly place, and traveling with any females, much less with so many young and healthy ones, makes you a target. The third safe option is to bring you to the wilderness at the Charm River Delta. It's a safe spot for portals, but it's a swamp, and you would have to travel 300 kilometers through the wilderness, or 80 kilometers north, to get to the nearest village outside the swamp where you could get on a road, he explained. He motioned to all the spots on the map, and other than the pirate and slaver issue, Lutenade seemed like the best option. But tempting slavers when they had a mission to complete didn't seem like a great idea. The road from Penbeck was a large loop, skirting the swamp, and would be over 700 kilometers of travel to make the 300 kilometers of direct travel. Would slavers actually attack dragon clerics? Lotus asked. That was generally considered taboo among all the human nations on the continent. Kidnapping a dragon cleric brought nothing but bad luck. The other continents don't hold to that standard, so the slavers from Newborn don't care who they grab. They'll just claim that they're random commoners when they auction them. We've even had them try to auction transformed beasts who were drugged so they couldn't shift back. Karl could only imagine how much of a mess that would have been when the drugs wore off, and the beast shifted back. Buying a docile human or beast-skinned slave was a very different level of risk than a pissed-off dire bear in the living room. Dana pointed further up the road. It says that there are docks at Hatbury. It's also a bit further, and the road runs past Lutenade, but that should be better than showing up in the city. The cleric looked at the reports. Yes, that should be possible. That town is about half human, a trading camp between human fishermen and the orc, and demon tribes that live inland. Chapter 470. Maps and Geography. Their plan looked like it should be viable if they appeared at Hatbury, and the cleric was sure they could safely appear there. The only concern was that they would still have to cover over 400 kilometers in 3 days, with the added distance to Hatbury. Or they could make it slightly shorter than the road route from Lutenade and go east through the wilderness. That was mostly orc territory, with some nomadic demon tribes in the region. Both could be quite troublesome, but they didn't usually come near Holsering, the closest town to the anomaly, as it was largely populated by minotaurs, who were highly territorial. I think that we might be best going down the road. At least we know that it is regularly traveled. We can bring out Thor and the golems and travel like a caravan. With the beasts, I don't think that we will be anyone's top targets to attack. The outfit that Ray made me also looks much like one for a rogue or assassin, which blends with the magical fighters of the other human nations, Dana suggested. All right, so a rogue, a warrior, 2 clerics and myself with Thor and the golems. That sounds like a reasonable group. Karl agreed. Bring out the bodyguards from Remy as well. They should be able to keep up with Thor at a jog, and Naga actually belongs here. Maybe not in that region, unless it's swampy, but we can say that we came from the swamps or are going to them, Tessa suggested. The beast god cleric looked intrigued. That could work. The swamp starts not far from the road and runs from this river here to the Sharam River. Most of your journey will be next to the swamp, so it wouldn't be out of character for Naga warriors to accept a guard contract. It's a shame that you're only bringing 2 of them, but your group has other guards. Most would think that you were escorting the clerics. I don't suppose that you have a wagon that we could purchase for the trip. Thor likes to pull wagons, and we could put the ladies all inside, so it would be me plus monsters and golems visible, Karl suggested. We can get one. There is a portal nearby, and they can bring one from the cities. It won't be cheap, though. Karl took out 10 gold coins from his inventory. Will this cover it? The cleric pushed half of the money back. Not that expensive. Thank you for taking care of that for us. It will save us a lot of trouble to look more like average travelers. Well, as average as we can with Thor pulling the wagon. I can arrange for some horses if you would like, the beast god clerics offered. No, the part about having Thor pull it is not negotiable. He would be too disappointed if we brought in new beasts just to prevent him from pulling the wagon. The transformed beast chuckled. Thor did seem like the sort that would enjoy pulling a cart all day. For a few minutes everyone examined the map, trying to guess as much as they could about the route and any detours that they might have to take in order to get to the anomaly on time. Karl gestured at the direct route across the rural areas. From what it looks like, even if we have the open wilderness, we should be all right. None of this is mountainous or forest, at least not on the north side of the road, where we will be looking for the anomaly. We've got the coordinates, but once we get close, it will just be a guessing game until we actually see and activate the device to keep the anomaly stable. The only issue is that we have no idea what is actually there for the inhabitants. With nomadic tribes making up most of the monsters, I guess it makes sense that you can't pin them down on a map. The cleric smiled at Karl's frustration. Well, we have some intelligence on the numbers of the orc clans, but they have hundreds of camps over the 1,000 kilometers east of the coast, all the way north to our borders. There are that many orcs? Then why don't they call it an Orcish empire? Dana asked. Because the orcs aren't interested in being responsible for anything, or eliminating the other monster species. If they did that, they wouldn't have anyone left to fight with. That would be a disaster for them. So they're happy to let the cities and even the villages full of other species live, while they plant random fields on their migration routes so that there is food everywhere that they go. They don't even eliminate the goblin tribes, and everyone finds the goblins annoying, filthy scavengers. The orcs get along well enough with the demons, since the species both love to fight and have a sense of honor. How much do you know about Orcish battle customs? The cleric asked. Enough to know that they like to assign someone to count kills so that nobody makes up fake kill counts to brag. Karl shrugged. The others turned to stare at him. What? I met with some while I was out. They're quite interesting. Or they were 10,000 years ago. Bishop Misty came to join them at the table. Things have changed for the orcs since then. When the system collapsed, so did large parts of their culture that were based on it. They're much less civilized now, but the basics are still intact. They love to fight for the smallest reasons, but they still have the same code, and they don't attack children or non-combatants. Non-combatants? Lotus asked. If you stand back of the fight and wait to heal your side after the fight finishes, they won't attack you. The war clerics wouldn't get away with it, but nature clerics are notoriously flaky. Lotus sighed. How did we get such a horrible reputation even here? You follow the beast, gods the fans of all things feral. You cuddled an immortal temporal dragon this morning instead of going to breakfast. Then, you had to snack during morning training because you were dizzy from hunger. The others nodded and Lotus shrugged. That's not flaky. That's just priorities. Time schedules are not part of nature. When you are safe, you should be able to sleep as much as you want and then eat, not rush off to training. While they were talking, the guards at the temple were already working to get the plan in order to help them get to the anomaly. It was vital that it was stabilized, so they were doing their best to prepare whatever the team needed. That included some fake trade goods to load in the wagon because nobody traveled with an empty wagon, even if their primary goal was to move people. Orthus came in to meet with them when the wagon had arrived, and he was satisfied with it. The guards had loaded bolts of linen into the wagon, which were a trademark of one of the northern human nations, and only valuable within Newbon. Everywhere else, linen was among the cheapest options. The wagon was on the small side for a merchant wagon, but big enough to do the job, and there were side platforms for guards. They could put golems or something on there, so that bandits knew the wagon was protected. Chapter 471, Travel Plans. Karl looked over the wagon with satisfaction. What is the plan to get us there? Will you just open a portal at the edge of town, or perhaps at the docks, and pretend that we unloaded from one of the ships?" he asked. "We were going to deliver you just outside of town. You can act as if you came down through the Beast Nation, or use the trade port at Hitchbird and then had your crew deliver you to the beach. The docks at Hatbury are good for small fishing boats, but not for the sorts of large transport that could be moving a wagon. I would say that you could claim to have come from inland, then south from Pickheap, but there is no road south of Pickheap, and both are fishing villages, so a cross-country trek to gather fish makes no sense. You would have taken the goods back inland, and Pickheap is a deep-water port, so you could have gotten the linen there, but the route still makes no sense, as Lutenaid is right there," the dragon explained. "So we claim to have come ashore on the beach for the safety of the ladies if we do have to answer questions, and then we get going," Karl confirmed. "Stop and grab dried fish in Hatbury. Having some of it visible at the top of your cargo will also make them less likely to attack as you pass Lutenaid. They have plenty of fish of their own, even if the fish are cheaper in Hatbury. Bandits are resourceful, so don't try too hard to hide your team members. They will think that you have something valuable tucked away. I would have the ladies switch to their most tattered robes and get them dirty before leaving. Nobody washes clothes during a journey. The dirt helps insulate against the cold night air," the guard who brought the wagon insisted. "That makes a lot of sense. We don't want them to realize that it's a pair of high priestesses. 2 junior priestesses with their guards, plus the wagon driver and the security nega should be good enough." The guard nodded. "If you have more golems, have them run behind the wagon, to guard from the back. It's standard practice. Plus your curly one will likely be mistaken for a spell sword anyhow. They dress like rogues, but they're much more dangerous. It's safer for bandits to assume that the rogues might be using magic." Karl smiled, as he realized that it wasn't just his team that had problems with the common tongue when it came to people as individuals. They wouldn't be far from right. Dana did train with the Magic Knights so that she would have better close combat skills than the average mage. Of course, she also had received powerful blade skills as well, but the beasts had already seen a bit of that during training, and there was no reason to tell them that it was a system-gifted set of bonuses. Orthos nodded in satisfaction. "That team composition works out perfectly. 2 clerics, 2 pretend bodyguards, and the wagon team. That makes it much more believable than 1 cleric with an overpowered bodyguard team. The church wouldn't shell out the money to get a team that powerful, and they wouldn't rely on a local trade wagon to be the guards for a traveling high cleric. More likely they would open a portal close to the target and then deal with the response directly. We're trying to avoid that this time, so neither of our nations is linked to the anomaly becoming stable. Alright, then we have our plan and cover story. 2 dragon clerics with the merchant team. That should be enough to not start any strange rumors. The massive Cero pulling the wagon will draw some attention, but they do have Cero herds in the region, so it's not completely outlandish other than the fact that you tamed one." Orthos chuckled. "Should we head out early for the extra distance? Or is it better to go there just after dawn and push through the day to get as far as possible?" Karl asked. "I would go in the morning so that they don't have time to send a runner to warn bandits and slavers that you're coming. They might have magical communications, but you can't prevent that. Staying overnight in hostile villages is dangerous. Staying in the wilderness was dangerous as well. But at least they had a chance that outsiders wouldn't find their camp, and now they had multiple guards who could be up all night. With the golems and the naga in place, the wagon should be safe enough for the evening, and Karl would have Ray remake the tarp cover for it, so that they would have the luxury of arrow-resistant royal rank silk. It might not make a fully armored wagon, but it would make ambushes less deadly, which would give the team members inside more time to react. There was one skill that Karl wished he had, and that was the ability to hide his active barriers. He wasn't certain that was possible. They had no active skills, but if he could make it look like they would be harder to detect from a distance. He wouldn't risk a team member for a bit of extra stealth, though. If they couldn't hide, it was better to seem like a target that shouldn't be attacked. From what he had managed to learn so far, the danger level here should be lower than it was during his trip to the past. If they had that many monarch-rank monsters and that much territory, they could have taken over the continent. So it was more likely that they would come across ascended and commander-rank monsters in groups. That should be something that they could handle. Most monsters had limited magic, so there was little chance of them being ambushed with an area attack. But pure numbers could bring down even the mightiest. Bishop Misty, what are the chances that other groups will be sending teams toward the anomaly based on visions from their oracles? Karl asked. Not until after it opens. That is why you must get there at just the right time. Anomalies are strange things. You can't see them with predictive magic until they have already happened, so as long as you arrive before anyone else discovers the exact location, or within the first few hours, you should be able to stabilize the anomaly without anyone seeing you do it. If that fails, I suggest that you go in and stabilize it from the other side. You will be separated from the others, and while it will be a fight to get in, once you do, there will be no way to prove that you were responsible, even if they do suspect that you had something to do with it. I suggest that you blame the strongest magic user in the area. That is my favorite way of passing the blame. The temporal dragon had a good point. Do what you could in secret, blame someone else for the rest. Karl could do that. In fact, the more people who showed up near the same time that he did, the easier it would be to deflect the blame when the anomaly stabilized. It was just a shame that they would all be fighting to be the first to get inside. The restrictions on portals into foreign nations clearly went on vacation when it came to dungeon-type anomalies. Chapter 472, Why That Order? Karl finished writing out contingency plans and making a duplicate of the map, along with some additional notes in case they had issues along the way. Unfortunately, they didn't have a topographical map of the area, which would make it easier to find their way by landmarks, but Bishop Misty had managed to describe the area where the anomaly would appear with decent accuracy, so Karl was reasonably certain he would recognize it, even if they arrived early. All right, that should be everything that we need to be ready for the morning trip. What's the time difference between here and there? He asked. About an hour. You have time for breakfast, and you'll still arrive outside town as if you packed up camp at dawn. That was good enough. Now they had a whole afternoon to kill, and all of the students were in proper classes. Hey, why do you have them train in the morning and then do classes all afternoon? The Dragon Church does it the same way, but I never knew why, Lotus asked. It's because children are hyper, and you need to wear them out so they sit still for more than 10 minutes at a time. Once they've finished training and all their muscles are sore, they're happy to sit and listen to lectures before evening training after dinner. Orthos chuckled. Oh, that makes sense. Feed them, then make them sleepy. Lotus looked like she had just learned a truth of the universe, even if it were one that everyone else had figured out years earlier. Of course, she was so bad at keeping to a schedule that it might not have registered with her like it did for everyone else. One of the many side effects of being a nature cleric. So, after dinner, that was precisely what Karl and the others did. The evening training was shorter, more for physical fitness for the beasts than for training. It was great for burning energy, and turning the run into a game of tag and chase around the crude track through the area around the temple kept everyone running and not slacking off. Keeping up with the beasts was impossible for most of Karl's team, but in dire bear form, Ophelia could do it, and Dana had movement skills to make it a bit more even, while Karl relied on overwhelming strength to make up for the lack of agility that the beasts had. How is that fair? He can run through the trees just because his legs are too strong. One of the fox-type beasts complained. They were still faster than Karl, but he was nearly impossible to catch because he would use trees as a launch pad and not hit the ground for dozens of meters at a time. Compared to that, Ophelia was much easier to catch, and she wasn't as fast. But if she caught you, she was impossible to dodge. It was like someone threw a house at you. She was just too large to avoid. The kids were quickly exhausted from the evening practice and off to the showers before bed, just as planned. The same was true of Karl and his group. They were ready to shower and sleep as soon as they were back in, despite the fact that it was only just getting dark. The natural cycle of the beasts was that of the sun and moon, so when it got dark they slept, unless that was their time to hunt. Karl came out of the shower into his room and found Bishop Misty in the room again with a mischievous smile on her face. I take it you like the warmth, Karl joked. It's not bad, I even got to sleep in with a small cleric last time, but technically I am your security guard. If it wasn't me, it would be one of the other high priests. The humans aren't a real threat, but you could be. She replied with a shrug. Ah, so instead of posting a guard outside the room, they just assigned one to share the dorm in case I got ideas about doing something crazy like letting Remy run around with a toddler in her arms again. That made the dragon laugh. I think the protocol is for situations more dangerous than an excited Naga Queen. Your class makes you a lot more relaxed around us than any other human I've met. Even your teammates are constantly on edge, and one of them is practically a beast herself. Being around this many predators should cause an instinctive defensive reaction, but you're missing that. It is fascinating. Other than you and the suicidal insane sorts, only apex predators such as the dragons and griffons are usually missing it. As she talked, her form shrunk from close to Karl's height to less than 150 centimeters. She was wearing robes the same color as her white scales, and she climbed into her bed while staring at Karl. Karl smiled at the fascinated bishop. I wonder if it's a side effect of having beast minds linked with mine. I've been informed a few times that I'm slowly becoming more bestial. Considering the personalities of my team and the way that I hear their voices, perhaps you could consider them a substitute for my conscience, he suggested. A bloodbath spider is the voice of reason in your mind. I can see how that would make you seem a bit less human. Ray laughed. If she thinks you're bad now, just wait until Kara gets comfortable. The dragon smirked, and Karl gave her a suspicious look. You can hear them, can't you? He asked. Not exactly. I can't hear them in their separate space, but I can hear your thoughts, which means that I hear when they talk to you. That made sense. Nobody else had been able to detect or interact with the separate spaces, and her powers were time-based, which shouldn't be a hard counter to his system skills. All right, I will see you in the morning. But I do have one request in case you're too busy to tell you tomorrow. If you plan to send me through time again, give me some warning, would you? That was supremely confusing. Misty laughed and gave him a thumbs up, before pretending to be asleep. Tomorrow was going to be a long day, so he should likely get as much sleep as he could. Chapter 473, Arriving in Hatbury. The next morning, Karl woke up much warmer than expected. Kara had come out to sleep in the open, draped across his chest, and Lotus was on Karl's other side in the small single bed, doing her best to hug the void badger. The fact that she had not chosen the dragon was surprising, but perhaps new creatures won out over dragons in Lotus' mind. It was a mystery how she had gotten in, as Tessa normally kept her from wandering, but at least she would be up on time today, and she wouldn't try to keep sleeping if Karl moved Kara back into her space for breakfast. The sun was just coming up, so it was almost time to start getting ready. Karl shifted so that Lotus was holding Kara, who sniffed delicately, then opened one eye to see where Karl was. Going. He was the one with the food. He wasn't allowed to escape while she was sleeping. She knew that she could just return to her space for food, but it was ingrained in her instincts not to let him get out of her sight. The cleric made food, but she made Thor's favorite flavors, not Kara's. Kara could eat almost anything, from vegetables to magical items, but roasted meat tasted the best. Once Karl was showered, Kara dragged Lotus out of bed, pulling the drowsy cleric into the shower before turning the water on. It was a warm, tiny waterfall, and Kara greatly enjoyed the water, so she was startled when Lotus began to splutter and curse as she was soaked. If she just took her clothes off, she would be fine. Kara grumbled as she jumped and flapped around the cramped confines of the shower stall. "What are you doing, crazy woman? I was sleeping," Lotus complained. "Kara says it's time to get up, also to take off your clothes while you're in the water." Karl informed them from the bedroom. From her bed, Misty laughed. "I see that you found an assistant to get your most reluctant team member moving in the morning." Karl chuckled. "She's not the most reluctant. It's just that Ophelia understands that coffee will make everything better, so she powers through." Lotus and Kara came out a few minutes later, both freshly towel-dried and smelling like some sort of minty shampoo. Kara was very pleased with herself. Having someone to shampoo your fur was pure luxury on a level that she had never experienced. Lotus could even get to the spots that Kara couldn't reach by herself. She was going to have to make this a regular thing. Unlike Ray, she wasn't big enough to run around with her personal human on her back. She still had some growing left, but she wouldn't even get to the size of a wolf with short legs. There was no way that she could carry a human on her back unless she got much larger. It did sound fun, though. If she was big like Thor, but with wings, she could fly into combat with Karl and they could dive bomb enemies. That seemed like a pretty good goal to Kara. Even Ray approved, as she was learning to enjoy dropping large rocks on things from above. Breakfast was a quick meal, and then the guards at the portal location south of the temple were ready to send the group on their merry way. The wagon that the clergy had obtained had long steps on the side, so Remy called her bodyguards onto them, while Thor waited for Karl and Ray to get him hooked up to the wagon. Dana's golems were summoned to jog along behind the wagon, and everyone else took their seats inside, while Ray created a secondary tarp of strong silk for protection. "All right, that looks like we've got everything that we need to get started. Where will the portal bring us?" Karl asked as he took the driver's seat. "It will deposit you at an empty pull-off 5 kilometers north of town. We have had our members monitoring it, and it was clear all night. Good luck. I hope you get the anomaly stabilized without anyone having to take drastic actions." The gate guard informed them in a dry voice. Karl nodded and led the team through the prepared portal, then turned Thor south down the road beside the campsite. "Dana, have the golems stomp around the area to make it look like someone stayed here last night. Then we will head out." The golems quickly worked their way around the area with the assistance of the Lamia. Warriors. That should be enough to make it appear that they actually stayed the night if someone came along behind them. Chances are it would never matter, but it was better to cover all the bases. Then Karl remembered that he had missed one important item on his checklist. He had forgotten to fully activate everyone's system, the way that the old items did for Orthus. First, he focused on Dana's wrist where the bracelet was dangling. If it was properly equipped and not just worn, it would have adapted to her wrist size. Fortunately, it only took a moment of focus to get it to equip on her, and then Karl moved on to the others. "Ophelia, trade me your giant strength ring. I have another for you that might be better, but should also activate more of your system abilities," he explained. They made the trade out of Kara's collection, and then Karl went hunting for cleric-compatible items as Ophelia equipped the ring. Thor had the answer: gold chains that had been soaking in his pond. They weren't originally useful magical items, just decorative items that had been taken from the bodies of bandits and giants. But a quick inspection said that they gave a small bonus to holy magic now, in addition to the bonuses they originally had, so they should be equipable. Ladies, try these on, courtesy of Thor. The two clerics put on the necklace, then muttered the word, status. Yes, that worked perfectly. I have all sorts of information about myself now. There are still a few grayed-out buttons, but almost everything works. Tessa explained. Wonderful. Items that were brought back from the past still have a strong dose of the system's power on them, and they can finish awakening the system of people now, or at least, as much of the system as can be resurrected. Karl explained. We will see if there are more useful bits available to us now. Hopefully we can do something with this new ability. That must be why everyone was so excited about a stable dungeon. Tessa replied. Exactly. Elites who awaken in the dungeon apparently have their power capped to the level of the dungeon, at least if they're human, but that might not apply to monsters and beasts who grow in power naturally. For them, the system is just bonus powers, a pure cheat when they were already powerful. The ladies considered what Karl had said as they got on the road, keeping to a pace that was a jog for the golems so that they could overtake Thor if they needed. The Naga warriors kept a close eye on the fields around them as the wagon left the trees, but the area looked clear, and they could see the ocean in the distance, along with a small village. Hadbury wasn't as small as Karl had expected. It held about 1,000 people, and was built between two small bays, so they had docks on both sides of town. It wasn't an impressive place, made with simple fieldstone buildings, but they should be sturdy, and wouldn't rot in the humidity from the ocean. The village wasn't built at the end of the landmass. Instead, they had a number of fields between them and the ocean, as a defensive measure against invasion from the inland side. That told Karl a fair bit about the region, if the lessons that Sergeant Rita had made him memorize were right. He might have only taken a crash course on tactics, but knowing nothing about the conventions and customs of war was working out well for him, as his first instinct about threats was usually right. Hawk took off into the sky to scout for them, and immediately started sending back annoyed messages. Are they joking here? The town can see them there in the open grass, and they're still going to try to set up a checkpoint. Hobgoblins don't even taste good. But when did they get smart enough to operate a checkpoint? Oh, there is a pair of ogres overseeing them, the angry bird relayed. It looks like we've got some monsters setting a checkpoint ahead. There is no actual cover, so we're going to do this the quick and dirty way, Karl explained to the rest of the team. Can we just go around? It's not like we actually need the dried fish from the village. Dana suggested. That is a good point. Hawk says the strongest of them is a commander, though. They might not bother us if I don't drive right through them. They are just on the road. I can go around and still get to the village. Karl agreed. Tessa laughed. You think they're not going to do anything if you just drive 20 meters away from them through the grass? Karl shrugged. They might, or they might not. That depends on how smart they are. Ophelia smirked at him. This sounds like an excuse to kill goblins and ogres with a clean conscience. Oh, I don't need an excuse for that. Chapter 4 to 74, Clear the Checkpoint. Karl directed Thor to move off into the grass, away from the road where the monsters had set up rocks and a fallen tree to block the way. There were no ditches to the dirt road, and it was in open grassland. There was nothing stopping them from going around, but it didn't bode well for the monsters' intelligence. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately for them, the hobgoblins and their ogre overseers were not stupid enough to miss the fact that Karl was driving a wagon past them only 100 meters away in an open field. They lacked any sort of organization as they charged across the field, shouting and waving their weapons. In the distance, Hawk noted that the guards from town came out when the monsters had started shouting, then went back in when they realized that the monsters were headed away from town. So either they didn't have the manpower to deal with a small group of bandits, or they simply didn't care, and assumed that travelers would handle it. Real meat, the ogre shouted, brandishing his crude stone blade at Thor. The craftsmanship was childish at best, but the edge was jagged and looked sharp enough, while the stone gave off an aura of magic from its monstrous wielder. Well, it looks like they're not just toll collectors. I suppose that we should do something about them. Karl joked as he instructed Thor to stop the wagon. I'll send the bodyguards, Remy agreed, as the two Naga warriors headed forward to meet the incoming attackers. Didn't you make 3 of them the first time? Ray asked as she watched the warriors rapidly moving through the grass. The last one is mine. My bodyguard, Remy pouted. Karl chuckled at her attitude. If she wanted to keep one in reserve so it was close to her, that was her call. Now that she wasn't just a small snake, she would be coming out to fight when there was real danger. They hadn't even sent Dana's golems, which were guarding the wagon, much less Ray's, so nobody was too worried about the situation or the lack of one bodyguard. The ogres were only commanders, while Remy's bodyguards were royal rank, and the hobgoblins were just awakened rank monsters. They started the fight from 10 meters away with a tsunami attack, which created a wall of water that raced forward toward the attackers, and sent the hobgoblins tumbling along the ground as their bones were crushed by the tumbling water. The ogres fared a little better, by meeting the wall of water with a counterattack that negated most of the power, but they were still hopelessly outmatched and immediately turned to run off into the wilderness. Let them run, they're not going to bother us anymore. Karl loudly announced, as if the naga needed verbal commands, the guards at the town wall watching and listening. Karl didn't want to come across as a ruthless mercenary to them. Hawk, once they're out of sight of the town, kill them. Thor turned back to the road, on the other side of the barricade, and began to happily trot towards the town's fish market. At the gate to their rather pathetic attempt at a town wall, which didn't even reach all the way across town, the guards stopped the wagon to do their checks. "What's your business here?" the guard demanded, his scarred face twisted in what might have been disgust or possibly just nerve damage. "We have come to buy some dried fish for a buyer in Holseering," Karl replied in a bored tone. "Not a big wagon you've got with those passengers," the guard replied. "Big enough. I only need 100 kilos of dried fish." The guard nodded and waved them through while glaring suspiciously at the naga on the side running boards. It looked like the swamp monsters weren't particularly welcome, even when they were, accompanying humans into town, but nobody tried to stop them. Karl stopped the wagon and climbed down in front of a stall that had a large amount of dried fish hung up and bundled. There were others, but most of the shops sold fresh or frozen fish, not dried. Drying changed the flavor, and it was better for long-distance travel than general consumption. "How much for 100 kilos?" Karl asked, getting straight to the point. If it was close to buying bulk dried meat at home converted to the worth of gold coins, it should be about 3 of the dungeon coins. "Who are you?" "You want bulk prices, you should have a referral," the merchant replied, not even looking over his shoulder. Karl put 2 gold coins and 5 silver ones down on the counter with a solid thump of jangling metal. "I'm just a man with money, 100 kilos of dried salmon worth," Karl replied, taking note of the predominant fish in the drying racks. The merchant turned around, looking ready to tell Karl off. Then he saw the armor and the money on the counter. "Well now, if you knew the king, you could have just said so," the old man replied, looking at the money. "But you don't know him well enough." Karl put down 5 more silver coins, and the old man smiled. "I do believe I have a bundle weighed already." The merchant was surprisingly strong for an aging human with no magical abilities. He managed to get the 100-kilo bundle up on the scale on the second try, and the gross weight came out perfect. That meant the actual fish weight was a bit low, and the last kilo or 2 was the canvas wrap and rope, but it was close enough for Karl. The old man untied the bundle, and Karl sniffed to make sure there was nothing else bundled in the middle of the salmon, then nodded in satisfaction. "That will do just fine," he agreed, allowing the old man to tie the bundle back into a brick. "Let me go get some helpers," the old man grumbled. Karl shook his head and gestured for the old man to stay where he was. "I've got them." A gesture brought one of the Naga warriors forward, and he easily hefted the bundle into the back of the wagon. There was plenty of room with only 4 people in the wagon and few other trade goods. Well, almost trade goods. What the beast clerics had procured for them was 2 kegs of cheap rum that had failed quality control at a local brewery. There was still strong alcohol, but not good alcohol. "Are you selling goods here?" the merchant asked, with a nod toward the wagon. He couldn't see in, but it was normal to both buy and sell at every stop. "Nah, the last deal fell through, so all I have is 2 barrels of discount rum, hardly fit for fishermen. They'll sell inland, though." Karl shrugged. The old man chuckled. "Well, you're not a stupid one, stranger. I'll give you that. No sailor. Deserves cheap rum. But if you get some good stuff, stop in the next time you're through. Lieutenant takes up most of the shipments, and it's becoming a right pain to get more than a pony keg here at a time." Chapter 475, Overnight Stop. With the goods loaded, Karl was ready to leave for their next destination, but it seemed too fast to be in and out of town. They should at least look around at a few other spots, and not just stop in at one merchant and bolt like they were running from something. So Karl didn't turn Thor directly around. He made a small loop through the surrounding streets to go by a fish and chips vendor and grab a bite to eat. They weren't hungry yet, but it would be the usual thing for a traveling merchant to do, even if they were in a hurry. The vendor was happy to make an early morning sale, just as he was getting the fryers heated for the day, and Karl left with plenty of food for the day, wrapped in crudely made straw paper. It smelled delicious, and they had 2 healers with them, so once Karl had tested it for poison, everyone started a second breakfast. The guards didn't even give them a second look as they headed south out of town and headed toward Lieutenant. The road was little more than a well-worn wagon track, and didn't show much sign of improvement in the last few decades. The road north of town was better, so it was. Possible that the travelers in this area often split up to take other routes and avoid bandits. That seemed like a good idea to Karl. If they went a bit inland of the current road, they would eventually meet up with the main road heading east. It was hardest to guess how far you would be from the road, and if they had to come to you, the ambush was ruined. Sith was on the strong side for this continent, and even on the other one he would be able to hold his own with a group like this. At the very least, they weren't a soft target or tempting to bandits who didn't have a death wish. Karl led Thor off into the open grasslands and kept him at a cautious trot, both for the sake of the passengers and the wagon itself. It was a good one, but it was still just a regular wooden wagon. If they abused it too hard, they did risk damaging it before they got where they were going. That would be a nightmare for them all, and they would have to walk the rest of the way unless Lotus magic could fix a wagon. It was good for growing and altering wooden things, so it was possible, but Karl didn't want to risk having to find out in the middle of nowhere with a broken wagon. Fortunately, the ground was open grasslands, with only a few stands of trees, and they were able to make good time. Even at this pace, it would take almost all day to get past Lutonite, and they would still be uncomfortably close if they didn't detour further east. So, any time that there was an obstacle, Karl led Thor to the east of it, getting further from the road which stayed close to the coast. Just after the sun passed its zenith, marking midday, they found a pounded path that went southeast. There were no markers for where the tribal and nomadic villages were, but this looked like an entire army had passed by multiple times. It hadn't crossed their path earlier, so at some point it must have turned, but it was going in generally the correct direction to avoid the pirate port. The only problem was that it might lead to an army camp or a slaver village that wasn't marked on the map. "Are we really going to follow the path of an army?" Dana asked as she realized what Karl was doing. "It doesn't look fresh. See how the weeds are regrown. The path was used multiple times, but not in the last month or so, at least not by a full army. It might have been the path too, and then from an attack. If that was the case, there was a 50-50 chance that they wouldn't come across anything because the target would have been destroyed or moved by now. The tribes in the area were all nomadic. They wouldn't stay in one spot that long during the summer, when they were mostly stocking food for the winter." The pounded ground made it easier for Thor to drag the wagon along, and the ride became smoother for the passengers as the afternoon began to fade into evening. That was when they found the main road and turned east toward their destination. Thor would do well enough in the twilight, and then Karl would stop for the night. It would not only be too suspicious to be moving at night, but it would put them too far ahead of schedule. As it was, they were making better time than expected, so they didn't need to hurry tomorrow. They were still in open grassland without a hill in sight when the sun finally went under the horizon. "We will park beside the road tonight. We can start a fire if you'd like, and sleep in the wagon with the Naga and golems on guard, with Ray watching the area. Chances are nothing will sneak up on us during the night. Hawk doesn't see anything close to us at all. But if it does, we've got early warning covered." The others just shrugged. They had confidence in Ray and her ability to find anything that might sneak up on them in the dark. She was the monster that every other monster was terrified of in the dark. Karl parked, and the clerics went to gather what wood they could from a nearby stand of trees. They didn't need much, just a small fire to give them light while they ate. Everyone would be sleeping with barriers up and in their armor, so there wasn't much evening prep to be done. Then there would the extra wood to make a breakfast fire. That would be enough to get them all motivated. "Where is everyone sleeping? The wagon isn't huge," Lotus asked. Dana gestured to the floor. "I will stay here with you and one other." Ophelia gestured outside. "I'm going to sleep in dire bear form. It's actually the most comfortable for sleeping outside." Karl nodded. "That works. I will sleep under the wagon, as is customary for the driver. That means Tessa can stay with you and keep up our escort job appearances." Lotus sighed and pulled out her bedroll. They had been spoiled for too long, but the three of them would be comfortable together in the wagon once they combined all three blankets. Dinner was quick and silent. Then the Naga warriors took their places on either side of the fire, watching for threats coming down the road, while Dana's golems watched the back of the wagon, closest to the road, and Ophelia took a spot on the far side of the fire. Her massive black form looked like a hill of fur when she was sleeping, and Karl could tell that Lotus was already regretting not volunteering to sleep on top of the bear. Chapter 476. Pirates and Rogues. Karl set up his hammock between the wagon axles and stretched out for the evening. In his armor, he would be plenty warm enough, so there was no need for a blanket that would hinder his response time if they were attacked. He had thought that they would have plenty of warning before anything reached them, but just before dawn, When a portal suddenly opened in the camp, he only had a few seconds' warning. To roll out of bed and get his bearings before the first attackers were coming through, 20 meters away and creeping through the dark. They must have thought that the Naga couldn't see them, even though Naga could see exceptionally well in the dark. The reason why they were so confident became obvious when they shadow-stepped behind the Naga warriors and tried to slit their throats silently. If the Naga had been ascended, or even regular commanders, they would have died instantly. But they were royal rank, with eternal lightning barriers on them, and they were fast to respond. Karl's whistle to bring everyone awake was followed by the sound of blades meeting blades, and the shouts of the rest of the fighters coming through the portal. Ophelia was up within a second as she activated Berserk Terror, her upgraded rage skill, and charged at the pair of Minotaur that had just come through the portal. While complex thought might escape the rampaging dire bear, battle tactics did not, and that was all she needed as she transitioned from slumber to war mode. Karl took out his maul and swatted a wounded rogue back through the portal with 5 stacks of Bone Crusher. If that wasn't enough to convince them that they had picked the wrong target, he wasn't certain that they were going to learn at all. He wasn't certain what species was under that hood, but going by the sound the maul made, it wasn't one that could take that hit. A small monster with long claws and neon green skin jumped at Karl, who caught it by the face and retaliated with chain lightning, killing it instantly. The corpse was unceremoniously tossed through the portal after the shattered rogue, and Karl heard cursing from the other side. That was Ray's cue, and her golems mutilated 2 targets instead of killing them, then threw them through the portal. Garbage disposal hole. Brilliant, Kara laughed. Her skills weren't well suited to leaving intact bodies, but she was happily helping Ophelia beat up Minotaurs. Kara jumped on their backs and pinned their arms wide, disintegrating the back of their heads, while Ophelia tore them into little bite-sized chunks, perfect for Hawk to roast. I like the bear lady, she's got that anger in her. The attackers still hadn't gotten to the wagon, at least not as far as Karl could tell, and the ones closest to him were in full retreat. You have 5 seconds to retreat before I put a royal rank blizzard on the other side of that portal and follow it up with a meteor barrage. Karl shouted toward the portal, hoping that there was someone intelligent on the other side. In response, a massive monarch rank troll in plate armor, under a long coat with a red sash, crawled through the portal that was far too small for him to walk through. Who are you to threaten innocents? He demanded. There are no innocents in a bandit camp. You made a mistake attacking my team. If you want any of your people to see tomorrow, I suggest you take the loss and go home. The troll laughed and flexed his prodigious muscles. At 4 meters tall, with skin like tree bark and a massive physique that said he didn't miss many meals, the leader of this group was an impressive specimen, but he was rapidly running out of teammates. Go back. I'm going to teach this human a lesson about the pecking order. The troll demanded. Karl smiled. Everyone stand back. I think our new trollish friend needs a little sense beat into him. Karl stacked flaming body on his maul, set to explode on contact. Trolls didn't do well with fire, and this one was about to have a very bad. Morning. Use disintegrate. You should be able to do that, Kara suggested. It was the only monarch rank skill that they had at the moment, but Karl hadn't tried it yet. The troll snorted in amusement as Karl switched out the fire for disintegration and stacked it. You think that you can take me on without even using fire? Humans are more foolish than expected. He chortled, sending a deep rumbling laughter echoing through the area around the other side of the portal. I don't want to kill you. If you die too fast, you won't learn anything. The troll stepped to the side, giving them room to fight, away from the portal. But when he did, 3 more monarchs came through, all dressed as pirates, and all walking with the characteristic gait of someone who spent too much time at sea. Karl had seen it on the TV before. They nodded to Karl, showing that they were here to watch and weren't going to interfere, at least not yet. Karl had the maul slung over his shoulder, but didn't even make it to his opponent's waist. Plus, the troll was using what looked like an entire tree as a club. The monster made a come-and-get-it gesture, and Karl launched himself forward. The troll must not have been expecting his speed, because he was past its hand before the massive club had come around. His maul smashed into the troll's chest, disintegrating a large chunk of the troll's torso and dropping it to the ground, paralyzed. But Karl didn't follow up. He just stepped back and recharged his maul as he waited. The clearing was silent for a whole minute as the troll regenerated, then got to its feet, letting the tattered remains of its clothes fall to the ground. Now, did you learn anything? Or do I need to explain it to you one more time? Karl asked. The pirates chuckled grimly as the club came crashing down on Karl. He threw a punch up to block it, and the club shattered along with eternal lightning. Limited invulnerability absorbed the rest of the damage, and Karl gave them all a one-handed swing, taking one leg and most of the troll's pelvis off. "Oi, old boy, just crack and smacked a forest troll," one of the pirates drawled with a mixture of shock and amusement. Karl couldn't tell whether that was intended as a personal insult about his age or not, but the troll didn't think that they were funny. The troll was panting when he finished regenerating his obliterated leg, and Karl waited for him to say something. They're clearly taking a toll on his stamina, and the monster was in no fit shape to continue the fight. "Look, you can give up and bugger off, or I can start using fire. What do you say?" Karl asked. The troll glared at him for a few more seconds, then stomped off through the portal, leaving the group of monarch rank captains behind. "Well done, boyo. Here, keep this with you, and the slavers won't touch you. Every captain carries one, and I think that you've earned one, even if you didn't kill Trevor." The pirate captain was some sort of demon with a long braided beard and 3 eyes on his head. Karl had no idea what that should be called, but the others all respected his opinion and didn't raise any arguments. "Thank you. I do despise dealing with troublesome sorts before it is properly morning." The pirate laughed. "I don't know who hired you to escort the lovely ladies across the country, but they made a good call. Next time you're close to Lutenate Port, stop in and visit. We run supplies every few weeks. I'll set you up with something that pays better than dried fish." Karl smiled. "Now we're talking. Nothing wrong with a bit of high-paying cargo now and then. And a captain's word is his life." The demon agreed, then turned and walked through the portal with the others. It closed quickly once they were through, but not before Karl smelled the scent of terrified trolls and demons as the wind shifted. His threat to send them a blizzard must have gotten through loud and clear. Ophelia changed back into a werebear and gave Karl a raised eyebrow look. "And what exactly was your plan there, to just get in good with the pirate captains and let a murderous slaver leave?" she asked. "We have things to do. It's almost morning now, and if I'd offed the boss, the rest of his team would have come through. Then we'd be stuck fighting them all morning, and we'd be late for our next stop." "You're too soft," she insisted. Karl turned to Kara and Ray for confirmation. He didn't look like he tasted good. "Minotaurs taste good, but trolls probably don't," Ray replied. Not exactly a helpful answer this time. Chapter 477, Enemies at Your Back. Ophelia wasn't the only one unimpressed by Karl's choice. Dana also sighed and shook her head. "Now we have an enemy at our back that can use portals. That's going to make our whole trip dangerous. The other side of that portal was downtown Lutenate. I don't think that they have the luxury of following us around. Can still see the city from high enough in the air. I think they just attacked because I made a mistake stopping this close." They were still looking mad, so Karl raised his hands in defeat. "If they attack again, I will leave no survivors." He relented. Lotus frowned at him. "Why do I feel like the bad guy now?" Tessa laughed. "Because there is no good answer to that situation. Killing them all brings more powerful ones and subordinates to avenge them, but leaving them alive puts an enemy at your back. I suspect that none of us will sleep particularly well until this is all over, but if they could easily grab prisoners from anywhere in the country, they would have emptied every village of its young girls by now. The slave trade is insatiable, and they want mostly women for breeding children that can be trained. They learned years ago that taking adult men is more trouble than it's worth. I want to smack more things with that hammer. Did you see how big of a hole it knocked in that troll? That was awesome," Kara added helpfully. Karl smiled and reached down to pat her before realizing that the void badger was covered in blood. "That's easy to fix. I just go in and out of my space and I'm all clean. But I don't smell like soap anymore," Kara replied, demonstrating as she spoke in Karl's mind. Karl stroked her head and Kara made a happy noise before flying over to the cart. Lotus was good with a brush, and Kara wasn't sure that Karl even owned one. "Well, we might as well get going. We've had enough trouble for one evening." Karl packed up his hammock, back into his backpack in the storage bag in his inventory, and helped everyone into the wagon before hooking up Thor and taking his seat. Thor got the wagon moving down the road, leaving behind a blood-soaked patch of grass as a warning to others that the campsite was not a safe one. Heading east to Holseering would take them all day, but according to the map, it should be safe enough. It wasn't known for bandits, thieves, slavers, or really anything negative. It was just a decently sized city full of monsters and demons. That might be awkward for their team, but as long as everyone kept their hoods up and their helmets on in public, it would be fine. Tessa had it easiest as she had dragon armor, which made her look like a dragonkin with a healthy dose of dragon bloodline. They might technically be beasts, but not many species of monsters volunteered to mess with the dragons. With the mask and hood of her new outfit in place, Dana could be from a half-dozen different species, especially with sunglasses on. Ophelia had no reason to be anything but a werebear, even if that marked her as a foreigner, so it was just Lotus and Karl that would have the hardest time blending in. Lotus had supervision, and Karl wasn't particularly concerned about himself. Even if they, realized he was human. There were humans here. Not ones with the powers of elites, but some were mages, and many were hybrids with monster blood. There are bandits near the road, but they're moving away, Hawk noted as the hours rolled into afternoon, and Thor kept up his happy trot with the wagon. They were in a wooded area between two hills, impossible to see from a distance, unless you happened to be flying overhead. What Karl couldn't see was their scout. They were pulling back from the road, which suggested that they could see someone coming that they didn't want to fight, but they shouldn't be able to see him yet. Hawk, who else is on the road? I dunno. Pike people in bob armor riding horses, and someone in a shiny carriage that I am surprised you can't see from there. It must be the hill in the way. That sounded a lot like armored knights and a nobleman's carriage. Are they all wearing the same colors, or do they have someone carrying a flag? Karl asked. They have 6 flags, and they all match. They're all shiny, and the horses are all green like the flags. Karl made a mental note of where they were in Hawk's mental image, and then the speed they were going. They should be on this side of the valley with the bandits before Karl reached it. That would make life easier, as they would be expecting him to move out of the way. Rich people always acted like they owned the road. Even the mine's shift supervisor drove like a douchebag in the company truck. Karl slowed Thor just a little, to give them a margin for error, in case he guessed wrong, or they slowed down through the trees. When they got close to the trees, it was clear that Karl didn't have anything to worry about. The knights were already on the close side of the valley, banners flapping in the wind as they trotted along the road. Karl moved Thor to the side of the road, giving them plenty of room to pass by. One of the lead guards peeled off to speak to him, and Karl brought Thor to a full stop. Merchant, there are bandits in the woods ahead. I would recommend not bringing your precious cargo through there. The knight informed him. What power level? The knight frowned. At least 4 commanders, but they have nearly 50 members in total. If you go 30 kilometers south, there is a bridge across the river that will get you around the valley. That would put them nearly 5 hours off course. Are there rewards for them? A bounty, perhaps? Karl asked, perhaps a bit too eagerly. You did hear me say that there are 50 of them, right? You've got passengers, and only 2 guards plus golems. The knight obviously thought that he was an idiot. They can wait here a minute. 50 bandits below commander rank won't take me more than an hour, but if there is no reward, I'm not putting in the work. The noble carriage had stopped beside him, and from inside someone was laughing. You think that you can take out an entire bandit camp within an hour, alone? I would pay good money to see that. A delicate female voice announced. Elamia stuck her head out of the window, though Karl would have thought she was human if he couldn't see the heat signature inside. Her smile was warm and genuine, and her dress looked like it was made of thin layers of the finest silk. Even Ray was impressed with the quality. Karl turned back into the wagon. Do you mind staying here for a few minutes? I will go make sure the road is clear and we can earn a few extra coins. Ophelia laughed. I'll give you 10 minutes, or you have to turn over the good sleeping spot for the night. Chapter 478, Leftovers. The Lamia was about to say something, but Karl was already gone. Ray used shadow step and a length of silk to drag him with her into the trees, then a second step to where Hawk had found the bandits. The group turned to stare at Karl, who had appeared alone next to their camp, and began to slowly get to their feet, brandishing weapons. I have some good news and some bad news for you, Karl informed them. Oh, you think you have good news for us, do you? An aging bandit informed him with a smirk. The man looked at least half ogre, and smelled far worse, but that could have something to do with whatever it was that they were cooking. It smelled of rotten vomit, and Karl was becoming certain that he was about to do these bandits a favor. Karl nodded at him. The good news is that none of you have to go to work tomorrow. The bandits began to laugh and circled Karl, who still didn't have a weapon in his hands. And what is the bad news? I forgot to ask that lovely young lady how much she was willing to pay for your stinking carcasses. Karl called the team out, and Remy got things started with a thunderstorm that had Hawk immediately complaining about her poor decision-making skills. He had his wind barrier up to stay dry, but he didn't love water magic anymore, just because it was his little sister using it. Remy's lone bodyguard hit the leaders with a tsunami, while Karl followed it with a flurry of chain lightning-enhanced arrows. He hadn't had his bow out in a while, but all the bandits were running as soon as Remy and Ray appeared. They didn't even seem to see Kara until someone nearly stepped on her, and the Void Badger flew into a rage, tearing everything apart. Not even the trees were safe from her wrath. Ray was herding bandits toward Kara with her webs and golems, while Remy and her bodyguard focused on the core area. Karl called out the 2 Lamia bodyguards and let them loose on the camp. It was over in under a minute, leaving only 1 dome of silk and a lot of blood after Ray picked up the bodies. What is in there? Snacks for later, Karl asked Ray. Small creatures. They weren't fighting, and I didn't know what to do with them. Bring them back with us. Toss up a rock or two, and we can shadow step, Karl suggested. Instead, Ray made him a blanket and passed Karl the bag. With both on her back, she was covered enough to shadow step. Remy retreated to her space, and Kara sniffed around the camp for a minute before realizing there was nothing worth taking. Not even roast meat. She returned to her space empty-handed, and Karl hopped back toward the wagon, with Ray's help. She returned to her space, and Karl jogged the last dozen meters to the waiting group with the bag full of children dragging behind him. That was a minor oversight. When they were on Ray's back, it was fine, but he shouldn't bump them along the ground like that. I don't suppose that you have an orphan collection program, do you? I've got a bunch of them from the valley, Karl asked as he approached. Pardon? The closest guard asked, confused. The bag, it's full of the children from the bandit camp. They don't really count as bandits because they didn't even try to fight. I have the corpses of the combatants stored in a separate space. The Lamia and her guards were staring at Karl now, and Ophelia began to laugh. Well, that was definitely less than 10 minutes. You can keep your good sleeping spot. The guards came over to grab the large silk bag, and one of the others gestured for Karl to step aside. Did you really kill them all and collect their bodies? He whispered. Karl nodded. You can have them if you like, or I can put them in the ditch over there. The guard nodded. We do need to verify their deaths, and if the bodies are gone from their camp, we need to see them. Karl led the guard away to a low spot, where he began to stack the bodies. The guard looked more horrified with every addition, and Karl realized that with the extensive use of rend and disintegration, there weren't all that many fully intact corpses. How did you do that? The guard whispered. Karl joked. That didn't really answer the man's question, and Karl didn't look part troll, but it was a good enough answer for his superiors. A rampaging royal rank troll would be the sort of natural disaster that a bandit group would not survive. We should get rid of those. The guard sighed. I've got this. Hawk, please do the honors. Hawk bombarded the pile with fireballs, roasting it all to ash in a matter of seconds. A troll that isn't afraid of fire, the guard asked. Find the one thing in the world that can kill you and make it your friend. Dragon hawks are a great and loyal partner once you earn their respect. The guard looked at Karl like he was insane, but didn't say anything else before returning to his team. The bag was open, but the kids were still sitting in a terrified huddle, too afraid to even cry. There were demons, a young minotaur, 3 half-ogres, and a few Karl couldn't identify. Their eyes were locked on him, unwilling to look away from the danger, even when the guards were trying to talk to them. Karl smiled at them. Why don't you tell these nice people all about how you ended up in that valley? I think that they can help you find a much safer spot to be with no monsters. I mean, maybe with monsters, but not the scary kind. The Lamia in the luxuriage giggled softly, and a few of the guards face-palmed. You have a way with words, merchant. We will have a team from the city escort to town for placement. Were you heading for Holseering? She asked. Karl nodded. We are. Then I head north tomorrow. There is a nomadic orc tribe that should be in the area, and they wanted the dried fish. The Lamia nodded, and Karl added a warning. We were attacked this morning between here and Lutenade using a portal. If you're going to head west with a fine lady, you should be careful. They had pirate captains with them. The knights looked grim, but the Lamia looked calm as she nodded in understanding. They shouldn't bother us. Lutenade has an agreement with the Night Orders. Would it be too much to ask you to wait here for the retrieval team to come get the children? They should make it here near dark. I would ask you to walk them to the city, but you wouldn't make it before dark with their pace. Karl did the mental math. They would have to avoid the city to make the anomaly on time tomorrow night, but that might be better for them. If I do the delivery first, then come back to the city to resupply, that should be fine. Karl agreed, while the children cowered in terror at the thought of being left with him any longer. Chapter 4, the 79 Retrieval Team. Once the Lamia and her escort left, Ophelia turned to Karl to give him the updates on their situation. The knights aren't worried about bandits on this trip. They are on their way to a wedding announcement and can't be late. They did leave us with a whole bag full of coins for your trouble, so we're good on spending money while we're here. But how are we on time? Will we still make our meeting? Karl nodded. We will have to move the stop in the city to after we deliver the fish, but that's not a big deal. We can resupply there, then we will make our way to the next stop. The children from the bandit group were listening intently to their conversation, and Karl didn't want to give anything away. Nobody in this region seemed to mind the bandits all that much, so it was only the outsiders that would run into trouble with them. The kids would likely tell whoever came to pick them up what Karl and his team were planning, even if it wasn't to set up another bandit attack. Letting the city know that they were meeting a nomadic tribe might lead to questions later, but they didn't have anything to hide other than their identities, and having everyone looking for illicit goods took the attention off the actual group. The children didn't seem to relax at all, and they were still huddled on the silk sheet when 3 wagons arrived to pick them up. "You're the one that the nightly orders sent us to assist, I take it. We will take in the survivors of the bandit camp, but can we know what led to them being completely wiped out?" The kids looked up in unison and pointed at Karl. "The nightly order made me a friendly wager about how long it would take to remove the bandit threat along the road, so I went and eliminated it." Karl shrugged. "You?" The green-skinned demon man with a single forehead horn asked. "Me. It wasn't all that hard. I had a significant power advantage." The wagon driver just shrugged. "It's fine. We don't need the details as long as there weren't any escaped bandits who will be looking for their kids." Karl shook his head. "None that were around the camp. Hopefully the little ones will be given a proper chance to live a decent life. I think that today might have scared them off the path of a bandit." The kids all nodded in agreement. No way were they going to let that madman and his monsters believe that they would ever consider going back to banditry. "I trust you don't mind sharing a camp. The bandits might be gone, but with the nomads it's never truly safe out here." The leader of the recovery team asked. "Make yourself comfortable. We will have a nice fire to keep the kids warm, and we can split watches." Karl agreed. Ophelia changed back into dire bear form with a longing glance at Karl's hammock, while the other ladies rearranged the cargo so they could hang theirs in the wagon. They hadn't thought of the method yesterday, but running lines between the metal hoops that held the tarp would support their weight, and they could have a better bed than a blanket on the wooden wagon floor. "I will take first watch. Who wants second?" Karl asked. The leader of the caravan gave an annoyed grunt. "I will. I suspect that the little ones are just waiting for a chance to run off again and look for a hiding spot. We can't have that when the nightly order only pays on completion of an assignment." That made Karl chuckle. Of all the ways to keep a contractor motivated, guaranteed pay but only on completion seemed like one of the most reliable. The night was quiet, and the children were all passed out from exhaustion as Karl took the first watch. After yesterday's incident, there shouldn't be more trouble. The pirate captains wouldn't bother him now that he had their token, and the next city along the way was where the retrieval team came from. So Karl actually managed to relax during his shift with Ray watching from her space, and then woke the team leader for his turn. A few hours of meditation would get Karl through the night, but they were only doing 2 watches, splitting the evening, so he had nearly 5 hours before he had to be awake again. He didn't fall into a deep sleep, even with the beasts watching for him. Kara had escaped her space again to curl up with Ophelia, and she didn't seem to require sleep at all. She just enjoyed doing nothing. That would be a good enough bodyguard. Nothing on this continent short of a dragon was likely to win a fistfight with a void badger. Just before the sun came up, the cleric started to make breakfast, much to the relief of the retrieval team and the children. "Dragon clerics? What brings you all the way out here?" The team leader asked when he saw the breakfast meal. "The gods willed it," Tessa replied with a shrug. That was a good enough answer for most. Clerics could end up anywhere, following the whims of the gods, and only the giants and a few isolationist nations would stop them. Not that the feral monsters wouldn't kill and eat them, but the civilized ones would let them be. The kids were beginning to relax as the retrieval team explained how the orphanage worked, how it sorted them into school years, and helped them find real work. It was when Karl got up that they began to huddle together again. "He won't hurt you. I know what happened with your parents, but he won't hurt you now," the group leader explained softly. "You don't understand. That thing isn't human. It looks like a human, but it's not. It's really not." One of the demon children explained. The team leader looked to Karl for an answer, and he just shrugged. "I don't eat children if that helps. Besides, I already put this nice man in charge of bringing you back, and I wouldn't want to make his job harder." Lotus poked Karl in the side and smiled at the kids. "He's only scary in combat. Now let me fill everyone's water skins so you're good for the trip to your new home." Chapter 480, Wilderness Detour. The kids were quickly packed up into the wagons, and Karl's team prepared to head out. "Will you be following us to town?" the retrieval team leader asked. Karl shook his head. "No, we need to make a delivery to a nomadic tribe today, and if we go through the city, we won't make it on time after all this delay." The team and the bandit kids all looked concerned with that answer. "You're going to make a trade deal with the nomads, the yellow tusk orc nomads? Are you insane?" the team leader asked, unconsciously checking his armor as if they might hear and attack. "It's just a load of dried fish. It's not like we're trading weapons. Besides, I'm pretty good at getting along with orcs." One of the wagon drivers laughed. "Is that even possible?" "Of course. When they challenge you, just tell them off and demand to talk to the boss." The wagon driver held his belly as he laughed. "Oh, it's like that. I suppose if you're not averse to a fist fight with an orc champion, it's a good method. presuming that you don't die of stupidity." Ophelia changed back to werebear form and took a seat on the front of the wagon after everyone else was loaded. She had put Kara in the wagon to keep both Lotus and the Void. Badger entertained, and they were ready to leave as soon as Karl finished chatting. "All right, gentlemen. Good luck with your work. Perhaps I will see you again one day." Karl turned the wagon northeast across the road and into the open grassland. He had a general idea where he was going thanks to Hawk's scouting, and now he just had to wait for the bird to find the exact spot where the anomaly was going to appear. Thor was making good time, as the grass was mostly untouched, and the dirt soft enough that the wheels weren't taking jarring hits, except when they found a hidden stone. There is a large group of people walking in the distance, near the hill with the 3 upright stones where the anomaly should be. "What species?" Karl asked. "Orcs, mostly, but they've got some others with them." That sounded odd for orcs, but Karl altered Thor's course so they were all headed for the anomaly location. Even if the meeting with the nomads went badly, it would be good cover for them interfering with the anomaly. "There is an orc tribe ahead. They're near where the anomaly will appear, so I will go meet them, and we can delay until the anomaly opens. If what Bishop Misty told us is correct, it should be soon," he explained, so the others understood. The orcs sent a runner when Karl was still 5 kilometers from the stones. He turned to meet them, so the orcs didn't think he was running away. But he didn't turn directly, so that he would end up with a few 100 meters of the stones when they met each other. The orcs were intending to pass by the stones, but they had stopped on the far side to see what the merchant who would keep driving a wagon toward them wanted. The Orcish runner straightened the tie around his neck, worn with nothing but a pair of tattered black shorts that were once fashionable pants. "Yellow Tusk Clan Chieftain, World Smasher, wishes to inquire what your business is." He spoke slowly with a thick accent, as if unfamiliar with the language. Instructed. Ray didn't get what Karl was going for, but if he said it would lead to fun, she trusted him. That was a major change from the last time Karl had seen them, when the leader spoke with a posh accent and wore fancy clothes that the clan had made themselves, not looted from another species and altered. "Ray, make a pair of simple black pants that will fit the leader of the clan, Karl." "Why? Are we making friends?" "Yes." "I'm going to give them to the leader as a gift. It will be fun." She quickly made them, but left them a bit loose and with a rope at the waist so they could be cinched to stay up. "Please tell Chieftain World Smasher that we wish to trade a bundle of dried fish, fresh from the coast, for any trade goods he has that the cities will take. Here is a gift of good faith for him, to show my sincerity." Karl handed over the pants, and the orc got a cunning look on his face that he tried to hide. "And what if the chieftain says he doesn't want your pants?" "Then tell him I will punch him in the face for disrespecting my gift. Go ahead and inform him that we will meet him at the Standing Stones to talk business." The orc ran off back to his clan, while Ray laughed in Karl's mind. "You're right, this will be fun." Karl stopped the wagon before the stones, so it was less likely to get caught up in the chaos, then double-checked on the item he had gotten to stabilize the anomaly when it appeared. After a few minutes of shouting and swearing that Karl could hear from 300 meters away, a massive orc came over with freshly made black pants on, and 4 large orcs carrying bags of something. Karl went to retrieve the fish, on a relatively clean stone while he waited. The orcs walked up until the leader was chest with Karl, but towering over him by a full 60 centimeters. He had an intimidating scowl on his face, but he was wearing the gift, so Karl didn't back down or make any aggressive moves. "These are good pants," he announced. "Of course they are. I wouldn't give cheap pants to a chieftain." Karl scoffed, and the big man smiled as he stepped back. "What kind of fish do you have? It's not often someone comes looking for us to trade." 100 kilos of dried salmon," Karl announced, then untied the top strings holding the cloth on the bundle. The orcs took a deep breath and smiled. Orcs didn't deep water fish, so they could only get salmon during spawning season, and that wasn't prime salmon flavor, as they were exhausted and had burnt most of their fat to get to the spawning grounds. These were prime specimens, carefully dried. The flavor would be incredible, and just the smell was more appealing than the dried jerky that they had. Chieftain World Smasher motioned for his man at the back to bring a bag forward, then for the others to leave. Karl didn't know what was in the other bags, but the chieftain had made his choice, and he was digging through the bag for something. A few seconds later, he started tossing armor pieces out, then boots and miscellaneous equipment that wasn't fit for an orc. He stopped and looked at the pile, then at the fish. Karl frowned as he mentally calculated the value. It should already be more than the fish was worth, by a factor of at least 3, but the chieftain went back in for one more set of braces and added them to the pile. He nodded at Karl, who smiled and nodded back. "We have a deal then. Boys, pick up the fish and spread it through the tribe. Today we celebrate," he announced. "Oh, are you holding a wrestling competition? I was once sent to the past, and I heard that was a favorite of the tribes." That was 100% bullshit, but it would keep them all right here where the anomaly should be opening within the next hour or two. Chapter 481. Wrestling. Would you like to watch the orcs show off their fighting power, human? We don't mind. There are no greater fighters in this world than the orc tribes, and the Yellow Tusk are the greatest of tribes. The chieftain, who called himself World Smasher, announced. "I think that my team would enjoy that. Perhaps we might even earn the favor of the gods with a pair of their clerics watching." Karl joked. The burly orc laughed. "You might just be onto something. Bring your passengers out, and we will set up a wrestling ring." The others were more than a little skeptical of Karl's plan to keep the orcs right next to the anomaly as a scapegoat, but after hearing that, he thought they might be able to claim it as a divine favor to the orc tribes. Even Dana had to do her best not to laugh. It sounded somewhat like blasphemy, but it was a temple that sent them on this mission, and they had 2 clerics, plus a Naga queen who had shown the favor of the beast gods in the past. So perhaps it really was the will of the gods that they stabilized this dungeon. On one hand, having an active dungeon in the monster kingdoms might be a bad idea. They didn't need any more strength, as far as anyone else was concerned. So providing them with access to more power was a long-term negative, even if it would draw the attention of all the other nations away from attacking the Golden Dragon Nation. On the other hand, watching the orcs wrestle sounded like a lot of fun. They were not as barbaric as everyone had feared, despite their appearance, and they seemed to be honestly excited about a chance to show off their muscles. The ring was quickly assembled, just a large circle of rope for the wrestling matches to take place in. This was also one of the few Orcish hobbies that didn't involve much bloodshed. They had frequent trials for rank, and some would likely follow this set of wrestling matches, but today all would be peaceful until the anomaly opened. That was the part that Dana feared. They were far too close to where the anomaly was going to open, and if they couldn't get out of the way in time, they would end up fighting the orcs for the chance to go inside the dungeon. Nobody would pass up that opportunity, and it would seem extremely suspicious if they did. So the orcs would most likely want to chase them off, and there was no spot further than their next life. The first few orcs to volunteer for the wrestling matches were growing teenage boys, and the orcs were very loudly enthusiastic about the chance to watch them go at it. They left space around the ring so that Karl and the others could watch. But other than that, they seemed to be ignoring the presence of outsiders in their midst, except for the occasional glance to make sure they were still watching the glory of the Orcish children. Then they moved on to the adults, starting with the smallest, so that the most powerful would have the honor of going last, as if this were a ranked event or championship. Ophelia was feeding snacks to Kara, who was sitting in Lotus' lap, as a new pair of contestants took the ring. It was a young Orcish woman with decorative scars all down her arms, and a young man who stood a full head taller than her, but clearly bore some sort of grudge against her. Moved to the center of the ring and raised her hand to make an announcement. "The dragon gods have sent their clerics here to watch over our matches today. So today, in the sight of the gods themselves, I will prove why you are unworthy of proposing marriage to me," the woman declared. Tessa smirked as she cast a softly glowing golden barrier around the arena. It was barely an awakened rank holy protection spell, but it would serve as a deterrent to interference, and work as a wall so that the contestants couldn't step out and have the match declared a draw. Few of the orcs had already done that to let their opponents save face. The goal was to complete the match inside the ring, and stepping out was a failure to achieve that victory, so the match was considered a draw to the orcs. But with the wall up, unless they put in the effort to break the spell first, there would be no accidental departures. The 2 orcs squared off, and the chieftain whistled to start the match. The female darted forward and put her rejected suitor into a leglock that sent him to the ground, but he quickly broke out of it with brute strength and went for an armbar. She was a slippery one, and he couldn't seem to get a proper grip on her before she had escaped back to her feet. They circled for a few minutes, grappling and releasing as they failed to get the advantage. Then, when he finally thought he had gotten her with a spear that would let him pin her, she twisted around and managed to get his back, with her arms locked around his neck. He wasn't giving up and slammed her on the ground as he pried at her chokehold. But after 15 seconds or so, he was out cold, and she let him go as the chieftain whistled to mark the end of the match. That was when the anomaly appeared, as if someone had been waiting for the perfect moment. Perhaps they had. "Oi, the gods have given you a second chance to get your girl. Get your lazy ass in there and complete the challenge." The chieftain shouted as the unfortunate orc slowly blinked as he regained consciousness. "Boss?" he asked in confusion. The chieftain picked him up and forcibly hurled him into the anomaly. "Well, that's one way to do it. Karl laughed right before the orc was hurled back out. "What did I just tell you?" the chieftain asked. "It's not my fault, boss. It said minimum group size 10 people. The orc replied, holding his hands up in a defensive posture. Chieftain World Smasher tapped his chin as he contemplated the answer. "Send the humans and 4 more children. You're all about the same size," he decided. Size was strength. Strength was everything. Therefore, a small orc was nothing. They just had to train him until he was big enough, and he would earn the right to propose to his intended bride. The female orc stepped over beside him. "Chieftain, send me with him. It's only fair if he's trying to match me," she insisted. "All right, then you 3 as well. That's better. The humans are still kind of puny, but it will do. They're as grown as a human gets." The orcs he had picked were all various stages of Ascended, with the strongest being mid-Ascended. Sending them in with Karl's group could be an interesting dungeon experience, depending on what the power level was set at. It could be a massacre or a massacre, with the victor being the difference. Karl patted the disgruntled pair of orcs on the shoulder and led them into the dungeon. There was only one way to find out how this was going to go, and it didn't involve waiting around outside. Chapter 482 Dungeon. The rest of his team followed close behind Karl and the 2 orcs that he had tracing them to catch up. Inside, the area looked much like the underground dungeon that Karl had seen in the mountains near the frost giant border. It was full of ruined black towers and strange fungi the size of trees, but there were no signs of dark elves, and instead some sort of shadow slime monsters had taken over. To Karl's senses, they appeared to be at high Ascended and low Commander, similar to the dungeon in the Golden Dragon Nation, but this one required 10 people to enter. As the orcs considered their options, Karl took out the device and activated it, hopefully stabilizing the dungeon so that whoever showed up next would see it as a done deal. The device vanished as it was activated, so he could only hope that it worked properly, but that was not his responsibility. He had done what he agreed and activated the device in the proper location. With his entire team inside the anomaly with the orcs, there might be questions about what had happened to stabilize the dungeon. But that was a minor inconvenience, and the chieftain already thought that it was a sign from the gods and not mortal tampering. "Do you know these creatures?" the defeated suitor asked, looking to Karl for answers. "No, but I know a few things about them. They're stronger than you are, some of them by quite a bit. They are also going to be aggressive, but won't be likely to swarm us unless we get too close to them. They will stay near their spots unless we antagonize them, other than the roaming patrols. Other than that, I know nothing about their skills, so be sure to remember how they fight so that you can tell the chieftain. If he has to hear it from me, he will have your hide for a trophy." The orcs laughed as they realized that Karl was exactly right. The boss would not be happy if the human was the one with answers for him. "All right, we should find out what they can do. What sort of fighters are your people?" the Orcish woman who had just beaten her potential suitor asked. Her voice was smooth, and her tone more eloquent than expected, closer to what Karl had heard from the older orcs, and far from the tone and language she had used during the challenge. It seemed that she had been hiding her intelligence from her dim-witted friends, perhaps to avoid being called the Orcish equivalent of a nerd. "We can call some golems, and we've got a mage and a berserker in addition to the clerics. Don't worry, if you get injured, we will heal you. This place is meant for 10 people to work together, not for 2 groups of 5 to fight with each other and the mobs," Karl explained. "Thank you. That will make our lives much easier. We have shamans with the clan, so we will treat your mage like that, fighting from the back. The werebear looks like she can fight, so she can come up front with us." "What sort of fighter are you?" she asked. "I'm somewhere between a mage and a warrior, but I usually rely on my beast friends to help out. They're pretty tough, but we can do without them today and let them rest. At least they could rest until the group ran into trouble anyhow. It would be less difficult for the orcs' pride to accept." The woman nodded and motioned for her comrades to join her, as she advanced on the first group of the shadow slime monsters. Ophelia joined them, as she was the only commander rank fighter on the front lines, and sending Karl against ascended slimes was just rude. Even sending Kara or one of the other beasts would obliterate the threats in a matter of seconds. But for the rest of the group, it was a good fight. Thor extended eternal lightning over everyone, startling the orcs. But they were happy to get defensive magic on their side for an unknown fight, and they happily charged into battle. The fact that they managed to do it without a war cry seemed like it required great effort for them, but they didn't want to make so much noise that they would pull everything to them at the very start. The slimes turned to engage the orcs as they approached, and their bodies shifted shape. They were using their innate ability to mimic what was sent at them, taking on the appearance of both the Orcish team and Ophelia in her werebear form. It was quite the spectacle, and Karl was glad that they hadn't sent any of the spellcasters closer to the group. There were only 5 slimes, and Karl assumed that they shouldn't take too long for the melee attackers with Ophelia's help, but the orcs that had been chosen seemed to be having a particularly tough time doing any damage. Dana, mind helping them out? Karl asked. Everyone needed the experience, especially the young orcs, but when Dana started to attack, it became clear that the issue was the opponents, not the attackers. Her spells weren't doing much damage at all, only leaving small damaged craters, and the slimes were fighting on, undeterred. Curious, Karl hit one with A, rend and cut off an arm, but the creature kept fighting as black ooze poured from the wound like blood. It wasn't regenerating, and it fought like it was dying of slime loss. That was a good start, but the amount of damage that it took from attacks was ridiculously low. Not like him or Kara, who ignored a base amount, but as if they were 3 times as durable as they should be at the same power level. Ladies and gentlemen, we have found the perfect training ground for orcs. They're not too powerful, but they can really take a beating. Do you want me to start going all out, or should I hold back and let you fight? Karl asked. Let us fight. The wimps need the help. The Orcish woman laughed. All right, we weren't in a hurry anyhow. It was easier not to argue with the orcs on that one, even if it was going to start getting dark soon. The rest of the orcs chuckled, and Dana moved forward so that she could attack more effectively, while Karl threw attacks at the slimes that might have gotten around the orcs' defenses and put them in a bad position. That way, Lotus and Tessa could mostly relax, though Tessa had cast a weapon blessing on everyone to increase their damage. By the time that the first group fell, they were beginning to all work well together in a group, and Karl was ready to start joining them in the fight. While he wasn't in a particular hurry, they didn't want to be here all night, and these slimes could take a beating, even if they didn't do much to eternal lightning. With that in mind, Karl led the way to the second group and began the attack as soon as the slime started to change. They took on the appearances of the attackers, but they didn't take on the skills. At least not as far as Karl could tell. At the very least, they didn't take on the ones he got from his beasts, or he would have made the second encounter a very dangerous one for everyone involved. The second group did have a mage of sorts, though. It was a blue slime monster, and it cast water bolts at them that had Hawk nearly in a frenzy, wanting to come out and punish the creature for existing. Relax. We will let you all out to fight the bosses if the orcs aren't doing a good job, Karl consoled him. Like that will happen. Once you and the Dana mage start going all out, the boss won't stand a chance. Karl smiled inwardly at the petulant bird. Hawk wasn't wrong, though. If he really went all out against a target 2 full ranks below himself, even the boss monsters would only last a few seconds. As fun as it might be to get loot, the orcs were here for a different reason. Chapter 483, Enraged. The second and third groups both had a mage with them, copying Dana in appearance, but they could only use a water bolt spell. That made them manageable, but they were still doing fairly impressive damage to the barriers. Your barrier ability is too strong. They can't hurt us at all. How are we supposed to be learning anything? The female orc asked. Do orcs learn best with pain and not practice? Karl replied. They all nodded, as if that should have been obvious, and Karl had Thor take the barrier off them, while leaving it on Dana and Ophelia. There was no need to make his team suffer just because the orcs were stubborn. The next group fight actually went better, as after they had taken a few hits, the orcs began to adapt their tactics and deal damage more efficiently to the monsters. It was a fascinating change, even if it did start an argument between Kara and Ray as to whether an entire species could be masochists. The eventual consensus was that the evidence supported the hypothesis, and the orcs might actually need the pain in order to function, which might be directly related to the reason that they were constantly looking for a fight. Without it, they weren't at their best, so casting a numbing spell or using a numbing poison on them might be the equivalent to torture in addition to crippling their combat skills. Then, they were at the first boss, or what passed for it in this dungeon. It looked just like the other slimes, but when they stepped on the platform, a timer started. Enrage in 1.0, enrage in 59, 1 minute to burn the boss down. Karl explained. Karlix couldn't read. He finally took his maul out and stacked, disintegrate on it to deal with the threat. The boss was mid-commander rank, and as durable as the monsters here had proven to be. There was a good chance that the thing might actually survive a regular hit with Bone Crusher, or another ability that wasn't stacked. Karl's hit caused the boss to splatter, and an announcement appeared. Above the platform. Member Karl has completed the challenge. 9 tenths members remaining. The orcs laughed and lined up for their turns to attack the boss. It was the most ridiculous thing that Karl had ever seen inside a dungeon, and he wondered if his attempt to help had broken something within the system. If the clerics had to deal with an enraged timer, they might have a very hard time defeating this creature. Well, maybe not Tessa, who could actually fight quite well, but Lotus wasn't known for her offensive output. She did have a Thorned Vine spell, thanks to Karl, but she rarely used it, and he didn't even know how much damage it did. The spell was primarily used for crowd control to keep enemies from running around. The female orc valiantly hacked at the beast for the full minute, while also needing to be healed 4 times, but didn't beat the timer. The creature increased in strength and size by about a quarter, and now she was struggling to fight it alone. "Maybe we just need someone to get the killing blow on it," Ophelia suggested as she realized that the boss had hardly taken any damage. "Good idea. Everyone help her out, and I will reset the timer if needed by killing the boss again," Karl offered. That seemed to work, and there was no penalty applied when 58 seconds later the female orc got the killing blow. The boss reformed seconds later, back at original size, and Lotus wrapped it in vines. That did the first bit of damage, and the rest of the team, save for Karl, went back to work on it before the timer. Member Ophelia has completed the trial. That settled it. They just needed everyone to get a last strike. So they all rejoined the fight against the boss, then stopped just before it was defeated to take turns finishing it off. The only one who struggled was the youngest of the orcs, who was having a terrible time, landing a strike once the others had backed off. The boss was faster than he was, and stronger. It even made it past the enraged timer before the unfortunate orc finally managed to get the last strike in. "Good work, everyone. Now we know how to do it, and we can warn the others about who to send in. You're going to need a healer, but one that knows how to fight, or they're not going to have an easy time of that one," Karl announced. "Who knew that it would make us work as a whole team? That's not how a normal fight works." The orc's complaint made sense logically, but in a dungeon, almost anything was possible, even if it was interspecies cooperation and doing things that were not the normal role of your class. The boss' body disappeared, and a chest formed in its place, waiting for someone to open it. "You go ahead, human. You are strongest, you get the first choice," the Orcish woman announced. Karl flipped the lid open, and an announcement appeared both in the air over the chest and in his system display. "Loot has been auto-assigned to eligible members." That left 5 weapons in the chest, and Karl's whole team stepped back to see what they'd gotten. "That's all for the 5 of you. The rest of us have had experience with this sort of anomaly before, and it just gave us what it wanted us to have," Karl explained. One of the orcs asked, "I've never seen it do that before, but this sort of anomaly isn't a regular occurrence. Have any of you been in one before?" They all shook their heads. "Then maybe next time you come in, it will for you as well." If they equipped a piece of gear, that was virtually guaranteed, but Karl couldn't give away the fact that he knew for certain this place could awaken at least some features of the system for them. The orcs were sure to have some legends about it, and this could become a holy site to the tribe once they did realize. That would be amusing, but more amusing if he wasn't around to see it firsthand. The orcs were less eager to prove anything with the fights that came after the first boss, as it was clear that Karl was massively overpowered with that maul in his hands. It made the orcs more eager to work as a team and less eager to prove themselves. That alone was hopefully going to be enough that they could get out of here before dark, and before all hell broke loose outside. They moved on to the next groups, though this was actually a very small instance. There was only one more platform and then they would be finished. "Let's hope that the next one isn't as annoying as this one was," Karl muttered as he led the group through the slime monsters. The groups were still the same, copying his own team, so there was no need to change tactics, just keep pushing and try to get out of here as soon as possible. Or at least before everyone was exhausted and ready to sleep. Chapter 484, Final Slime. The combined group hesitantly approached the last platform where one large slime monster stood. Unlike the previous boss, which had looked normal, while needing to be defeated 10 times once by each group member, this one was massive. Not even the hill giants could measure up in size, and its strength was on the low to middle side of the commander rank. For the mid-ascended rank orcs, this was not going to be an easy fight. "Everyone, be careful not to get killed with one hit, and let's go find out what this boss can do," Karl joked as he led the team forward. The team spread out to encircle the boss, which was just standing still, apparently watching Karl. But if it wasn't going to attack, they were. The rest of the team launched their attacks, and the boss sprung into action, whipping out tentacles toward them and firing water bolts. This was what Karl expected of a slime monster. None of that silly mimic nonsense, but an amorphous blob, violently attacking everything in sight. Thor brought the barriers back up over the orcs, but not at full strength because the orcs fought better when they were taking damage. This way, when they took a direct hit, the barrier would break, and he would bring it back up, but they wouldn't take so much damage that it was difficult for Tessa and Lotus to keep them healed. The beasts were following Karl's direction to stay out of sight and let the orcs think he was just some sort of warrior mage, so that news of his unique abilities didn't spread through the tribe. He had given away too much already by letting the team eliminate the bandits, and there was a chance that the monster nation would put the puzzle pieces together and realize who he was before he could get out of the country. Having Thor out to pull the cart was a calculated risk. But Sero were fairly common creatures, and pulling a wagon didn't show off his powers, only his unique coloration. One merchant with a tame Sero wouldn't be the strangest thing that they were likely to see along this trip. Karl smashed his maul into the core of the beast, which set all the tentacles flailing as the body quivered and chain lightning burned a large chunk out of it. The orcs cheered in victory at the spectacle, and the boss slime monster contracted, reforming in a much smaller body. "Cut chunks off. I don't think that it will reform," Karl instructed. Of course that was easier said than done. The tentacles were rubbery, and it was hard to get a good hit in on them when they just bounced away. But Ophelia had moved forward to attack the body while the beast was distracted, and Dana's blade star was having decent luck removing tentacles, which were lying around the boss but not being pulled back in. Each removed tentacle was making the boss smaller, and Lotus was slowly wrapping the core in thorned vines, which restrained its movement and tore deep grooves in the surface when it tried to move. "How long is this thing going to take to die?" the Orcish woman complained as she hacked off yet another tentacle. "As long as you want it to. If you're done with it, I will kill it," Karl replied. "You say that like it's so easy." One of the other orcs laughed. 5 stacks of disintegration on the maul made the head vibrate with power, and Karl could have sworn that he heard the amorphous blob of a boss sign resignation even before he started to move. That feeling was confirmed as it contracted and flattened itself to the floor as he began the swing. Karl was almost certain that the boss defeated message came before he had hit the slime, but the stacks of disintegration were gone, so he must have made contact at some point. While he was lost in thought, the orcs were staring at him in shock. "What in the name of the laughing god was that?" the rejected suitor shouted. "It's called disintegration. Pretty nifty, isn't it?" Dana replied on Karl's behalf. The female orc smirked at the man she rejected. "All that big talk from you, and he could defeat the boss in one casual swing. You have a new bar to reach." "Oh, come on, how is that fair? Nobody but the chieftain could kill that thing in one hit." She gave him a vicious smirk. "Then you'll just have to become chieftain, won't you?" The young man gave Karl an angry glare before his shoulders slumped. At this rate, he would never get the girl of his dreams. The bar kept going up. Karl let his buffs expire as the fight ended, and the orcs all pointed to him. "I knew you got big. You've been hiding your power level," one of them gasped. At royal rank, brutality increased his size by 50%, so he was bigger than any of the orcs present. But they hadn't noticed until now, when their brains tried to adjust their mental impression of his power level as it related to size. Karl winked at them. "Well, I couldn't just stay small with so many impressive orc warriors around, could I?" The fact that everyone else had shrunk as well seemed to escape them as they were all looking at Karl. But the boss chest had appeared, and that brought them out of their reverie. Level 0 members detected. Compensating. Appeared in the air above the crate. "What's that mean, human?" "It means that you've never been exposed to the system, and now you have. It's going to give you an extra reward for doing this with just your own power. We won't get that bonus because we got it once before," Karl explained. The orcs cheered and slapped each other on the back in celebration as the dungeon calculated their reward. Their eyes went vacant as they entered the system interface for the first time, and seconds later they were all back with smiles on their face. "I am officially a warrior," one of the men cheered. "Me too. And me." Dana facepalmed as she realized that they likely all chose warrior without even looking at the other options that were presented to them. Then the lone female in the group blinked once and her outfit changed to a more primal fur and leather set with black metal plates. "Silly warriors. You didn't even look at the rest of the menu, did you?" she asked. They all shook their heads while staring at her. "There is a random option for a chance to make you a better warrior," she declared. The ladies in Karl's group all looked at each other, trying hard to hide their horror, while Karl openly laughed. "That random option is dangerous. It can change anything about you, including your species. The last person I saw use it was turned into an elven child. There are other classes, though. You could have picked shaman or berserker instead and not risk turning into something other than an orc," he explained. The woman's eyes went large as she realized how close she had come to disaster. Karl nodded as he saw that she understood. "What did it give you?" "I'm a Death Knight," she announced proudly. Karl didn't know what that could do, but it should be a magic using warrior of some sort with unique skills. "All right, I will give you a bit of advice from one champion to another. Focusing on the word status, inventory, and skill tree will allow you to access system functions. You might have a skill available, as you're all ascended rank already. Don't forget those words, as you'll need them in the future as you gain power." They all muttered the words and got distracted for a few minutes. Then the female orc's armor turned to a full black suit of plate mail with a new greatsword. "Death Knights get unholy equipment. This is pretty cool. I even got special attack skills," she explained. Good. If you've got a few skills from your class, and new gear that you can just summon back when it gets damaged, you should become a great champion of the tribe. Even if the others become warriors, few will be able to compete with the powers of a Death Knight. The other orcs were too busy celebrating their new powers to even notice her outfit changed. So Ophelia used a claw to flip open the reward crate. All loot has been auto-assigned to eligible members. Chest disappeared, and Karl smiled at the orcs. Check your inventory, there should be the reward there. You can show your friends or keep it a secret. The dungeon gave it just to you. There is likely money as well, but I don't know how your tribe deals with that. The orcs laughed. What do orcs need coins for? Orcs share food, but the only other items we are allowed we must earn ourselves with our own effort, or make with our own hands. Lotus gave them a curious look. So you don't trade for anything but food? The orcs nodded. Getting strong by buying goods that the other species make is cheating. That's not real strength. But these dungeon rewards, we earned that ourselves. Even if the Hidden Powers warrior helped, we get it now why you didn't just fight everything from the start. You wanted us to earn a reward, so we had more to go home with. You are a wise man, warrior Karl. Behind Karl, 4 sets of eyes rolled at the same time. He wasn't being brilliant. He was giving them time to practice their skills because the dungeon was the best place to gain power. Chapter 485, Too Loud. Karl led the group out of the dungeon, and immediately wished that he had put earplugs in. There were now dozens of monsters surrounding the Orcish tribe, which had encircled the dungeon entrance. It was a good thing that they had parked the wagon well out of the way, as it was still intact, but the others were trying to force their way in, and Chieftain World Smasher wasn't going to let them do that. At least, not before his team came back out, and perhaps not before his whole clan had gone inside. Chieftain World Smasher smiled at Karl when he saw the team come out. Was it worth it? Karl nodded and moved to whisper to the orc. It will activate a system interface for everyone who completes the dungeon, but you need at least 1 or 2 powerful commanders and a healer to actually do it. The chieftain nodded, then began shouting something in Orcish. Groups of 10 began to back away from the defensive lines, running into the dungeon entrance while the other forces howled in rage. Should I talk to them? I think we can arrange for everyone to get a shot, Karl offered. After the Yellow Tusk clan, we earn this place. If it is going to close, we will be the ones to use it. Karl nodded and took his place beside the chieftain with the others who had finished their run, then stepped forward to be in between the orcs and the leaders of the other factions. The Yellow Tusk orcs received this anomaly as a divine blessing from the gods after an appeal for mercy. Once they have sent their warriors, the dungeon will be free for anyone else to enter. Chieftain Worldbreaker gives his word that he won't block access after all his people have entered. Karl announced. The 3 demons and an ogre that were standing closest to him gave Karl a skeptical look, but the orcs were already pouring into the dungeon portal 10 at a time, giving the portal only a short break between entries. That anomaly won't last forever. Why should a tribe full of stupid orcs get it? Let us in, or we will let ourselves in. The ogre demanded. If you could do that, you wouldn't be here facing off with the chieftain. 1 hour is all that it will take, and the orcs will be back out. Get out the way. We're going to kill anything between us and the dungeon. One of the demons insisted. Human, this is an orc fight. If they want to try, let them try. Chieftain Worldbreaker insisted. All right, I will take my team back to our wagon, and we will be out of the way. That was perfect. Karl could retreat without it looking like he was abandoning the orcs, and they had already sent most of their people inside, so it was only the chieftain and a small group of warriors, including the ones that had just come out, that would be fighting. The battle would be long finished, one way or the other, by the time the others completed the dungeon run. The crowd parted to let Karl and his team out, and then began to form a circle around the chieftain and his challengers. Unfortunately for Worldbreaker, he had missed one vital detail. With his warriors in a circle around the contest, and most of his clan inside the dungeon, there was no longer anyone guarding the portal, and sneaky groups of 10 were beginning to make their way inside before the fight between champions had even started. Soon the others would realize that the dungeon was not collapsing, as the device appeared to have worked to stabilize its existence, and the entrance looked nearly identical to the one in the Golden Dragon Nation. The only question was if there was some sort of limit on daily use or number of people inside, as this dungeon had no problem with multiple groups entering. It was distracting enough that nobody tried to stop Karl as they went to the wagon, and nobody said a word as he hitched Thor back up and prepared to leave. In fact, by the time that he was ready, there were so few people outside that Karl wasn't sure that anyone had even noticed. The few that were still outside were watching the duel between Chieftain World Smasher and one of the demons, which was still apparently in its early stages, as the two were close to evenly matched when fighting without weapons. That couldn't be a coincidence. If they had actually wanted to kill the orcs and take over the dungeon, they could have with the numbers they still had outside, but they were fighting an unarmed duel for the dungeon, while both of their forces were already inside it. The whole thing was a bit ridiculous. Karl thought as he turned Thor south towards the city. Once they made it to Horseering, it would be unlikely that anyone would associate them with whatever was going on with the anomaly, if anyone even cared to look now that it was stable. They had a few hours of travel by wagon to make it back to the city limits, but already Hawk was seeing groups of monsters headed their way. A group of trolls turned their way, led by a massive mountain troll 4 meters tall with skin that looked like cracked granite. They all looked like they were from the same clan, but some were much smaller, near human-sized, and some were hardly larger than Kara, but didn't seem to be children. Perhaps they were. Karl wasn't an expert on troll biology, but the size didn't scale with their strength. Some of the small ones were commanders. A roughly human-sized troll with the granite skin of this tribe stopped in front of Thor as Karl brought the wagon to a stop. Everyone was on edge and they all had weapons out, but it was obvious that the trolls wanted to talk. "Did you see a dungeon?" the troll asked, struggling with the human words. "No, but there is a big fight behind us. Follow our tracks and you will see it. That might be the dungeon if there is one in the area," Karl suggested. The troll nodded once, then the whole group started running. They even picked up the little ones so they could make better time. That was a signal for the groups behind them, who took off running after the trolls, and the ones behind them, who thought those groups had discovered something. After an hour of follow the leader, another of the groups, made up of violet-skinned demons, ran up to the wagon to talk to them. "Did you pass by the dungeon?" the demon asked. "I assume so. There is a huge fight going on a couple of hours back. Everyone is going wild about whatever is there, and honestly, I want nothing to do with it. If it's still there next week, I might come back and take a look." The demon laughed. "If it's still there next week, we can count ourselves fortunate, but I doubt that the situation will have gotten any better. Have you got anything to trade?" Karl shook his head. "The last we had was a bunch of dried salmon that we traded to the yellow tusk orcs. How much further to the city? With all this chaos, I don't want to be out here tonight. It's a half hour away, but the sun has already set. The gates are locked for the night. There is a campground outside the city, but I would stay here. It's safer." As they weren't following a trail, there was no reason to pull off or move anywhere except next to a stand of trees and give them somewhere to hang hammocks. Fun here in the afternoon, but it was getting cold quickly in the evening, and Karl realized that perhaps just setting up in the trees might not be the most comfortable option. He had flaming body to keep himself warm, but it was still better to create a tent and have a proper sleep. There was one in all the supplies that the elves had gathered for him, and Karl considered taking it out, but Ray was already on her way to the trees to make them something. She wasn't going all out today so that they could easily pack it up in the morning and not leave one of her glorious constructs for strangers she didn't even like. So, what she came up with was a ring of silk wool around a group of trees and a hanging sheet over the top, with fresh hammocks hung inside around a fire pit. That would be more than enough, and they could have roast meat in the morning. Kara was right, it really was the best way to have it, and it wouldn't take long. The wagon was left beside the clearing, and Thor returned to his space to nap in his pond, and recharge for the high chance he would get to meet new people tomorrow. That left the others to gather firewood, while Ray set up a perch in the trees to observe anything that might attempt to approach them. She could still see that there were groups headed towards the dungeon, even now that the sun was down, and it was almost fully dark. For leaving the city as far as she could see, and the ones that were moving were already set on their path, so she had high hopes for a quiet night. There were a number of small creatures that she wasn't familiar with, so she had also set up weak webs through the stand of trees to catch them for examination. Just a little something to help her pass the time as she waited for the sun to come back up and the clerics to make breakfast. However, impatience won out in the end, and when Karl woke up in the morning, there was a freshly stoked fire going, with skewers full of meat arranged around it, and an excited Kara running between them to rotate the sticks, so none of the sides got overcooked. Lotus smiled at the scene. "I guess that's our cue to make the breakfast side dishes. Thank you, Kara, and whoever else helped with breakfast. There are more trolls coming our way. I think that they see the wagon," Ray informed Karl as he stood to stretch his muscles. "How long do we have?" 10 minutes or so. The meat should be ready before then," Ray replied with an overtone of pleasure that nobody would be trying to steal her hard work. "We've got incoming in 10 minutes. It shouldn't be any trouble, but be prepared," Karl warned the others. "Thor, you might as well make your way out of the trees to your wagon. We will hook you up later." The Sero had already eaten, but he grabbed the pile of magically created feed that Tessa had set aside for him and tossed it into the pile in his space as he went to wait by his wagon. He would have plenty of time to dump it on the ground and snack while he waited, and if he were right, it would help build the image of them being a normal merchant group who actually had to set camp, carry feed for their Sero, and worry about night attacks. Karl had just finished his oatmeal and roasted tree lizard, courtesy of Ray, when Thor gave him the 2-minute warning to make his way out to meet their guests. Most creatures would be able to see the incoming monsters now, so Karl didn't have to worry about giving away his abilities when he walked out to greet them. He noticed that the trolls carried their weapons openly, perhaps because they didn't have any sort of access to the system to let the weapons bond. But like the others, the leader of the group drew his weapon even as he waved an otherwise friendly hello. It seemed that was some sort of tradition among the locals, so Karl took out his maul and slung it over his shoulder as he moved 20 meters toward them. That was far enough that they wouldn't easily be able to reach the others, who were still finishing their morning meal. "Greetings, merchant. Do you know the way to the dungeon? It should be in this direction," the leader of the group asked. "Go straight north, following the trails. There were dozens of groups last night headed that way. When we went by, there was a huge fight at the 3 standing stones on a hill. That should be where the dungeon is." We kept moving, but when you get close, it should be impossible to miss that many people. Nobody has come back at all, so it has to still be active. If it wasn't, they would have given up by now. The troll's face twisted into a grim smile. "Or them they all dead," Karl chuckled. "At least one fast runner should have come by last night if that was the case. One sneaky sort always gets away." The troll shook his head. "Not like that. It could be that everyone goes in and nobody comes out." Karl nodded in understanding. "That could be. But some groups had champions stronger than I am. If it's that dangerous, then isn't it a really good thing?" The troll made a genuine laugh, as did his teammates. "Good things only count if you live long enough to enjoy them. If whatever is in the dungeon is strong enough to kill a monarch-ranked champion, the big bosses will tear everything apart fighting over it. All them overlords fighting over a dungeon. We won't have a city left. It's too close to the fight." It was nearly 40 kilometers away, but the troll had a point. If it was an overlord-ranked dungeon, every nation on the continent would be here tearing the country apart to claim it for themselves. The opportunity to have even a few trips through and load up on overlord-rank equipment was far too valuable. Even being low commander rank, like the one in the Golden Dragon Nation, they would be going insane soon trying to get commander rank items and awaken system users. "You're still going to go, even knowing that everyone will be far last," the group leader nodded and smiled. "Trolls work together. If there are more trolls, we will join them." "I should have thought of that. There was a large group of granite trolls, maybe. Rock trolls of some sort, anyhow. They passed us near dark last night. They should be there now, assuming nothing happened to them." The troll gave Karl a sloppy salute, and then motioned for his team to get moving again. Tessa waited for them to leave, then came out of the camp. "You know, I expected monsters to be more, I don't know, monstrous, maybe?" Karl nodded. "I know what you mean. Perhaps it's because we've been meeting orcs and trolls. The ogres and giants that we have such an issue with at home could just be that much more violent, or perhaps there is something different here in their own territory." Chapter 487. Last Leg. The others quickly packed the camp and piled it in the wagon to use later. If nothing else, they could use the cloth as a prop to make it look like they were an average traveling group. It was obvious now that being able to store items in a separate space was a rare ability, and traveling without large amounts of supplies made them stand out. That might change soon with the dungeon here. But for now, they would have to be careful. They also didn't know who could be awakened by the dungeon. They had heard from the beast clerics that the last time this happened, the continent was left behind because they only got common grade dungeons with the system active, and that wouldn't awaken the system in anything powerful. This one could also come with caveats, even if it was commander rank. If it didn't want to awaken every species that went in, there could be unintended side effects and a massive power struggle. But Tessa also remembered that the ones awakened by the dungeons weren't able to advance past that point last time. There was a chance that species with higher potential might get very little out of it, if it didn't give them anything more than an inventory and skills that were worse than what they had already. It would be insane to stick around and find out, though. "What are we going to do in Holsering once we get there?" Tessa asked Karl as they watched the trolls run off into the distance. "I say that we pick up some trade goods and turn ourselves into proper merchants. We can claim any destination that we want for you and Lotus, and if the wagon is loaded with trade goods, we have an excuse to go to any city we want," Karl suggested. "So, no hiding or elaborate schemes, just trading random goods until we get to a safe border." Karl nodded. "I think it's going to work. See how everyone has reacted to us so far. As long as they thought that we were merchants, they didn't really care what we were doing. It would be better if we could actually disguise the rest of the team. Traveling with so many women in a nation that keeps slaves is a dangerous proposition." She sighed. "Do you think that we should hire more guards? Like actual hired guards?" Karl asked. "And have to hide who we are and what we're doing all the time? No thanks. Hopefully Remy's bodyguards are enough. If yours had come out the same, it would have been better, but with you calling a pair of lamias, that's just more females." There was laughter from behind them as Ophelia came out of the camp with an armload of cloth. He's got that sort of luck. I'm surprised that the bodyguards didn't come out as smaller copies of Remy, to be honest. We've got most of the camp packed now, so we can leave whenever. Do we have a plan? Karl nodded. We're going to sell the gear we got from the orcs, then reload the wagon with trade goods and head out of town on one of the major roads. I don't think that it matters much. One runs east, one goes northeast, and they both head near a safe border. We just need to trade where we stop to keep up the appearances, and we're good to go. Ophelia nodded, then loaded the supplies in the wagon. All right, we will trust you. How long do you think that it will take to get out of the country that way? Karl thought of the map, and the distances that they had managed to cover each day with Thor pulling the wagon. A full week of travel, so likely close to 2 weeks with trade and rest days. It looks suspicious for a merchant group to be in too big of a hurry if the town is safe, so we will likely stop at a few of the towns along the way. If we go up to Bericum, that's 2 or maybe 3 days. Then we can go east into Northesia, which is human-controlled. Then east across their territory to take a short ship ride to the south coast of home, sailing past the wilds. Or we could take a bit of an overland detour and go through the Beastkin Nation, headed for Whiten Temple. There are no roads for that route, but with the lake it would be very hard to get lost. Ophelia frowned, and Tessa took out a small map as Karl described the routes. The other option would be to head north after Bericum, and go cross-country to the Divine Beast Nation, where we would have to circle around the mountain giants to go home. I suppose that we could go to Lutenade and try to pay off a captain to take us all the way home, but that is even more risky than walking across a nation of monsters. The look on everyone else's faces said that was the very last option that they were willing to try, and only after every other option had failed to get them out of the country. The captains had already tried to capture them once, so just turning up at their home base didn't seem like a great plan. All right then. We've got cash from the bandit clearing, so we at least have local currency and the items from the orcs to trade. Does anyone want to stay here a day, or do you want to get on the road as soon as we've finished our business? Karl asked. I think that we should get on the road today. We can take a bit of time for lunch, but we should get out of town before more nations come for the festivities. Orthos warned us that they would be there not long after the event, and they are likely to be looking for us on the description of those who were there. They might not know that we stabilized the dungeon, but they are likely to guess that we gained a treasure from being the first group through, especially if the orcs are dead and no treasure was recovered. Tessa suggested. Dana frowned under her mask. She hadn't thought about that. Dungeons usually gave a big reward for the first clearance, but they hadn't seen anything notable, or perhaps they had gotten it, but because it went straight into their inventory, they just hadn't paid enough attention. She could almost guarantee that Karl hadn't even looked at what was in his inventory after they left. Karl realized that everyone was looking at him, but he wasn't sure why. They were all on the same page with the plan, so why was he getting that look? Didn't matter much. They were all loaded up now, and he just had to hook up Thor so that they could head out. All right, on board and in position. Let's get this show on the road. The Golems moved to the back, took their place on the sideboards, while everyone else entered from the back as Karl and Ray finished the work with Thor's harness. It was wagon time, and Thor hardly let Karl get on the wagon, much less seated, before he was on the move, headed for where road into the city was. Chapter 488, Holseering. The mood in Holseering was clear even as they pulled up to the gates an hour later. It looked like the entire city was in the streets, and Karl's sensitive ears could hear the dozens of species of monsters talking about a new anomaly outside of town. Word was that the towns. Prophet has foreseen that the nomadic tribes would bring a warband to the location, which had put the whole city into a panic, thinking that the nomadic tribes were going to go to war against the region in order to claim the dungeon for themselves. They might, but somehow, Karl couldn't see the orc tribes working well together, much less with other species of nomads. If he had to guess, what they had seen was most likely just Chieftain World Smasher and his clan meet him at the dungeon. Karl pretended that the reins were actually for controlling, but actually used them to rub the Serra's back as they pulled to a stop in front of the gate guards. "Welcome to Holseering. What is your business?" the guard demanded. "I have armor to trade, purchased from the nomads. Then I need supplies to take to. Oh, camping," Karl replied, referring to a troll-controlled city about a day up the main road headed northeast. "All right, be careful not to run anyone over. There are many children in the street today with all the chaos." "What chaos?" "News of war," Karl asked. That was a relatively normal question for a merchant. It would change what they wanted to buy. Here, as the value of their trade goods would change based on where and when they sold them. "Something is going on north of town in the wilderness. The big troll's office says that there might be a fight." So the city was also troll-controlled. That explained the number of them headed out toward the dungeon. They didn't appear to be the majority of the population, though. There were humans, demons, dozens of smaller species of monsters, and even a few beastkin visible in the crowd. Most of the misshapen bodies were impossible for Karl to identify, as there was no listing of them in the books he had read, but at least some of them were familiar. The lizard species made up nearly half of the monsters in town. Naga, lamia, lizard folk, crocolisks. Those were all species that were in his textbooks when he did his familiarization with monster and beast species. There were some that preferred to be on 2 feet, some on 4 or more, and a few human-headed chimeras that everyone was giving a wide berth. Karl led Thor through the street at a slow walk, giving everyone time to get out of the way. It wasn't working well. The kids kept running up to pat the Sero before being grabbed by parents to avoid being trampled, and the Naga warriors had been propositioned at least a dozen times in the first 2 minutes. Karl was not an expert in Naga physiology, and he didn't speak serpent, but apparently the warriors were considered the peak of their species. In his mind, Remy was laughing hysterically. The bodyguards were intelligent and could answer back, but they were mission-driven just as much as the golems were. They wouldn't even consider leaving their post, and it was breaking hearts left and right. The 4-armed Naga are the royals and the most powerful of warriors. Having a child with one of them would strengthen the bloodline of lesser lineages for a dozen generations, Remy explained after a few minutes of watching the locals hit on her guards. Karl eventually found an armorer with a hot forge and mostly empty shelves. That seemed like a good spot to start trying to make a sale. "Wait here, I will go talk with the armorsmith," he explained as he moved Thor to the side of the road. Dana and Ophelia moved to stand on the front corners of the wagon with their weapons at the ready, hung from their hips. Only the occasional local gave them more than a single look. Guards protecting a merchant wagon was possibly the most normal thing that they had seen or heard today. It was a relief to everyone, and almost made them forget that this was a city full of monsters that were far from being on friendly terms with their home. The armorer was a lizardman, and Karl realized that he might have made a mistake. He didn't know if that species could speak the common language. "I have a number of armor items for sale, traded by the yellow tusk orcs. Are you interested?" Karl asked. The lizardman hissed in response. "He says he doesn't give a damn where you got them, it won't improve the price." "Fine, do you want to buy armor? All awakened and ascended rank magic items," Karl replied. The armorer looked shocked that Karl had understood him and gestured for him to bring it in. Karl stepped back out and grabbed the loot, which he dropped on the counter. The lizardman's eyes lit up with excitement. A faint glow of magic as excess power flowed to them as the monster focused. He spoke, and Remy translated. "He wants to know what you want for them. I will take coins, or trade items that the trolls of Ocamping need. What do you have in stock?" The armorer nodded, then vanished into a back room. He came back out with a bundle of tools and crystals that Ray was instantly interested in. "He says they're the favorites of the trolls. The crystals help them use magic, and the trolls aren't good at tool making. 3 more of the earth-type crystals, and we have a deal," Karl offered. The lizardman frowned and held up 2 fingers. "Fine, 2 more." He brought out 2 more, and greedily scooped up the armor to take back to his forge to alter for use by the species. Karl scooped the gems into his inventory, then picked up the bundle of tools. "It's been a pleasure doing business with you." The tools took up most of the center of the wagon, making them look like proper merchants again. Karl hopped up into the driver's seat, and Ophelia returned to the wagon, taking a seat at the back while Dana sat beside Karl in the morning sun. "What do you think? With all this chaos, should we get lunch before we go, or should we grab something to eat outside the city limits?" Karl asked. "There is a street market between us and the other exit from town. We should drive through there and pick up a few things. It might be a security risk to get out of the wagon, but it should be worth it to spend a bit of time shopping," Dana suggested. "All right, let's head over. I will wait with the wagon. You all take the security with you. Hawk and I should be plenty to guard the goods." Karl called Hawk out, so the sudden appearance of the bird didn't startle people at the market. The addition of the royal rank dragonhawk to discourage all but the boldest of thieves, even if they weren't afraid of Karl and Thor. The monsters should be able to sense general power level the way that Karl did, even if most of them discounted him as human and attributed the power they felt to one of the others. Eats Markets was a wide street, enough for 6 wagons to pass, or 4 with 2 rows of them parked near the buildings. That was where Karl stopped Thor, at the edge of the market, in a quieter section close to a small group of clothing vendors surrounded by baked goods. That would distract the ladies for a while, and they wouldn't have to go too far from the wagon, so if either group got in trouble they could send reinforcements. If Karl sent over Remy with her last bodyguard, the 2 Lamia and Ray's golems, they shouldn't have any trouble at all dealing with whatever was bothering the ladies. Thor was too nervous to let them out of his sight without a barrier anyhow. "You say that like I'm being paranoid. But what if they get tired or sprain an ankle or the straps from the shopping bags dig into their hands?" Thor countered. You have a point. It's better to be safe than sorry. Just keep the barrier at a low level so they don't alarm people with a powerful active skill while they're shopping. The Sero needn't have worried about the shopping, because only a few minutes later, one of the Naga warriors was headed back with a whole load of baked goods. It just silently dropped the goods on the seat beside Karl and rushed back to its position, clearly unhappy about having been messenger. It did relax the clothing vendors that were closest to Karl. Sending back loads of shopping before going on a long trip was expected. With a group like theirs, they would go through a lot of food, and a merchant had enough money not to have to survive on base travel rations and jerky. They had been gone half an hour when sudden movement caught Karl's attention, and a plume of fire burst from the back of the wagon as a cursing homeless man went running down the street with singed gloves. He must have reached into the back of the wagon to steal the pies and earned hawk's ire. Karl heard the laughter from the merchants closest to his wagon, and the jeweler who had stepped out of his shop to have a smoke. The merchant wagon stopped on the street beside Karl, and a small group of guards got off to do their shopping while the wagon blocked a bit more of the road as the curb was all full already. "Morning." Karl greeted the wingless green demon. "Morning. I don't suppose you have a buyer for an entire barrel of cooking oil. Decent quality, but not premium. My buyer rejected it," he asked. "I will trade you a barrel of low-quality rum for it." It was supposed to go to the coast, but they turned it down as well. Karl actually had a few barrels left, but nobody in his group really drank alcohol. "I will make that deal. Barrel for barrel. Where are you headed next?" "To go see the trolls." The other merchant nodded in understanding and nodded at the barrel in his open wagon. "Once the guards get back, they can give us a hand." Karl chuckled and grabbed the rum barrel. "Here, I'll trade you." He handed it over and grabbed the oil to take its place. Who would need 50 gallons of cooking oil, he didn't know, but it seemed like the sort of thing that he should be able to sell. The demon looked suspicious as he grabbed the barrel, then confused as he failed to lift it. "Yeah, it's a bit hefty, but I'm stronger than I look. You can sample a bit if you'd like. The rum isn't terrible, but it's not fit for a sailor," Karl suggested. The demon smiled and pulled the top bung to dip a long-handled spoon inside and take a sip, then wheeze a little as his eyes watered. "Well, it's not too weak for a sailor. The flavor also isn't the worst I've tasted. I could likely sell that to the Naga. They aren't as picky about liquor as long as it's strong. Pleasure doing business with you." The scent that it gave off was harsh, and Karl wondered if it was actually intended to be paint stripper, not an ingested liquid. But if he had a buyer for it, that was fine. The ladies came back with full arms and two very annoyed-looking Naga warriors, who were still attracting ladies from all the lizard species. "One more stop to look at new clothes, and we will be ready to go. We've got all the supplies we need for the week." Tessa explained as they unloaded. "Why does it smell like burnt hair?" Ophelia asked as they moved goods to the back of the wagon. Hawk caught someone trying to steal the pie. The merchant ladies laughed at Karl's deadpan answer and relayed the story to the shoppers who were currently at their stalls with a much more entertaining plot than the original. In their version, it was nearly dragonfire erupting from the wagon, scaring away the other wagon animals and lighting the jeweler's pipe for him. The thief had also been an evil-looking man with his hair on fire, not a middle-aged homeless guy with his gloves scorched. Tessa and Lotus both picked out a few items, and Ophelia found a long coat that she could wear in werebear form. Staying in that form had to be annoying, as she was hiding her true self, but it was safer. She looked good in the coat, though, like a proper bodyguard, and the merchants were very impressed with the look. "You are a long way from home. Why don't you try these as well? If you're going to be in the South, you should try everything the South has to offer, right?" One of the clothing merchants suggested. They must think that she was from the north side of the country near the Divine Beast Nation, which would put her over 1,000 kilometers from home, which was a rare thing in a nation without motor vehicles. By the time that they made it back to the carriage, Tessa and Lotus both had multiple new outfits, and Ophelia had a new coat, pants, and an ornately tooled weapon belt with bears worked into the surface, made of some sort of commander-rank hide. She almost looked like one of the pirate captains, minus the hat. But it suited her, and she blended in with the locals much better now that she had most of her armor hidden under cloth. Karl just hoped that the items bonded, or they would not last through the first battle. A berserker was hard on clothes at the best of times, and she wouldn't always have time to strip her decorative clothes off before fighting. Ray was thinking the same thing, and already making plans to decorate Ophelia later. This outfit looked good, and if it was made of her silk, it could be equipped over her armor, so it would vanish into her storage with a thought. Regular clothes had to be taken off before they could be stored, and that was far too much of a hassle. Come to think of it, she could decorate Karl as well. Maybe everyone could have matching coats to show that they belonged to Ray. That would be good. Her Dana liked her outfit. Chapter 490, Leave Town. Ray started to plan her next round of creations as the rest of the team got ready to move out. The wagon was nearly full now, with just enough room to comfortably sit as Karl got Thor moving, so the other wagon could take their spot along the curb. "This is a different keg. Did you buy something?" Dana asked as she settled in to watch the road ahead. "Yeah, I traded rum for cooking oil. Apparently the Naga will drink what the beast sent us. The trolls should need cooking oil, and if not them, someone along the way will need cooking oil." Dana shrugged in acceptance. The deal was made, and it didn't actually matter what the goods were worth, as they were only trading as a cover to get across the country. The guards didn't even look at them as they left the city gates, headed northeast. It would bring them rather close to the site of the battle, within 10 kilometers. But they would be on a well-traveled main road, and at least this portion was an actual stone roadway. That shouldn't raise any suspicions. The clerics changed into new dresses, colorful ones in the local style, but still predominantly in their god's colors. Now the rest of the team blended in, but Karl was wearing the armor from Bestial Raiment, which came complete with a Darklight host tabard. That wasn't exactly subtle or nondescript. Everyone that they met would probably be able to describe him and Thor, so if they didn't want anyone to be able to track them back to the incident, it would be much better if they could disguise him somehow. "Hey, I have an idea. Why don't we disguise Thor and Karl? There should be a good way to make Thor less noticeable and Karl is easy," Lotus suggested. "Oh, how do you plan to disguise me? We will have Ray make you a coat, and then you can keep brutality active to make you big. You're bigger with that skill active than Ophelia is as a werbear without it. You have to be 2.5 meters tall with it. Nobody would question you if you said you were half troll if you hid your face. Remy had just the thing for that. I can make you a mask, and Hawk can cure the clay and melt metal over it. Then with one side of your face hidden, and your beard growing, you should look more like a monster. Remy, think about hiding the face. If I have a coat to go over my armor, it should be enough to hide my identity from casual glances, but how will we disguise Thor? He's a lightning Sero," Karl reminded them. "I can do that too. I have all the ingredients," Remy announced proudly. "Never mind, Remy thinks she can disguise him as well somehow." Karl laughed. Dana giggled. "I'm looking forward to finding out what she thinks will hide Thor." Karl thought about the abilities that he had, wondering what he could use to disguise his usual fighting style. He didn't want anyone linking their presence to the royal rank elite named Karl from the Golden Dragon Nation, even if he hadn't been thinking far enough ahead to make up a road name. Disintegration would only be well known to the pirates, so that should be fine. But he hadn't done much fighting here, so even the orcs wouldn't know much. As long as he avoided the chain lightning and blizzard combo that him and Remy were famous for, or made it look like it was all Remy, even most of the government sorts wouldn't put it together, as everyone had her recorded as a spirit snake, not a Naga queen. "Oh, we can make you look like our group's tank. I think I have a shield in here, and you can use that more one-handed or a sword," Ophelia added. "You all seem to be enjoying this a lot." Karl chuckled. "I have a coat for you," Ray agreed. It was black silk, woven to be rough like leather, and full length like a duster, but double-breasted like the pirate captain coats, split up the back for mobility, and she had even woven wind element shiny stones into it to emulate the silver buttons on the captain coats. Karl put the coat on, and his armor immediately adjusted. It gave him a visage mask for his helmet that looked like a black demon face, and Karl found that he could remove the helmet and keep the mask. "That skill is so handy, always adjusting to the appearance it thinks I need." "Now I don't get to make you a mask, though. That's fine, I will start on makeup for Thor." That was a disturbing thought, but Remy was really into it, mixing ground plants, clay, some dirt and crushed magical stones into a paste. It was turning into a consistency that looked like boot polish, but Remy kept referring back to one of her books, and she looked incredibly proud of herself. "Ha, I did it. This should work. Shadow branch paste. Take some of that and draw war paint on Thor's face." Karl stopped the wagon and did as instructed, drawing wide-fingered stripes down Thor's ridge and across the side of his face. Then he stepped back to admire his handiwork, as Thor now had war paint. Then the effect spread until Thor was completely black, not glossy but flat black and non-reflective. "That's impressive. Where did that come from?" Dana asked. "Apparently it's something that Remy can make. I can see the instructions when I examine shadow branch plants in her space. It should make him look like this until he washes it off, or until he returns to his space, as it is unlikely to go with him if he doesn't want it to." Karl explained. He had the identification skill, but there were so many plants that he had never bothered to go through them all, looking for possible combinations that might make something useful. Remy was better with his skill than Karl was. He was quite certain, but it was just a common-grade disguise spell, not some powerful mixture to help them advance, which was what Karl had been trying to find every time that he had gone through their stuff before. It was possible that he had missed all sorts of little things because he simply didn't know to look for them. When they got back, he would leave Remy with Morgana for a while to see if she had a knack for alchemy. She did like making things, and it wasn't just sculptures for her totems. Ray wasn't particularly impressed with the versatility of the paste. Her adaptive silk could hide you much more effectively. But being able to just turn Thor black was a great disguise. Now he didn't look like a lightning Cero at all, just some sort of regular Cero. All right, now we're mostly disguised. This should be good enough for now, though I'm not certain that I can get the same mask back again after I dismiss the armor to wash. Karl informed the group, so I do get to make a mask. Hawk, find some metal. I will make something out of clay for you to coat. Remy cheered. All right. You could likely just paint it, though, Hawk reminded her. Maybe. We will see when I'm done. But I want you to bake it with fire. Chapter 491, Traffic Jam. The road was becoming busier by the minute, to the point that by noon, it almost felt like they were back in the city, with a wagon caravan passing every minute or two. There shouldn't be that many people in the cities nearby, according to the maps that Bruce Temple had shown. They had seen hundreds of merchants just this morning, and there should have only been a few thousand people in the 50-kilometer radius around the city. Certainly not enough to need this many merchants. In fact, there shouldn't be that many people with merchant as a trade in the entire region. Then, suddenly there were no more merchant wagons coming. What is going on out there? Was it just a morning rush? Karl asked. If it was some sort of regional event like a major market day, it might explain all the people on the road. There are more stopped in the distance. I don't know what they're up to. Oh, I see it now. There are orcs coming from the east. If you keep going, we should meet up with them. Hawk didn't see any reason to fear orcs. They had been quite pleasant every time he had seen them, and they didn't use water magic at all. Not even one little bit. Karl kept the wagon rolling. If they were going to get delayed, it might as well be chatting with the orcs, not waiting for an entire tribe to pass by. They were nearly in front of the Orcish tribe when their scouts reached the road. You're a merchant? The young Orcish man asked. Karl nodded. We have mostly tools for the trolls, farming tools. We've got a bit of cleric-made food as well if your tribe wants a trade. Wait here, Chief Nantucket will speak with you. Karl nodded, and behind him he felt the surge of power as the clerics started to make the promised food. They were creating dry rice and beans, which would keep for a long time, along with some fresh vegetables and a single pie. They had hidden the rest, but they left out one of the sweet potato pies from the market, and even heated it so it would still seem fresh, even after being in the wagon all morning. The chief and his group were already running their way as Karl stopped the wagon and climbed down to greet them. Chief Nantucket, I'm Karl. He extended his hand, and the chieftain shook it with a smile on his face. The scout says that you had a dragon cleric make you food to trade. How much do you have? The orc asked. Karl took out the rough burlap sack to set on the ground, then carefully took the pie and handed it to Nantucket. That is a first meeting gift from me to you, fresh from the markets in Holseering. The chieftain smiled. Still warm. You know about orcs. His tone was approving, and Karl chuckled softly. That's the same thing that Chieftain World Smasher said yesterday. His clan is just west of here. The gods granted them a dungeon trial for one of their boys who wasn't strong enough to claim his mate. Nantucket laughed. How can an orc be too weak to claim his mate? Karl smiled and leaned into stage whisper as if it was a secret. He had earned his spot as a warrior, but she very publicly called him out and then beat his ass in a wrestling trial. Quite the woman, he set his sights high. The orcs that came with the chieftain's group were roaring with laughter, and the big orc clapped Karl on the shoulder. I've got to see that. You say he's just west of here? Karl nodded. About 15 kilometers, mostly west, maybe a bit southwest. I went south to the city after I traded him 100 kilos of salmon. There will be a lot of fighters there if the dungeon is still open. A big fight and an old friend. Now I do have to go. How much do you want for the food? Karl heard Tessa clear her throat in the wagon. The church didn't charge for their food. It's for you. You know how the clerics are. They share their food. The orcs laughed at the subtle reference to the similarity with their own customs. One of the warriors picked up the bag, while another handed Karl a folded lump of burlap, presumably a replacement bag. It was a pleasure to meet you. May good weather and better fights be in your future. Karl added as the assistants ran back to the tribe. Same to you, Merchant Karl. If our tribes cross paths again, we will drink together. What sort of liquor the orcs made was a mystery to Karl, but he had visions of something almost toxic levels of potent. The Orcish tribe altered their path to run behind Karl, and he got Thor moving again. Don't you think that was too easy? The nomadic tribes are supposed to be feral and dangerous, but they're even easier to get along with than the cities, Ophelia asked. I think that the issue might be local, not generalized. The Orcish tribes must have an issue with either the trolls or the other monster factions. He replied after a moment's thought. Could it be something about our group instead? Dana asked. It could be, but I don't think that we have a way to test that. Karl saw a wagon caravan in the distance and began to relax. They must be clear of the area that the locals had identified as dangerous. Thor moved to the side as he rolled past them, and Karl noticed that a few of the monsters guarding the wagon sniffed at the air. They tensed as if they were going to attack, but backed down when the Naga warrior glared at them. Karl remained silent until they were well past the stopped merchant group, then looked back at the others. "I think I have an idea. We might be having better luck with the orcs because they don't consider us food or competition. Orcs view humans as weak, so we're not competitors, and they don't want to eat us. It's the ogres and a few others that are most likely to be an issue for us," he explained. There were more wagons parked a few hundred meters behind the first group, and the driver of the lead wagon flagged Karl down as they approached. "Did you see the nomads on your way through?" a blue-skinned slender troll asked. "Yeah, an orc tribe. They're west of the road now, and headed west looking for the big fight that was the talk of the city this morning." "What's with all the traffic today?" Karl replied. "Dunno. Messengers called for every farmer and merchant we know to bring everything to Whole Searing. It might be preparation for a siege. Are you trading with the trolls up north?" he asked. Karl nodded. "I've got tools for them, quality ones." "Good call. If there is a siege, they'll need everything they can get to keep the armies fed. It doesn't take a genius to know that armies get hungry, and it's easier to feed them than to fight them." Chapter 492, Not All Friendly. The next few groups of trollish farmers and merchants were similarly eager to get any news that they could, but when Karl got to a group of ogres using oxen to pull large carts, things began to take a turn for the worse. At first, it was just the same sort of posturing as the last hostile merchant group, but these ones didn't look like successful merchants. They were filthier than usual, even for ogres, and looked half-starved. When the wind shifted and blew from Karl's wagon to theirs, bringing the scent of humans to them, they snapped and began to charge. "Ray, golems!" Karl called as he jumped down to meet the charge. Both bodyguards joined him, as well as Dana's golems. That should be enough to deal with the threat, and that was their plan to not blow their cover as merchants. However, that plan was entirely too boring for Kara, and the Void Badger was headed for combat before Karl could even tell her off. "Meet!" the ogres roared as they charged toward Karl's wagon, not even focused on him. The other merchants nearby, groups that had been waiting for the signal that the danger had passed, began to scatter. They didn't want to be implicated in the fight between the ogres and Karl's group. Karl took out his blade and hacked the first ascended rank ogre clean in half, from the shoulder across the chest. But even as the two halves fell to the ground, the others didn't stop. They were fully focused on the smell of humans, and running blindly into the blades and forelimbs of the defenders. The battle was over in under 30 seconds, nothing more than a flurry of steel and blood. In fact, the last one fighting was Kara, who had taken offense to the existence of their cart oxen. "They're dead, you can stop now," Karl reminded her. Kara paused and looked around. "So they are. I thought that we were going to fight." Karl patted the badger on the head after she landed on the ogre's wagon. "Not a real fight, just defending the wagon against attack. You got too excited." Kara sighed, then vanished into her space to get clean before coming back out to sit with the ladies in the wagon. Disappointing. 1 out of 10, do not recommend. Ray did grab one of the oxen, though, just in case it tasted good. Karl got back on the wagon and started to move again, which startled the other merchants who could see him. His team only had a few members. The fight should not have been over that quickly, but his wagon was moving again, and nothing else was. Just to be safe, the next one in line continued to make their detour well around the incident as Karl rolled past them. The merchants who were parked behind them were unconcerned. Fights between groups of monsters were a common occurrence, and if you started a fight that you couldn't win, that was your own fault. Groups of ogres seemed to be rare in the region, but trolls of various sorts, as well as lizardmen and something that looked like a featherless bird walking upright, were plentiful. The last one gave Hawk the creeps, because they had grown weird fingers out of what used to be wing bones, unnaturally long for hands. Between that and the beaked heads with no feathers, Hawk was glad that no such thing existed at home. He might have to reconsider water as his greatest enemy if someone compared him to one of those things. Remy had a very different opinion. They looked like pre-plucked chickens, and she was pretty sure they didn't need any prep at all to eat. Thor walked past the line of merchant wagons, which was starting to move now, following the lead of those in front of them. Karl wondered how long they would have been sitting there if he hadn't been the first one to move through. Would they have sat there all day, waiting to see who went first? Or was there some sort of estimate on how long it would take the orcs to move past? Karl didn't see any scouts, and neither did Hawk. But even with the delays, they were going to make it to the next town before dinner. They weren't anywhere near the city of Okamping, but this appeared to be the layover point, as the town had large amounts of parking for merchant caravans, as well as taverns, motels, and blacksmiths advertising wagon repairs. "We will camp here for the evening," They have guards on patrol, and there are others around to help keep watch, so we won't have to worry as much about opportunistic thieves as we might alongside the road," Karl explained. "That makes sense. We might be going the opposite way to everyone else, but there is safety in numbers." Dana agreed. That didn't actually make much sense when everything around you could be considered an enemy, but nothing recognized Karl as a human, and they had the Naga warriors on guard to blend in with the other monsters. Most of the wagons weren't setting up much of a camp. At best, it was a small fire for the guards to sleep around while one of them kept watch. That was about what Karl's team would do as well, with most of the team sleeping in the wagon and the summons on guard. Lotus grew a small collection of firewood from the boards of the wagon using her magic, and they prepared to heat dinner. The new arrivals and their fire caught some attention from the farmers in the next group, who were sitting in the rapidly fading twilight leaned against their wagon. "Would you like to join us? The heat is free, but the dinner needs a good story," Karl offered. The troll smiled and brought 2 boys over with him. "I think that we can come up with a story or two. Good evening, everyone. Might you ladies by dragon clerics? You don't smell like beast clerics, and you're certainly not giants." The troll gave them a toothy smile, as the firelight flickered off the silver band on his lone remaining lower tusk. The other had been broken at some point, leaving a jagged stump a quarter of its full length that hadn't regrown yet. Trolls normally regenerated quickly, but the tusks needed to be pulled to regrow, much like hair, which grew at a normal rate unless it was pulled out. That led to a strange phenomenon that Karl could see at another camp. One of the older trolls was actually growing a beard by shaving with a dull razor that pulled the hair out. Then he trimmed it to shape with a pair of scissors, except for a portion in the center, which he braided. It was one of the strangest grooming routines that Karl had ever seen, and it made him think of the trollish regeneration skill in his skill tree. He could afford to get it now, or he could keep saving for some of the offensive abilities. He hadn't been able to see them until Skillmaster evolved to rank 2. It seemed to be an oddity of the skill tree. He had to finish a tier of his core abilities before he could use more advanced secondary skills. He might have done better in the short term by picking the offensive tree, as he would have all those abilities by now. However, that would have left him without access to Evolution and Skillmaster. Those 2 skills were going to be essential to his team very soon. Chapter 493, Tier 4 Skills. Tier 4 offensive skills, only one may be chosen. 50 PTs. Devastate. Strikes dealing more than 10% of the target's health do double damage. 50 PTs. Overwhelming Presence causes a terror type debuff that causes affected targets to become paralyzed for 5 seconds, plus 10 seconds per rank difference between caster and target. 50 PTs. Rampage. Every time an enemy is damaged by the Beastmaster, or a bonded beast, increase the damage done by the Beastmaster, or the bonded beast for 1 minute. There were over a dozen grayed-out attack skills, which were only available to an attack specialist Beastmaster, but there were 3 core skills that Karl could use. Rampage, Kara and Remy demanded at the same time. Devastate, Ray insisted. She hit hard, and double damage stabbing sounded better than slowly stacking damage. I want to see them pee themselves when they see us, Hawk recommended. That did have a certain appeal to it. Making them too terrified to even move as they were slaughtered could be interesting. The real problem was that they could only choose one, and it was 50 points. Karl probably didn't have that many. They could most likely get trollish regeneration from the defense skills tree, though. That would be a fun skill to have. Bodyguards and golems with trollish regeneration seemed like it would be a most excellent prank to play on people. Even after the barriers broke and the enemy hacked a limb off, they could just pick it up and let it reattach itself. It would be hilarious. Karl did his best not to laugh at their antics as they settled in for dinner with the trollish farmers telling stories of mundane events on the farm. It actually made the trolls feel much more relatable, with the same concerns he had at home: earth mice getting into the cupboard, stoves that didn't heat evenly, long hours and insufficient pay. Even if you were a troll, a worker was a worker. They didn't have any of the technological items that Karl was used to, but it wasn't all that different in lived experience. The older man had his boys seated slightly behind him, a precaution in case Karl's group wasn't actually friendly, and the trio smiled as Lotus and Tessa began adding chunks of meat and cheese from their inventory into the rice and bean stew. The pot would normally be too much for just the 8 of them, but trolls should have a big appetite after a long day of traveling. The pot that Tessa had chosen was a pressure cooker with a locking lid, and while the whistling was a bit annoying to the trolls, it was the sound of good things to come. Cheesy rice and beans didn't sound all that great, Karl thought. But Lotus was happy to add spices to anything, and it came out much better than anticipated. It made a moderately spicy gumbo-style stew, short on meat but thick and filling. The church kitchen would never something like that, but it proved to be a huge hit with the trolls, and Karl could see the wistful looks that those further away were giving them. With the stone pile around the fire pit and the Naga warriors on guard, everyone settled in to sleep near the heat. Trolls were rather flammable, but they were also fond of being warm. It was a trade-off that had to be made for comfort. Karl's team paired up for warmth, with Ophelia and Tessa sharing, while Lotus and Kara shared a sleeping bag. If anyone had noticed Kara leaving her space to join the little cleric, they hadn't said anything about it. It would solve their wandering Lotus issues, as even if Lotus was eager to explore, Kara didn't like moving until morning, and she would keep the inquisitive one locked in place. There were dozens of merchant wagon caravans outside this small farming town, one of many along the main road, all with new cultures, stories, and experiences to share. But sleep was more important, and everyone was more interested in being well rested for tomorrow's long day than staying up all night telling stories. A commotion just before dawn caused the Naga warriors to wake Karl and the others. They weren't at the edge of the camp, and it didn't sound like an imminent fight, but Karl got up and dressed anyhow, just to be safe. The commotion seemed to be a handful of humans with lizardmen in tattered armor, who had staggered into the camp covered in blood and fading fast. "Tessa, come lend a hand. I think something attacked the merchants along the road," Karl whispered. By Tessa's estimation, attacked was an understatement. These few survivors were merchants' guards, and they were all horribly maimed and barely hanging on to their lives when she began her healing work. It was more difficult than she was used to, as some were monsters out of favor with the dragon gods. But that was more in the nature of her not receiving the bonuses she was used to than the gods actively preventing her from healing them. The spells closed their wounds and stopped the internal bleeding, but most of these men would never work as caravan guards again. Some were missing limbs, one most of a hand and both eyes, but that didn't answer the question of what happened to them. They should be stable now. They might not be able to tell us much until they have calmed down, but there is a troll among them, and he will be fine in a few minutes, as long as his eyes heal properly," she explained. The half-troll gave them a weak thumbs up and blinked his newly regenerated eyes. "They will be fine now. I had to scoop them out so they would heal right, and that takes time to grow back naturally. Everything was going well, and we had cut around the city to bypass all the traffic and the road pirates exacting tolls to get to the gates. But there was some sort of massive battle going on in the middle of nowhere, and they just attacked us without warning. Some massive orc calling himself Dora the Destroyer annihilated our entire caravan. We fled, and we were over 5 kilometers from the main battle, but they still chased us down," he explained. "So it was the nomadic orc tribes fighting?" one of the farmers asked. The merchant shook his head. "They were there, but there are orcs, trolls, dragons, minotaur herds, and I swear I saw an entire Spellblade clan. It's hell, they're going to tear the whole region apart at that rate, and it's still spreading. I saw 5 more portals open as I crawled to safety." One of the humans laying near him laughed. "You got lucky. We weren't even trying to get near the city. We were going cross-country from the coast and got ambushed by a demon clan." "Same thing, they just came out of nowhere and started killing everyone." Karl nodded. "Whatever is going on there must have riled them up. I heard rumors in the city that it was a dungeon opening, but both orc tribes that I have met with this week were pretty reasonable." Chapter 494, Farmer's Breakfast. The survivors and the farmers all looked at Karl like he was insane. "You met, as in stopped and spoke with, the orc tribes and you didn't get attacked?" Karl nodded. "Yeah, we traded fish with the yellow tusk orcs and then greeted the ones south of here as they passed by the highway. Neither one of those tribes was just randomly violent. Once I can see, but twice in a week, and you're still here to tell us about it? Are you part orc or something?" the troll asked, sniffing the air to try to determine what Karl was. "They just admire his brand of insanity. He threatened to punch Chieftain World Smasher in the face if the orc didn't like his gift," Tessa joked. The farmers blinked slowly as they stared at Karl. "You should have been the one telling the evening stories. It sounds like yours are far more wild than ours. How did you even find out his name in the first place?" Karl shrugged. "The scout told us. Then we had a chat, and I explained that I had trade goods. It was all quite normal as far as trades with nomadic tribes goes." The farmers shook their heads in dismay. "These few are what most villages look like when the nomadic tribes pass by, but then most of them don't have a good relationship with the trolls or the demon tribes. I just hope that nothing comes back this way tomorrow so that we can get our supplies to the city and go back home." The commotion had roused the closest few groups from their beds despite the early hour, and some of them were preparing to start on breakfast, so they could eat a hot meal and still be among the first on the road when the sun was up enough for the oxen to see. "Do we have a big pot? I think that our 2 clerics might be able to help you out with some dragon cleric oatmeal for breakfast," Karl offered. "There is one in town for the poor. I will go get it. You don't mind, do you, priestess?" one of the farmers asked. "Not at all. Feeding travelers is always good for the church, even if it's not the faithful." The troll chuckled. "Well, we might not be the most faithful, But we're not giants to call the world dragon and his pantheon of allies our enemy. That made a number of the farmers laugh, and even the demons among the farmers smiled at his response. The lizard folk were somewhat torn between factions, as they weren't quite dragon-descended, but they also didn't consider themselves to be evolved from common beasts. Their history was somewhat murky, so they normally only followed the shamanistic gods. Either the shaman god of the titans and beasts, or the green dragon, who wasn't actually a shaman god, but was in tune with the elements. It only took a few minutes before a troll was coming back with a pot, nearly a meter round, as well as a number of friends carrying firewood. Corded muscles under blue trollish skin clashed with ivory tusks and silver accessories in the morning twilight as the trolls got to work setting up the breakfast pot. Kara had chased Lotus out of bed so that she could help Tessa with breakfast, and the little cleric was already hard at work rolling dough to make fresh flatbread to go with the oatmeal. The trolls had a wide variety of toppings for bread, apparently, as that was their usual morning travel ration on the road. So, fresh baked, instead of dried and then soaked in tea or oatmeal to make them edible would be more like home. Tessa casually filled the pot with oats and hot water, as it had legs on the bottom, so the fire could be built under it to bring everything to a boil. The bread was the hard part, but both Lotus and the farmers knew a great trick for breakfast. If you greased and heated a cast-iron pan first, you could leave it sitting by the fire, on the ring of fire pit rocks, and just the flattened dough on it to let it cook much faster than a regular loaf in an oven. With this many groups, they had a dozen suitable pans all around the pot by the time that Karl set fire to the first batch of wood and got the heat started. While they were happy to stack the firewood, everyone had been reluctant to actually light the fire, an instinctive aversion to the potential of a wound they couldn't properly regenerate. So, Karl had taken care of it with flaming body, and the wood was crackling under the pot before an aging troll in a leather apron could even get in place to begin stirring the oatmeal. Karl was a bit concerned with what it would end up tasting like, as each farmer came by to add a small handful of berries or crushed nuts to the mix. There was no method to it other than they each added a bit of what they had. Then Lotus added ground cinnamon and nutmeg to the pot to give breakfast an inviting scent that drew all the remaining farmers and merchants out of bed to see who was torturing them so early in the morning. "There is enough to go around, and we've got flatbread cooking as well," Tessa informed the farmers, who were giving the pot curious glances. From what Dana and the others could discern, this was their grand plan for making it safely out of the monster-controlled territories. They were going to pretend to be merchants, and make friends across the country if possible. There would be no reason to hide if nobody was after them. There was a rapidly growing stack of flatbread on a small table by the pot, but with the magical assistance, and the water already hot when Tessa created it, the oatmeal wasn't going to take long even in a cauldron that large. They were already developing a lineup, and Tessa was becoming concerned that they might not have a big enough pot for everyone, but they would have to make do with what they had, or boil another pot once this one ran low. They didn't have to hurry out this morning, they were going the opposite direction to everyone else. But if they did have to come back this way, a little goodwill would go a long way in ensuring that they could pass without trouble. If they were lucky, it might even start to build them a positive reputation if they did happen to come here again. They were still young and fast-growing elites, so there was a chance that more official missions might send them outside the Golden Dragon Nation, with the possibility that they might end up somewhere here in the Newborn Empire again. Karl was thinking that it might eventually be an official thing, as they did have good luck with foreign trips. But the others had a very different opinion on this particular side effect of hanging out with the man who had gathered too much attention from the gods. As a few of the monsters had mentioned, it was not only the world dragon that might have taken an interest in current events. There had been far too many strange coincidences, and the Archbishop himself had said that the system stones they had encountered early in their travels might have been linked to the laughing god, and not the world dragon. That ancient deity was a curious one. Nobody really knew what he was supposed to be the god of, but every ancient legend mentioned him as a trickster, a deity that granted your wildest desires and you could never have anticipated. He was neither good nor evil. Unlike the world dragon, whose very existence brought stability and magic, the laughing god simply existed for his own amusement. That alone was enough to make his attention a dangerous thing. Even worse, there were rumors that the laughing god was not one of the dragon gods at all, but an ancient god lingering from the time of creation, even after the memory of most other primordial gods had faded. Something like the god of magic that Karl had been named after. Chapter 495, Change in the Air. The increase in traffic and resultant danger along the road caused the towns to send out their guards to patrol the main road that day. They were patrolling in groups of 3, all heavily armed and armored, but compared to what the average merchant caravan had with them, it wasn't much security. For one, most of the merchants had strong commanders on guard, and for two, this was a nation full of monster species. Even the average farmer was ascended rank. The threat of bandit groups wasn't the only danger along the road. The merchants fought with the farmers fought the merchants, the guards extorted the weak, and everyone was on edge from the moment that Thor pulled the wagon out of town after breakfast. Compared to yesterday, this is a mess. Ophelia muttered as they moved to avoid a fight between farmers who were both hauling the same root vegetables. I wonder what changed. Are they afraid that the price is going to go down and that they're being ordered to bring crops to the city at a massive discount? Karl pondered. That might be it. I think that some of it is just an excuse to air old grievances and take out their frustrations on people that they didn't like to begin with. They're not attacking everyone, it's targeted. Ophelia noted as she took a seat beside Karl on the front bench of the wagon. Dana was watching the back with her golems while the two clerics rested and played cards. There wasn't much else to do when you were in a wagon all day. With the traffic and the rough roads, they were unlikely to cover more than 100 kilometers a day. It was faster than walking, but not by as much as they had hoped. However, heading off into the wilderness would blow their cover, so they just had to bear with it until they got to the open roads. They could see the next village in sight when a group of locals in ill-fitting guard uniforms stepped out in front of them and motioned for Karl to pull off the road. There's a road tax to pay. 20% of cargo if you want to pass, the leader of the group demanded. Karl smiled back. How about you turn over the contents of your money pouch there and I let you live? The fake guards nervously gripped their weapons and Karl nudged the reins. Thor, earthquake, please. The ground trembled, causing the farmer who was closest to their group to pull his wagon to a stop as the guards lost their balance and fell to the ground. Keep it moving, Thor. I don't think that they're dumb enough to try anything. The farmer laughed as Thor simply trampled the fake guards and kept walking. Well, that's one way to deal with them. How did you know they weren't real town guards? The next wagon driver along the road asked, mostly by the fact their uniforms didn't fit. Even a village should be able to come up with clothes that fit. But mostly, I just wasn't going to give them 20% of my cargo. This village is like 30 people, including the children. I can give them a discount, but it would take titan-sized brass cojones to demand my freight. The merchant laughed, and his whip-like tail thumped the seat beside him in amusement. Have a safe trip north. There isn't much behind me but more farmers. The number that they call to the city is insane. It's good that you got out when you did. If I didn't have a purchase contract for this load, I wouldn't even consider going there this week or perhaps for the rest of this year. Karl gave him a sloppy salute, fingers to forehead, not the fist-to-chest Golden Dragon Nation military salute. The driver nodded and made a hand gesture meant to resemble the head of the fox god, one of the demon gods of trickery and merchants. They continued on past the village, after which the traffic began to slow. With a day of warning, most of those who were going to travel were already on the road, and those closer to. Oak camping wouldn't have come south at all, as it was a major city, and presumably also preparing for whatever was going on, including the dungeon opening. If the issue was the dungeon, or more correctly, all the new arrivals that were coming to check it out, they would also be in danger. Once there was no more traffic coming south, Thor picked up the pace a little. They would still not cover much more than 100 kilometers in a day, but the wagon ride was too bumpy to be traveling much faster. The only real advantage was that they didn't have to be worried about being bogged down in the mud if it started to rain. Even if they were dragging the belly of the wagon like a sled, Thor would still be able to keep up the same walking pace. Most of the farmers used oxen to pull the wagon, and while they were powerful beasts, they were a quarter of Thor's size. The Serra was nearly as large as the wagon he was pulling, and that was without combat buffs. But the roads were dry, even if they were heavily rutted from the traffic last time it had rained. The area around the road was slowly changing as they went north. Karl could feel it, even if it didn't look any different. There was a scent in the air, a feeling that wasn't the same as it was further south. It wasn't something that could easily be placed, but as they continued to travel, Karl began to understand what was happening. Monsters left a scent on their territory, a lingering something that marked the land as theirs. Beasts could sense another beast's territory by the scent of its patrol routes, but this was different, more of a lingering feeling of magic, similar to what a temple or cathedral had, but primal and somewhat sinister. The lizardmen became more scarce as the day wore on, replaced by an increase in the trolls and the presence of minotaurs, which had been nearly non-existent to the south. That change helped Karl understand the change. It was not so much a physical thing, but a change in the population. Even more than the territories of the beasts, the territories of the monsters had a feel to them, and Karl could tell that he wasn't the only one that had noticed so far. Dana and the clerics hadn't. but Thor had, and Ophelia might have, as she looked a bit more uneasy than the situation called for. But as unwelcoming as the territory itself felt, the Minotaur locals that they passed were no more hostile than the trolls, and mostly just watched the merchant caravan to ensure that Karl's team didn't intend to attack them or swerve in front of their carts. However, with the change in species, the power level of the region was growing as well, and it wasn't uncommon to see commanders among the common workers. That could turn out to be a problem later, because commander-rank farmers meant they would most likely have monarch-rank guard captains and enforcers in the next city.